Chapter 1. Harold Shipman, Dr. Death. Prologue. The day the doctor came to call. The morning of June 24th, 1998, was unseasonably warm in the small town of Hyde, Greater Manchester. Kathleen Grundy, an 81-year-old former mayor and a pillar of the community, had been feeling unwell for a few days. Nothing serious, she told her daughter Angela over the phone, just a touch of flu, perhaps, or the fatigue that comes with age. Angela Woodruff was not convinced. Her mother was a strong, independent woman who had survived the death of her husband and had continued to live alone, managing her own affairs with remarkable competence. She was not the type to complain about minor ailments. "Are you sure you're all right, Mum?" Angela asked. "I could come over." "Don't be silly," Kathleen replied. "I'm fine. Dr. Shipman is coming to see me this afternoon. He'll sort me out." Dr. Harold Shipman was Kathleen's general practitioner. He had been her doctor for years, and she trusted him implicitly. He was a kind man, a gentleman, a man who made house calls and listened to his patients' concerns. He was the kind of doctor that everyone in Hyde knew and respected. Later that afternoon, Dr. Shipman visited Kathleen Grundy. He stayed for about 20 minutes. When he left, Kathleen was dead. The official cause of death was listed as old age and a heart attack. Dr. Shipman signed the death certificate, and Kathleen's body was prepared for cremation. But Angela Woodruff was not satisfied. Part 1. The doctor they trusted the early years. Harold Frederick Shipman was born on January 14, 1946, in the industrial city of Nottingham, England. He was the second of 3 children born to Harold Shipman Sr., a lorry driver, and Vera Shipman, a homemaker. The Shipman family was working class, but they were respectable and hard-working. Harold Sr. was a quiet, reserved man who worked long hours to support his family. Vera was the emotional center of the household, a warm and loving mother who doted on her children. Young Harold, known as Fred to his family, was a bright child. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics. He was also a quiet, introverted boy who struggled to make friends. He preferred the company of books to the company of other children. His mother was his closest confidant. She was the person he turned to for comfort and guidance. But Vera Shipman was also a heavy smoker, and in 1963, when Harold was just 17 years old, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. The diagnosis was a death sentence. Vera's health declined rapidly, and Harold watched helplessly as his mother suffered. He nursed her through her final months, administering morphine to ease her pain, or so he would later claim. Vera Shipman died in 1963. Harold was devastated. His mother had been his anchor, his compass, his reason for being. Her death left a void in his life that he could never fill. Some psychologists have speculated that his mother's death was a turning point. Shipman had watched her die slowly, in agony, and he had been powerless to help her. He later told friends that he had given her morphine to ease her suffering, a claim that has never been verified. It is possible that this experience gave him a godlike sense of power over life and death, a feeling that he could decide who lived and who died. Medical school. After his mother's death, Shipman threw himself into his studies. He was determined to become a doctor, to help people as he had been unable to help his mother. He attended Leeds School of Medicine, where he proved to be a competent student. But Shipman was also a troubled young man. He was still struggling with his mother's death, and he was finding it difficult to connect with his peers. He was shy, introverted, and socially awkward. He had few friends, and he spent much of his time alone. Shipman met a young woman named Primrose Oxtoby while at medical school. Primrose was a bright, outgoing woman who seemed to bring out the best in Shipman. They fell in love and were married in 1966. The marriage was a stabilizing influence on Shipman. Primrose gave him a sense of purpose and belonging. He graduated from medical school in 1970 and began his career as a doctor. The first warning signs. Shipman's first job was as a resident at the Pontefract General Infirmary in West Yorkshire. He was a competent doctor, but he was also a man with a dark side. In 1974, Shipman was arrested for forging prescriptions for pethidine, a narcotic painkiller. He had been prescribing the drug to himself, using the names of patients and then forging their signatures. Shipman was convicted of the crime. He was fined £600 and ordered to attend a drug rehabilitation program. But he was allowed to continue practicing medicine. The authorities did not realize the extent of his pathology. Shipman's drug addiction was a symptom of a deeper problem. He was a man who was struggling to cope with the pressures of his life. He was overworked, stressed, and increasingly isolated. The drugs gave him a sense of relief, a brief escape from the demands of his existence. But Shipman also had a darker side. He had a fascination with death, a morbid curiosity that would eventually consume him. The move to Hyde. In 1977, Shipman moved to Hyde, a small town in Greater Manchester. He joined a local medical practice and quickly became a popular and respected doctor. Hyde was a close-knit community, and Shipman was welcomed with open arms. He was a kind gentleman who made house calls and listened to his patients' concerns. He was the kind of doctor that everyone wanted. Shipman was also a hard worker. He was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He would visit his patients at all hours, often making house calls late at night. But Shipman was also a man with a secret. He had discovered that he had a godlike power over his patients. He could decide who lived and who died. Part 2. The murders begin, the first victims. It is unclear exactly when Shipman began killing his patients. The first known victim was a woman named Marie West, who died in 1974 while Shipman was working at Pontefract. Her death was suspicious, but it was not investigated. The murders escalated in the 1980s. Shipman had discovered that he could kill his patients with a simple injection of diamorphine, heroin. The drug was virtually undetectable, and it caused a rapid, painless death. Shipman's victims were mostly elderly women. He would visit them in their homes often after receiving a call that they were unwell. He would administer a lethal dose of diamorphine, then wait for them to die. The victims died quickly, usually within minutes. They would lose consciousness, stop breathing, and slip into death. It was a peaceful death, but it was not a natural one. Shipman would then certify the death as natural causes. He would fill out the death certificate, sign it, and file it with the authorities. The death would be recorded as a heart attack, a stroke, or another natural cause. The families of the victims had no reason to suspect anything. Their loved one had been ill, and the doctor had been caring for them. The death was sad, but it was expected. The killings escalate. By the 1990s, Shipman was killing with impunity. He had become arrogant, confident that he would never be caught. Shipman's methods became more sophisticated. He would forge medical records to cover his tracks. He would change the wills of his victims to benefit himself. He would even cremate his victims to destroy the evidence of his crimes. Shipman's colleagues became suspicious. They noticed that Shipman had an unusually high number of patients who died. They noticed that many of these patients were elderly women who had been in good health. They noticed that Shipman was often the last person to see them alive. But no one spoke up. Shipman was a respected doctor, and his colleagues were reluctant to accuse him of wrongdoing. The authorities also failed to act. They were slow to investigate Shipman's crimes, and they were reluctant to believe that a doctor could be a serial killer. Part 3. The investigation, the suspicion of Angela Woodruff. Angela Woodruff was a woman of remarkable determination. She was a successful businesswoman, a mother, and a daughter who had loved her mother deeply. When Kathleen Grundy died, Angela was devastated. She was also suspicious. Her mother had been in good health. She had been active. She had been making plans for the future. And then, suddenly, she was dead. Angela had been suspicious of Dr. Shipman for years. He had been her mother's doctor for a long time, and he had always seemed a little too eager to visit her. He had also seemed a little too interested in her mother's affairs. After her mother's death, Angela began to do some investigating. She discovered that her mother's will had been changed just days before her death. The new will left everything to Dr. Shipman. Angela also discovered that her mother had been cremated, a decision that had been made by Shipman himself without consulting the family. Cremation would destroy any evidence of foul play. Angela decided to report her suspicions to the police. The police investigation Detective Inspector Bernard Postlis was assigned to the case. He was a seasoned investigator, a man who had seen it all. But he was not prepared for what he was about to discover. Postlis began his investigation by looking into Shipman's background. He discovered that Shipman had a history of suspicious behavior. He had been convicted of forging prescriptions for painkillers in 1975, but he had been allowed to continue practicing medicine. Postlis also discovered that Shipman had an unusually high number of patients who had died. Many of them were elderly women, and many of them had died suddenly without warning. Postlis decided to take the case seriously. He ordered an exhumation of Kathleen Grundy's body. The exhumation took place on October 1st, 1998. The body was exhumed from its grave in Hyde Cemetery, and an autopsy was performed. The results were shocking. Kathleen Grundy had died of a massive overdose of diamorphine, heroin. She had been injected with a lethal dose of the drug, and she had died within minutes. The investigation had found its first victim, but there were many more to come. The investigation expands. The investigation into Harold Shipman was one of the largest and most complex in British history. The police exhumed the bodies of Shipman's patients and found traces of diamorphine in many of them. They interviewed the families of the victims and discovered that Shipman had been visiting them regularly, often at odd hours. The investigation also revealed the extent of Shipman's crimes. He had killed at least 215 people, possibly 250. He was one of the most prolific serial killers in history. Shipman was arrested in 1998. He was charged with 15 murders and convicted in 2000. Part 4. The Victims. The Human Cost. The victims of Harold Shipman were not just numbers. They were human beings. They had names. They had families. They had hopes and dreams. They trusted their doctor, and that trust was betrayed. Each victim was a person with a story. Some were mothers and grandmothers. Some were former teachers and nurses. Some were pillars of their communities. All of them were loved. The families of the victims were devastated. They had lost loved ones to a man they had trusted. They had to grapple with the knowledge that their grief had been caused by a killer. Some of the known victims included Kathleen Grundy, 81 years old. Shipman had changed her will to benefit himself. Marie West, 81 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Edith Dacre, 83 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Beverly Clark, 74 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Hannah Taylor, 73 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Maud Garton, 85 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Vera Peet, 84 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Florence McGlone, 76 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Ruby Garside, 73 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Doris Knowles, 75 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Evelyn Bamford, 76 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Winifred Dyson, 86 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. Lillian Nuttall, 70 years old. Shipman had visited her on the day of her death. These were just a few of the victims. Shipman killed at least 215 people, possibly 250. The families' stories. The families of Shipman's victims had to live with the knowledge that their loved ones had been murdered by a man they had trusted. Some of them had been present when Shipman administered the lethal injection. Some of them had helped Shipman move the bodies. Some of them had unknowingly participated in the cover-up. The families were also forced to confront the reality that Shipman had been killing for years. Many of them had lost multiple family members to Shipman. Some had lost their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, their sisters. The grief was compounded by guilt. The families wondered if they could have done something to prevent the deaths. They wondered if they should have been more suspicious. They wondered if they had somehow failed their loved ones. Part 5. The Trial. The Proceedings. Shipman's trial began on October 5, 1999 at Preston Crown Court. It lasted 58 days, making it one of the longest criminal trials in British history. The prosecution was led by Richard Henriquez, QC, a brilliant barrister who would later become a High Court judge. The case against Shipman was circumstantial but compelling. The prosecution presented evidence of Shipman's gambling debts, his insurance policies on his victims, and his suspicious behavior after the deaths. The key witness was Dr. Alan Ogden, a forensic toxicologist who had tested Shipman's victims and found traces of diamorphine in their bodies. Ogden testified that Shipman had killed his victims with lethal doses of diamorphine. The defense argued that Shipman was innocent. They claimed that the deaths were natural, that the diamorphine was a result of the medication Shipman had given his patients, and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the jury was not convinced. On January 31, 2000, Shipman was found guilty of 15 murders. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The reaction. The verdict was met with shock and disbelief. The town of Hyde had trusted Shipman. He had been their doctor, their friend, their confidant, and he had betrayed them. The families of the victims were relieved that Shipman had been convicted, but they were also angry that Shipman had killed their loved ones, angry that he had been allowed to continue practicing medicine, angry that the authorities had failed to stop him. Shipman was sent to Wakefield Prison, where he was held in a high-security wing. He never showed any remorse for his crimes. He never explained why he had killed. Part 6. The Aftermath. Shipman's death. In January 2004, Shipman was found dead in his cell. He had hanged himself with a bedsheet. He was 57 years old. Shipman had never explained why he killed. He had never shown any remorse. He had taken his secrets to the grave. Shipman's death was met with mixed emotions. Some people felt a sense of relief that he could never harm anyone again. Others felt anger that he had escaped justice. Still others felt sadness that a man who had once been a respected doctor had ended his life in such a tragic way. The public inquiry. The Shipman case led to a public inquiry which was led by Dame Janet Smith. The inquiry was one of the most comprehensive investigations into the medical profession in British history. The inquiry concluded that Shipman had killed at least 215 patients, possibly 250. It also concluded that the authorities had failed to stop him. The inquiry led to widespread reforms in the British medical system. The authorities implemented new regulations for death certification, prescription monitoring, and medical record keeping. The reforms included independent review of deaths. All deaths must be reviewed by an independent medical examiner. Improved prescription monitoring. Doctors must be more careful in prescribing drugs, and the authorities must monitor prescription patterns. Better record keeping. Doctors must keep accurate and detailed medical records. More oversight. The authorities must provide more oversight of medical practices. Criminal background checks. All doctors must undergo criminal background checks. Ongoing professional development. Doctors must undergo ongoing professional development to ensure they are keeping up with best practices. These reforms have helped to prevent future tragedies, but they cannot bring back the victims. The impact on the medical profession. The Shipman case had a profound impact on the medical profession. It exposed the dangers of unchecked power, the importance of oversight, and the need for vigilance. The case also raised questions about the psychology of the killer doctor. What drives a doctor to kill? What makes a healer become a murderer? The answers are complex and deeply troubling. The medical profession has responded to the Shipman case by strengthening its ethical standards, improving its oversight, and holding its members accountable. Part 7. The Forensic Lessons. The Importance of Toxicology. The Shipman case highlighted the importance of forensic toxicology. Shipman was able to kill his victims with diamorphine because the drug was virtually undetectable. But the forensic toxicologists who examined his victims were able to detect the drug and prove that he had killed them. The case also highlighted the importance of exhumation. Shipman had cremated many of his victims to destroy the evidence of his crimes, but the exhumation of Kathleen Grundy's body revealed the truth. The pattern of deaths. The Shipman case highlighted the importance of pattern recognition. Shipman's patients were dying at an unusually high rate. The authorities should have noticed the pattern earlier. The case also highlighted the importance of vigilance. Medical professionals must be alert to the signs of foul play. They must report suspicious behavior and be willing to challenge their colleagues. The role of the family. The Shipman case highlighted the importance of the family. Angela Woodruff, the daughter of Kathleen Grundy, was the one who reported Shipman to the authorities. She refused to accept the official explanation, and she pushed for an investigation. The families of Shipman's victims were also crucial in the investigation. They provided information about Shipman's behavior, and they helped the police to build a case against him. Part 8. The Psychology of Shipman. What drove him to kill? The question that everyone asks is, what drove Shipman to kill? There is no single answer. Shipman was a complex man, driven by a range of factors. Psychopathy. Shipman was a psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his patients as objects, not people. The God complex. Shipman was driven by a God complex. He believed that he had the right to decide who lived and who died. He believed that he was above the law. Narcissism. Shipman was a narcissist. He craved attention and admiration. He enjoyed the power he had over his patients. Greed. Shipman was driven by greed. He had a gambling habit and he was constantly in debt. He killed for insurance money and for the property of his victims. The thrill. Shipman may have been driven by the thrill of killing. He derived pleasure from the act of taking a life. But Shipman never explained why he killed. He never showed any remorse. He took his secrets to the grave. Part 9. The Legacy, the Victims. The legacy of Harold Shipman is one of horror. He is remembered as one of the most prolific serial killers in history, a man who used his medical knowledge to kill for reasons that remain unclear. But his legacy is also the legacy of his victims. The 250 people who died at his hands were not just numbers. They were human beings. They had names. They had families. They had hopes and dreams. They trusted their doctor, and that trust was betrayed. We must never forget the victims. We must honor their memories by working to prevent future tragedies. The medical profession. The Shipman case also leaves a legacy for the medical profession. It is a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power, the importance of oversight, and the need for vigilance. The medical profession must continue to evolve. It must strengthen its ethical standards, improve its oversight, and hold its members accountable. Patients must also be empowered. They must be informed, assertive, and willing to question their doctors. Together, we can prevent future tragedies and ensure that the medical profession remains a force for healing, not harming. The lessons. The Shipman case taught us several important lessons. Trust but verify. Even the most trusted professionals can be killers. We must never assume that trust is always warranted. The pattern of deaths is often the key. We must be alert to patterns of unusual deaths and investigate them thoroughly. Oversight is essential. We must provide effective oversight of all professionals, including doctors. Families are often the ones who suspect the truth. We must listen to families and take their concerns seriously. The body tells the truth. Even when killers try to destroy the evidence, the body can reveal the truth. Chapter Summary. Harold Shipman was a British doctor who killed at least 215 patients, possibly 250. He used diamorphine, heroin, to kill his victims. He was a respected doctor, trusted by his patients and colleagues. He was convicted of 15 murders in 2000. He committed suicide in prison in 2004. The case led to widespread medical reforms. Shipman's victims were mostly elderly women. The case highlighted the importance of oversight and vigilance in the medical profession. The case taught us that even the most trusted professionals can be killers. The case reminded us of the importance of listening to families and taking their concerns seriously. Chapter 2. Thomas Neal Cream, the Lambeth Poisoner. Prologue. The Man in the Silk Hat. The fog that hung over London on the evening of October 13th, 1891, was thick enough to taste. It rolled off the Thames in grey, choking waves, muffling the gas lights and turning the streets of Lambeth into a shadowy maze. At 19 years of age, Ellen Nellie Donworth was one of the thousands of women who walked those streets. She was a prostitute, a desperate young woman trying to survive in the brutal poverty of Victorian London's slums. Earlier that evening, she had been approached by a man who stood out from the usual clientele of Lambeth streets. He was well dressed, wearing a silk top hat and an expensive frock coat, with a thick mustache and a pair of glasses that sat on his face at a slightly crooked angle. He was a gentleman, she thought, someone with money, someone who could pay well. The man introduced himself as a doctor. He seemed kind, even charming. He offered her a drink from a small bottle he carried in his pocket. The bottle contained a white powder that he mixed with water. Nellie drank it. Within hours, she was in agony. Her body began to convulse violently, her back arching in a grotesque curve, her muscles locking in a spasm that would not release. She died before reaching the hospital. The cause of death was later identified as strychnine poisoning, a poison that, in the words of one witness, turns the body into a rigid, writhing statue of pain. Nellie Donworth was the first of 4 women to die at the hands of Dr. Thomas Neal Cream in the autumn of 1891 and spring of 1892. The press would later call him the Lambeth Poisoner. He was described as a fiend to rival Jack the Ripper, and his crimes were covered by newspapers worldwide. He was a man who perfected the art of getting people to take poison pills, using his medical knowledge to mask the bitter taste of strychnine. But unlike Jack the Ripper, whose identity remains a mystery to this day, the Lambeth poisoner was caught. And his downfall was not the result of brilliant detective work, but of his own arrogance, his obsession with notoriety, and his pathological need to be recognized. Part 1. Doctor's Journey into Darkness. The Early Years. Thomas Neil Cream was born on May 27, 1850, in Glasgow, Scotland. He was the son of a prosperous shipbuilder and timber merchant, a devout Presbyterian who raised his family in strict religious discipline. When Thomas was 4 years old, the Cream family emigrated to Canada, settling near Quebec City. His father's business flourished, and the family enjoyed a comfortable middle-class existence. Young Thomas was educated at the Lachute Academy before enrolling at McGill University in Montreal, where he studied medicine. Cream was a bright student, impressing his tutors with an essay on the uses of chloroform. But he was also a troubled young man. He flaunted his wealth, drank heavily, and gained a reputation for extravagance and fast living. He was openly using opium, morphine, and cocaine, a habit that would continue throughout his life. In 1876, Cream graduated from McGill with a medical degree. He was 26 years old, educated, ambitious, and already harboring a dark secret, a taste for cruelty and a growing contempt for women. The first victim. Not long after graduation, Cream met Flora Brooks, the daughter of a wealthy hotelier in Waterloo, Quebec. The two became engaged, and Flora became pregnant. Cream offered to perform an abortion. It was a dangerous procedure in the 1870s, and Cream was either incompetent or reckless, perhaps both. Flora nearly died. Brooks's father was furious. He confronted Cream and forced him to marry his daughter. The wedding took place, but the day after the ceremony, Cream abandoned his new bride and sailed for England to continue his medical education. Cream never saw Flora again. He sent her letters offering medical advice and suggesting treatments. Shortly after, Flora became seriously ill and died at the age of 24. The doctor who attended her later told a Scotland Yard detective that he strongly suspected Cream of foul play. There was no inquest. Flora's death was attributed to consumption. Cream had killed his first victim, and he had gotten away with it. The Canada years Cream returned to North America in 1878 and established a medical practice in London, Ontario. He was charged under Ontario's Medical Act with practicing without a license, but the charge did little to deter his patients. In 1879, a young hotel maid named Catherine Hutchinson Gardner was found dead in a privy behind Cream's office. She was pregnant and had been killed with a handkerchief soaked in chloroform. At the inquest, Cream claimed that Gardner had come to him seeking an abortion, which he refused. He testified that she cried in my office and said she would poison herself. I said I could do nothing for her. But Gardner's roommate testified that Cream had pressured Gardner to blackmail a wealthy man and accuse him of being the father of her unborn child. Cream even selected the mark. The authorities declared that Gardner had died by person or persons to us unknown. Cream was never charged. He quickly left Canada and moved to Chicago. The Chicago years Cream set up a medical practice near the red light district of Chicago, offering illegal abortions to sex workers. He was a doctor who targeted the most vulnerable women, those who had no recourse, no protection, and no one to speak for them. As author Dean Job noted, he didn't have to stalk his victims, they came to him. In August 1880, a woman named Mary Ann Faulkner died after Cream had performed an operation on her. He was investigated but escaped prosecution due to lack of evidence. In December 1880, another patient, Ellen Stack, died after treatment by Cream. He attempted to blackmail the pharmacist who had filled the prescription. In April 1881, a woman named Alice Montgomery died of strychnine poisoning following an abortion. The location, time period, and method made Cream a likely suspect, but the case was never solved. 3 women were dead. Cream had walked away from every investigation. The Stott case, Cream's luck, finally ran out with the murder of Daniel Stott, a man who was not a patient, but the husband of Cream's mistress. On July 14, 1881, Daniel Stott died of strychnine poisoning at his home in Boone County, Illinois. Cream had supplied him with an alleged remedy for epilepsy. Stott's wife, Julia, had become Cream's mistress and had procured the poison from Cream to kill her husband. The death was initially attributed to natural causes, but Cream, in a bizarre display of arrogance, wrote to the coroner blaming the pharmacist for Stott's death, attempting to blackmail him. This time, Cream was arrested, along with Julia Stott. She turned state's evidence to avoid jail, laying the blame on Cream. Cream was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in Joliet Prison. Daniel Stott's friends erected a tombstone that read, "Daniel Stott died June 12, 1881. Aged 61 years, poisoned by his wife and Dr. Cream. Cream served only 10 years of his life sentence. Governor Joseph W. Pfeiffer commuted his sentence after Cream's brother pleaded for leniency and allegedly bribed the authorities. On July 31, 1891, Cream walked out of Joliet Prison a free man. He had inherited a substantial sum from his father, who had died in 1887. He sailed for England, arriving in Liverpool on October 1, 1891. Part 2. The Lambeth Poisoner, London, 1891. Cream arrived in a city still reeling from the terror of Jack the Ripper. 3 years earlier, the Ripper had murdered at least 5 women in Whitechapel, leaving the city in a state of panic. The killer was never caught. Cream took lodgings at 103 Lambeth Palace Road in the Lambeth district. It was a neighborhood of poverty, petty crime, and prostitution, exactly the kind of environment where a predator could operate unseen. He was a doctor. He was educated. He had money. He was charming when he needed to be. And he had perfected the use of strychnine, a poison that was virtually undetectable at the time. Strychnine is a colorless, odorless poison derived from the seeds of the strychnose tree. It acts on the nervous system, causing violent muscle spasms and convulsions. The symptoms are unmistakable. The body arches backward, the head and heels touching the ground, a condition known as opisthotonos. It is a painful, agonizing way to die. Cream used his medical knowledge to mask the bitter taste of strychnine. He would crush the poison pills and mix them with drinks or other medications. The victims. Ellen Nellie Donworth was the first. The 19-year-old prostitute was offered a drink from a bottle containing white stuff by a man she described as having a thick mustache and a tall silk hat. She died in agony within hours. During her inquest, Cream wrote to the coroner under the pseudonym A. O'Brien, detective, offering to name the murderer in return for a £300,000 reward. Matilda Clover was the second. On October 20, 1891, a 27-year-old prostitute, Matilda Clover, met Cream and took 4 pills he gave her before bed. She began experiencing violent spasms later that night and died 2 hours later. Her death was initially assumed to be heart failure due to alcohol withdrawal (VL). Cream, under the name M. Malone, wrote a letter to the prominent physician William Broadbent, claiming to have evidence of his involvement in Clover's death and demanding £25,000 for his silence. Alice Marsh and Emma Shrivel were the final victims. On April 11, 1892, 21-year-old Alice Marsh and 18-year-old Emma Shrivel two sex workers who shared lodgings, invited Cream in. He offered them pills and a can of tinned salmon. Both women died later that night from strychnine poisoning. A police constable later recalled seeing a man matching Cream's description, leaving their lodgings early that morning. Louisa Harvey was nearly a victim. On April 2nd, 1892, Cream offered her pills. She was suspicious and pretended to swallow them, palming them instead. She later testified against him. The blackmail letters. Cream made a colossal mistake. He tried to blackmail members of London high society, accusing them of the murders he had committed. Cream sent letters to a member of Parliament, a doctor for the royal family, and a countess. He accused them of poisoning the women and demanded huge sums of money for his silence. These letters drew the attention of Scotland Yard. Not only did the police quickly determine the innocence of those accused, but they also noticed something telling. The anonymous letter writer had referred to the murder of Matilda Clover. Clover's death had been registered as natural causes related to her drinking. The writer knew details that only the killer could have known. As Job noted, unlike the Ripper, Cream seemed determined to help his pursuers. Cream wrote his blackmail letters in his distinctive handwriting. He talked openly about the murders to anyone who would listen. He gave a tour of the crime scenes to a visiting American policeman. He was, in the words of one investigator, hiding in plain sight. Part 3. The Hunt for the Lambeth Poisoner. The investigation's Scotland Yard was under pressure to make an arrest. The Assistant Commissioner, Robert Anderson, was monitoring the case closely. By mid-May 1892, the Secretary of State for the Home Office was demanding an update. The investigation had stalled. Prostitutes were unreliable witnesses. The victims' deaths were often attributed to natural causes. The police had suspects, but no solid evidence. Then Cream made his most brazen move. He filed a formal complaint of police harassment with the law firm Waters and Bryan. He claimed that he had been followed, interviewed several times, and threatened with arrest. As our client is not conscious of any wrong on his part, his lawyers wrote, he feels the inconvenience he is put to acutely. Anderson saw an opportunity. He contacted Cream's lawyers, assuring them that he wanted the matter thoroughly sifted. He assigned Inspector John Bennett Tunbridge to investigate the complaint. Tunbridge was a rising star at Scotland Yard. He had joined the Metropolitan Police at 19, earned his sergeant's stripes within 4 years, and was still in his 20s when he was promoted to inspector. Colleagues considered him one of the smartest detectives on the force, as wary as a nighthawk and sharp as a needle. Tunbridge was not interested in the complaint. He was the new officer in charge of the investigation into the Lambeth poisonings. The interview. Tunbridge called on Cream at his Lambeth lodgings on May the 29th, 1892. He pretended to be investigating the harassment complaint. Cream was nervous. He was in a highly nervous state, Tunbridge recalled, and trembled visibly. Cream had been taking more opium and morphine than usual and seemed to be cracking under the strain of police scrutiny. Tunbridge backed off and asked Cream about his work as a drug salesman. Cream brought out his samples case and described some of the medications. One bottle caught Tunbridge's eye. Tiny pills containing 1/16 of a grain of strychnine. It would be highly dangerous to let these articles get into the hands of the public, Cream noted. He sold them only to doctors and druggists, who would dispense them to their patients in the proper quantities. Tunbridge spent about an hour with Cream. When he emerged, his mind was made up. Under all the circumstances, I respectfully submit that suspicion points very strongly at present to Neil as the murderer. The evidence. The investigation intensified. Scotland Yard put Cream under surveillance. They soon discovered his habit of visiting prostitutes. They also contacted police in the United States and learned of his conviction for murder by poison in 1881. The medical evidence was also damning. The symptoms of the victims' deaths were classic strychnine poisoning. Cream had the knowledge, the access, and the motive. As one investigator noted, Cream's habit of writing blackmail letters led Scotland Yard to believe his murders were all the work of the Lambeth poisoner. His handwriting matched the letters, his description matched the witnesses' accounts, and he had been seen near the crime scenes. Part 4. Trial and Execution, the Arrest. On June 3, 1892, Cream was arrested for the murder of Matilda Clover. On July 13th, he was formally charged with the murders of Clover, Donworth, Marsh, and Shrivel, the attempted murder of Harvey, and extortion. From the start, Cream insisted he was Dr. Thomas Neal, not Thomas Neal Cream. But the evidence against him was overwhelming. At the inquest into Matilda Clover's death, a letter signed by Jack the Ripper was read out, declaring Dr. Neal innocent. It produced laughter in the courtroom, including from Cream himself. The jury returned a verdict that Matilda Clover died from strychnine poisoning, administered by Thomas Neal. The trial, Cream's trial, began on October 17th, 1892, at the Old Bailey. The courtroom was packed with spectators, journalists, and curious onlookers. The prosecution presented evidence of Cream's poison purchases, his blackmail letters, his suspicious behavior, and his history of murder. The defense argued that Cream was the victim of a conspiracy. They claimed that the letters were forged, that the evidence was circumstantial, and that Cream was being framed by the police. But the jury was not convinced. After a deliberation lasting only 12 minutes, they found him guilty of all counts. Justice Henry Hawkins sentenced him to death. The day before his execution, Cream made a new will leaving his estate to his solicitors, revoking a previous will that had left everything to a woman he had become engaged to marry. Even in his final hours, he remained controlling, manipulative, and secretive. The execution, on November 15th, 1892, Thomas Neal Cream was hanged at Newgate Prison. The executioner was James Billington, one of England's most notorious hangmen. As was customary, Cream's body was buried beneath the flagstones of the prison, marked by a single initial. His body was disinterred in 1902 and moved to the City of London Cemetery, where he is buried in an unmarked grave in section 339. Epilogue. I am Jack the... There is a persistent legend surrounding Thomas Neal Cream's final moments. James Billington, the hangman, claimed that Cream's last words were, "I am Jack the..." before the trap door opened and the noose tightened. Billington promoted this story as proof that he had executed the notorious Jack the Ripper. But the claim is almost certainly false. Cream was incarcerated in Illinois during the Jack the Ripper murders of 1888, making it impossible for him to have committed them. Billington was the only source for the alleged statement. No other witnesses confirmed it. Cream was a braggart and a liar. If he had made such a claim, it was likely a final act of grandiosity, an attempt to ensure that his name would be remembered long after his death. Nevertheless, the legend persists. Cream remains a member of the select group of people thought to have been Jack the Ripper. His name continues to evoke fascination, horror, and speculation. But the truth is clear. Thomas Neal Cream was not Jack the Ripper. He was something else entirely, a doctor who used his medical knowledge to kill, a predator who targeted the most vulnerable women, and a psychopath who derived vicarious sadistic satisfaction from inflicting agonizing deaths. Part 5. The Psychology of Cream. What drove him to kill. Thomas Neal Cream's motives remain a subject of speculation. He never explained himself. He never showed remorse. He took his secrets to the grave, but the evidence suggests a combination of factors. Psychopathy. Cream was a classic psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his victims as objects, not people. He was described by contemporaries as a sociopath who enjoyed inflicting pain. Misogyny. Cream appeared to have a deep-seated hatred of women. He often talked about them in a disparaging manner. He targeted prostitutes and pregnant women, those who were already marginalized and vulnerable. The treachery of Julia Stott, who turned state's evidence against him, likely only intensified his misogyny. Narcissism. Cream craved attention and admiration. He was a braggart who loved to talk about his crimes. His blackmail letters were not just about money. They were about notoriety. He wanted to be recognized, to be seen as the master of his own dark domain. The thrill. Cream may have been driven by the thrill of killing. He derived pleasure from the act of taking a life. As one commentator noted, he was a man who perfected the art of getting people to take poison pills. Greed. Cream was motivated by money. He killed for insurance, for inheritance, and for blackmail. But greed alone does not explain the joy he seemed to take in his crimes. Part 6. The Forensic Lessons. The Importance of Circumstantial Evidence. The Cream case is a classic example of the power of circumstantial evidence. There were no eyewitnesses to Cream's poisonings. There was no direct physical evidence linking him to the crimes. He was convicted based on a web of circumstantial details: his access to strychnine, his presence near the crime scenes, his suspicious behavior, his blackmail letters. This was a landmark case in the history of criminal justice. It established a precedent for using circumstantial evidence to convict a killer. The role of pattern recognition. Cream was caught because the police recognized a pattern: the blackmail letters, the similar methods, the similar victims. If the authorities had not connected the dots, Cream might have killed for years without detection. The case highlights the importance of pattern recognition in criminal investigations. Serial killers often have a signature, a method, a victim profile, a pattern of behavior. Recognizing that signature is essential to catching them. The danger of arrogance. Cream's downfall was his arrogance. He was so confident in his superiority that he made mistakes. He sent blackmail letters in his own handwriting. He talked openly about the murders. He gave a tour of the crime scenes. He was, in the words of one commentator, hiding in plain sight. The case is a reminder that even the most intelligent killers can be caught. Arrogance leads to mistakes. Mistakes lead to detection. Detection leads to justice. Part 7. The Legacy, the Victims. Thomas Neal Cream's victims were not just numbers. They were human beings. Ellen Nellie Donworth was 19 years old. She was a prostitute, a young woman trying to survive in the brutal poverty of Victorian London. She trusted a man who claimed to be a doctor, and she died in agony. Matilda Clover was 27 years old. She was addicted to alcohol and struggling to raise a child alone. She earned her living as a prostitute. She took 4 pills from a man she thought would help her, and she died in agony. Alice Marsh was 21 years old. Emma Shrivel was 18 years old. They were young women struggling to survive, and they died in agony because a doctor chose to kill them. Flora Brooks was Cream's wife. She was 24 years old when she died, likely poisoned by the man she had married. Catherine Hutchinson Gardner was a hotel maid. She died of chloroform poisoning after seeking help from Cream. Mary Ann Faulkner, Ellen Stack, Alice Montgomery. These were Cream's victims in Chicago, women who sought medical help and received death. And there were others, women whose names have been lost to history, women who died because they trusted a doctor. The medical profession. The Cream case is a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power. Cream was a doctor, a respected professional. He used his medical knowledge to kill, and he was able to escape detection for years because his status protected him. As author Dean Job noted, he was shielded by his status. No one wanted to believe that a doctor could be a killer. The medical profession was slow to recognize the threat that Cream posed. The case highlights the importance of accountability. Doctors must be held to the highest standards of ethical conduct. When they fail, they must be held responsible. The continuing fascination. Thomas Neal Cream remains a figure of fascination more than 130 years after his death. His story has been told in numerous books, articles, and documentaries. His photograph, with its somber gaze, continues to captivate viewers. As the McCord Stewart Museum noted, one cannot help but wonder if he had any idea of the horrific addiction that lay dormant within him. The photograph, taken in Montreal in 1874, predates his first murders. It shows a young man, well-dressed, confident, with an expression of calm self-possession. Studying the photo of Thomas Neal Cream, trying to read something in his eyes, I suddenly got the shivers, one writer recalled. Chapter summary. Thomas Neal Cream was a Scottish-Canadian physician who poisoned at least 10 victims across 3 countries. He was known as the Lambeth Poisoner for his crimes in London. He used strychnine, a colorless, odorless poison that causes agonizing death. His victims were mostly lower-class women, prostitutes, and those seeking abortions. He was convicted in Illinois in 1881 for the murder of Daniel Stott and sentenced to life in prison, but was released after 10 years. He moved to London in 1891 and poisoned at least 4 women. His attempt to blackmail innocent men brought him to the attention of Scotland Yard. He was convicted of murder and hanged at Newgate Prison on November 15, 1892. The legend that his last words were, "I am Jack is almost certainly false. His case highlights the importance of circumstantial evidence, pattern recognition, and the danger of arrogance. He was a psychopath motivated by misogyny, narcissism, greed, and the thrill of killing. Chapter 3. William Palmer, the Prince of Poisoners. Prologue, The Hangman's Spectacle. The morning of June 14, 1856, dawned grey and drizzly over the town of Stafford, England. Despite the inclement weather, a vast crowd had already gathered outside the gates of Stafford Prison. By the time the execution was scheduled to take place, some 35,000 spectators had crammed into the streets, jostling for position, some having spent the entire night in the pouring rain to secure their place. They had come to witness the death of William Palmer, the man the press had dubbed the Prince of Poisoners. He was a doctor, a gambler, a philanderer, and a killer. He had used his medical knowledge to poison his victims and his charm to escape detection, until he killed one time too many. The crowd was in a festive mood. Broadsheets and ballads detailing Palmer's crimes were sold on the streets as souvenirs. The rope maker had produced extra rope and was selling sections of the noose for a guinea apiece. The execution was a public spectacle, a morbid carnival. Palmer walked to the gallows with a calm that surprised even his executioners. He maintained his innocence to the end, refusing to confess. The trapdoor opened and the Prince of Poisoners dropped to his death. His effigy would stand in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussauds in London for 127 years. Charles Dickens, who had followed the case with morbid fascination, called Palmer the greatest villain that ever stood in the Old Bailey. But who was William Palmer? How did a respectable country doctor become one of the most notorious killers of the Victorian era? And what drove him to poison his wife, his brother, his mother-in-law, his own children, and his closest friend? Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The early years. William Palmer was born on August 6, 1824, in Rugeley, Staffordshire, a small market town in the English Midlands. He was the sixth of 8 children born to Joseph and Sarah Palmer. His father worked as a sawyer, a laborer who cut timber, and died when William was just 12 years old. Joseph Palmer's death left the family in comfortable circumstances. His widow, Sarah, inherited a legacy of £70,000, a substantial fortune in the 1830s. Sarah Palmer was a wealthy woman, and her children grew up with expectations of financial security. But William was not content with security. He wanted more money, more thrills, more women. He was a charming, handsome young man with a taste for the finer things in life and a complete lack of moral scruples. As a 17-year-old, Palmer was apprenticed to a chemist in Liverpool. The apprenticeship lasted only 3 months. He was dismissed following allegations that he had stolen money from his employer. It was the first sign of a pattern that would define his life, a willingness to take what he wanted, regardless of the consequences. The road to medicine. Despite his dismissal, Palmer was determined to make something of himself. He studied medicine in London and qualified as a physician in August 1846. He was a competent doctor, but he had little interest in healing. Medicine was a means to an end, a way to gain respectability and access to vulnerable people. After returning to Staffordshire, Palmer's dark side began to emerge. He met a plumber and glazier named George Abley at the Lamb and Flag public house in Little Haywood. Palmer challenged Abley to a drinking contest. Abley accepted and an hour later was carried home, where he died in bed later that evening. Nothing was ever proved against Palmer, but locals noted that he had taken a particular interest in Abley's attractive wife. The death was a warning of what was to come. The marriage. In 1847, Palmer married Anne Thornton, the daughter of a wealthy widow, in St. Nicholas Church, Abbots Bromley. Anne was a pretty, wealthy, and fascinating young woman of 19. She was also an heiress. Her mother had inherited a fortune of £8,000 after her father, Colonel Brooks, committed suicide in 1834. Palmer's mother-in-law, also named Anne Thornton, despised him. She had warned her daughter against him, but Anne was in love. The marriage went ahead, and Palmer gained access to the Thornton fortune. But Palmer was already in debt. He began borrowing money from his mother-in-law, who reluctantly lent him funds. Within a year, the elder Anne Thornton was persuaded to stay with William and his wife. She died 2 weeks later. The death was attributed to apoplexy. Palmer had expected to inherit £12,000 from his mother-in-law's estate. He was bitterly disappointed with the small amount he actually received. The pattern was established. Palmer would kill for money, but he was never satisfied with the results. Part 2. The murders begin. The racing world. Palmer became interested in horse racing in the late 1840s. He was drawn to the excitement of the race course, the thrill of the gamble, the promise of quick wealth. He spent a fortune building his stable of thoroughbreds. But racing was a dangerous addiction. Palmer gambled heavily and consistently lost. He began borrowing money from anyone who would lend to him. Friends, relatives, business associates, even strangers he met at the races. One such lender was Leonard Bladen, a man Palmer met at the races. Bladen lent Palmer £600, but died in agony at Palmer's house on May 10, 1850. Palmer's wife was surprised to find that Bladen died with little money on him, despite having recently won a large sum at the races. His betting books were also missing, so there was no evidence of his having lent Palmer any money. The death certificate listed Palmer as present at the death and stated the cause of death as injury of the hip joint, 5 or 6 months, abscess in the pelvis. No one suspected foul play. Palmer was a respected doctor, and Bladen's death was just one of many in a time when life was cheap. The children. Between 1848 and 1854, the Palmers had 5 children. 4 of them died in infancy. The cause of death for each child was listed as convulsions. Elizabeth Palmer died on January 6, 1851. She was about 2.5 months old. Henry Palmer died on January 6, 1852. He was about a month old. Frank Palmer died on December 19, 1852, only 7 hours following his birth. John Palmer died on January 27, 1854. He was 3 or 4 days old. Infant mortality was not uncommon in the Victorian era, and these deaths were not initially seen as suspicious. But after Palmer's conviction in 1856, there was widespread speculation that he had administered poison to his own children. It was even said that he murdered them by getting them to lick a mixture of honey and arsenic from his finger. By killing his children, Palmer avoided the expense of feeding more mouths. The one child who survived, William Brooks Palmer, was born in 1848 and lived to the age of 77. He was the sole survivor of his father's killing spree. The wife. By 1854, Palmer was deeply in debt. He had resorted to forging his mother's signature to pay off creditors. He was facing exposure and disgrace. He saw only one way out. Palmer took out a life insurance policy on his wife with the Prince of Wales Insurance Company, paying a premium of £750 for a policy worth £13,000. After paying the first and only premium, Anne Palmer died. Anne was only 27 years old. The cause of death was listed as cholera, which was understandable. A cholera pandemic was affecting the United Kingdom at the time, causing 23,000 deaths across the country. But the circumstances were suspicious. Palmer had insured her life immediately before her death, and he had collected the money. Palmer used the £13,000 to pay off some of his most pressing debts, but he was still deeply in debt, owing £12,500 and £10,400 to 2 creditors who were threatening to speak to his mother and expose his forgeries. The brother. Early in 1855, Palmer decided to kill again. This time, the victim was his brother, Walter. Walter was an alcoholic, and Palmer readily plied him with several bottles of gin and brandy a day. He was a man on a path to self-destruction, and Palmer was happy to help him along. Palmer attempted to take out a life insurance policy on Walter for the enormous sum of £84,000. Unable to find a company willing to insure him for such a sum, he instead returned to the Prince of Wales Insurance Company, paying a premium of £780 for a policy of £14,000. Walter died on August 16, 1855, but the insurance company refused to pay out. Instead, they dispatched inspectors to investigate. The inspectors found that Palmer had also been attempting to take out £10,000 worth of insurance on the life of George Bate, a farmer who was briefly under his employment. The company recommended a further inquiry into Walter's death and refused to pay the policy. Palmer was desperate. His debts were crushing. His forgeries were about to be exposed. His insurance schemes had failed. He needed money, and he needed it fast. Part 3. The Murder of John Parsons Cook. The friend John Parsons Cook was a sickly young man with an inherited fortune of £12,000. He was a friend of Palmer's, and the two men were intimately connected in racing matters. They shared horses, shared bets, shared secrets. In November 1855, Palmer and Cook attended the Shrewsbury Handicap Stakes. Cook bet on a mare named Polestar and won £3,000. Palmer bet on the Chicken and lost heavily. Cook was delighted with his win. Palmer was desperate. He owed £11,500 on bills bearing his mother's forged signature, and the creditors were closing in. He needed money to pay his debts and avoid exposure. Cook's £3,000 winnings were the answer. The first illness. On November 14th, the day after the races, Cook began to complain that his gin had burned his throat. Palmer responded by making a scene, attempting to convince onlookers that there was nothing untoward in Cook's glass. But Cook was violently sick afterward and told two friends, George Herring and Ishmael Fisher, that "I believe that damn Palmer has been dosing me." The next day, Palmer and Cook returned to Rugeley. Cook booked a room at the Talbot Arms, unaware that his friend had already planned his murder. The poisoning on November 17th. Cook met with Palmer for a drink. Soon after, he found himself sick once again. Palmer assumed responsibility for Cook's care. Cook's solicitor, Jeremiah Smith, sent over a bottle of gin which Palmer had in his possession before he sent it to Cook. The chambermaid, Elizabeth Mills, took a sip of the gin and subsequently fell ill. Cook was given the rest of the gin, and his vomiting became worse than ever. The next day, Palmer began collecting bets on behalf of Cook, bringing home £1,200. He then purchased 3 grains of strychnine from the surgery of Dr. Salt and put the grains into 2 pills, which he then administered to Cook. On November 21st, not long after Palmer administered 2 ammonia pills, Cook died in agony at about 1 a.m., screaming that he was suffocating. The death was slow and painful, a classic case of strychnine poisoning. The cover-up. Palmer immediately began to cover his tracks. He informed Cook's stepfather, William Stevens, that the deceased had lost his betting books, claiming they were of no use as all bets were cancelled once the gambler had died. He also told Stevens that Cook had £4,000 in outstanding bills, a convenient explanation for Cook's missing money. Stevens requested an inquest. Palmer obtained a death certificate from 80-year-old Dr. Bamford, which listed the cause of death as apoplexy. He then interfered with the post-mortem examination, bumping into the assistant and taking the stomach contents away in a jar for safekeeping. Palmer also wrote to the coroner himself, requesting that the verdict of death be given as natural causes, enclosing in his letter a £10 note. He even bribed the postmaster, Samuel Cheshire, to intercept letters addressed to the coroner on his behalf. But the cover-up failed. The jury at the inquest delivered their verdict on December 15th, stating that the deceased died of poison willfully administered to him by William Palmer. Palmer was arrested and charged with murder. Part 4. The Trial of the Century. The sensation, the trial of William Palmer, was one of the most sensational legal proceedings of the 19th century. It drew the attention of the public, the press, and even royalty. Prince Albert bought one of Palmer's horses at auction. Charles Dickens and Wilkie Collins followed the case closely. The trial was held at the Old Bailey in London, a venue chosen to avoid the prejudice that had already built up against Palmer in Staffordshire. An Act of Parliament was passed specifically to allow the trial to be held in London. The trial lasted 12 days, from May 14th to May 27th, 1856. The prosecution was led by the Attorney General, Sir Alexander Cockburn, who would later become Lord Chief Justice. The defense was led by Mr. Sergeant Shee. The prosecution case. The prosecution presented a compelling case. Palmer was in desperate financial straits. He had forged his mother's signature. He was on the verge of exposure. He needed money, and Cook's winnings were the answer. The prosecution also presented the medical evidence. Dr. Alfred Swain Taylor, a professor of medical jurisprudence at Guy's Hospital, testified that the symptoms of Cook's death were consistent with strychnine poisoning. The evidence was technical, but Taylor explained it in terms that the jury could understand. Dr. Taylor had analyzed the remains and found no trace of strychnine in Cook's body, but he still stated it was his belief that Cook had been poisoned. He explained that strychnine could be absorbed completely and quickly if administered in certain forms, leaving no trace in the body. Taylor testified that the evidence pointed to the use of strychnine, the sudden onset of convulsions, the arching of the back, the agonizing death. And he reminded the jury that Palmer had purchased strychnine just days before Cook's death. The defense case. The defense argued that Cook had died of natural causes, a fit of apoplexy or a stroke. They pointed to the absence of strychnine in Cook's body and argued that the evidence was circumstantial. But the jury was not convinced. After a deliberation lasting only 12 minutes, they returned a verdict of guilty. The verdict. William Palmer was sentenced to death by hanging. He was returned to Stafford Jail to await execution. The trial was a landmark in legal history. It was the first trial in which strychnine poisoning was proven through medical evidence. It was also the first trial to be moved because of pre-trial publicity, and it established a precedent for using circumstantial evidence to convict a killer. Part 5. The Execution. The Public Spectacle. On June 14, 1856, Palmer was hanged outside Stafford Prison. The execution was a public spectacle, drawing an estimated 35,000 spectators. The crowd had gathered in the pouring rain, determined to witness the death of the Prince of Poisoners. Palmer faced his death with remarkable composure. He walked calmly to the gallows and maintained his innocence to the end. His last words were reported to be a simple denial. "I am innocent of the charge." The trapdoor opened and Palmer dropped to his death. His effigy stood in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussauds in London for 127 years. The legacy. William Palmer's legacy is one of infamy. He is remembered as one of the most notorious poisoners in history, a man who used his medical knowledge to kill for profit. But his case also contributed to the development of forensic toxicology. The Palmer trial was a landmark in the use of medical evidence to convict a killer, and it helped to establish the role of toxicology in criminal investigations. Palmer's story has been told in countless books, films, and television shows. He is a figure of horror and fascination, a symbol of the dark side of the Victorian era. And the infamous pub refrain, "What's your poison?" is believed to be inspired by his exploits. Part 6. The Psychology of Palmer. What drove him to kill? William Palmer was a man driven by greed, gambling, and a complete lack of moral scruples. He was a psychopath who saw his victims as obstacles to be removed. Greed. Palmer was obsessed with money. He killed his wife, his brother, his mother-in-law, and his children for insurance money. He killed his friend for his gambling winnings. He was constantly in debt, and he saw murder as the only way out. Gambling. Palmer was addicted to gambling. He spent a fortune on horses and consistently lost. He was drawn to the excitement of the race course, the thrill of the gamble, the promise of quick wealth. And when he lost, he killed to recoup his losses. Psychopathy. Palmer was a classic psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his victims as objects, not people. He could kill his own children without a second thought. Narcissism. Palmer was a narcissist. He believed that he was above the law, that he was entitled to take whatever he wanted. He was charming when he needed to be, but he felt nothing for anyone but himself. The victims William Palmer killed at least 11 people, possibly as many as 15. His victims included Anne Thornton, his mother-in-law, killed for her money. Leonard Bladen, a fellow gambler, killed for the money he had lent Palmer. His 4 children, Elizabeth, Henry, Frank, and John, all killed in infancy. Anne Palmer, his wife, killed for insurance money. Walter Palmer, his brother, killed for insurance money. John Parsons. Cook, his friend, killed for his gambling winnings. George Abley, a plumber, possibly killed for his attractive wife. Catherine Hutchinson, gardener, a hotel maid, possibly killed for her silence. These were human beings. They had names. They had families. They had hopes and dreams. And they died at the hands of a man they trusted. Chapter Summary. William Palmer, known as the Rugeley Poisoner, or the Prince of Poisoners, was one of the most notorious Victorian killers. He used his medical knowledge to poison at least 11 victims, possibly as many as 15. His victims included his wife, his brother, his mother-in-law, 4 of his children, and his friend John Parsons Cook. He killed for insurance money, to pay off gambling debts, and to avoid exposure of his forgeries. He was convicted of the murder of John Parsons Cook in 1856. The trial was the first in which strychnine poisoning was proven through medical evidence. He was hanged on June 14, 1856, in front of 35,000 spectators. The pub refrain, "What's your poison?" is believed to be inspired by his exploits. Charles Dickens called him the greatest villain that ever stood in the Old Bailey. His effigy stood in Madame Tussaud's Chamber of Horrors for 127 years. Chapter 4. Marcel Petiot, the French Doctor of Death. Prologue. The smoke that wouldn't stop. The neighbors in the quiet Parisian neighborhood of Rue Le Sueur had noticed the smoke for weeks. It rose from the chimney of 21 Rue Le Sueur at odd hours, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes early in the morning. It was a thick, acrid smoke, unlike anything they had ever smelled. It carried a strange, greasy odor that lingered in the air. The building was owned by Dr. Marcel Petiot, a respected physician who had been practicing in the neighborhood for years. He was a kind man, they thought, a generous man. He had treated the poor for free during the war. He was a patriot, a member of the French resistance. He was the kind of doctor everyone trusted. But the smoke was unsettling, the odor was unpleasant, and people had begun to notice that visitors to Dr. Petiot's house often went in but never came out. One neighbor, a woman named Madame Beauvoir, had seen something strange. She had been walking past the building late one night when she noticed a man dragging a heavy trunk down the stairs. The man was Dr. Petiot. He was covered in sweat, his clothes stained with something dark. He loaded the trunk into a car and drove away. Madame Beauvoir mentioned it to her husband. He told her not to worry. Dr. Petiot was a respected doctor. He was a hero of the resistance. He was above suspicion. But Madame Beauvoir could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. On March 11, 1944, the police arrived at 21 Rue Le Sueur. They had received a complaint about the smoke. They knocked on the door. There was no answer. They forced their way in. What they found would shock France to its core and reveal one of the most monstrous serial killers in history. Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The early years. Marcel-André Félix Petiot was born on January 17, 1897, in Auxerre, a small town in central France. He was the son of a postal worker, and he grew up in modest circumstances. He was a bright child, but he was also troubled. He was described as a loner with a violent temper. Petiot's dark side emerged early. At the age of 8, he was caught torturing a cat. At 12, he was arrested for stealing. These were early warning signs, but no one paid attention. Petiot studied medicine and became a doctor, but his career was marked by a series of scandals. He was accused of performing illegal abortions. He was caught stealing morphine. He was accused of selling drugs. He was involved in fraud. He was convicted of theft and forgery, but he was allowed to continue practicing medicine. Despite his criminal record, Petiot was a charismatic man. He was charming and persuasive. He used his charm to deceive his victims and to avoid punishment. In 1941, Petiot established a medical practice at 21 Rue Le Sueur in Paris. It was a modest clinic, but Petiot's reputation grew quickly. He was a kind, generous man, they said. He treated the poor for free. He was a patriot fighting for the resistance. But Petiot was not fighting for the resistance. He was fighting for himself. The war years. During World War II, Paris was occupied by Nazi Germany. The French people lived in fear, and the Gestapo was everywhere. Jews were being rounded up and sent to concentration camps. Many were desperate to escape. Petiot claimed to be part of the French resistance. He said he was helping Jews escape from Nazi-occupied France. He told them he could arrange safe passage to South America or to other safe destinations. He charged them a large fee for his services, often 25,000 to 30,000 francs per person, a fortune at the time. The victims would come to Petiot's home, believing he was their savior. They brought their valuables, their money, their jewelry. They were hopeful, relieved, grateful. They had no idea they were walking into a death trap. The murder castle Petiot's home at 21 Rue Le Sueur was not just a doctor's office. It was a building designed for murder. The house had a secret room, a hidden chamber behind a false wall. It had a trap door that led to the basement. It had a furnace that could reach temperatures hot enough to burn human remains. Petiot would lead his victims into the secret room. He would tell them to undress, to prepare for the medical examination required for their journey. Then he would murder them. Petiot used a variety of methods to kill. He injected them with cyanide, a fast-acting poison that causes rapid death. He also used strychnine and other poisons. The victims died quickly, but not painlessly. Petiot then disposed of the bodies. He put them in acid vats, or he burned them in the furnace. He dissolved their remains in quicklime. He destroyed all evidence of his crimes. The building was a death trap. It was a building designed for murder. Part 2. The Victims. The body count. The exact number of Petiot's victims is unknown. Estimates range from 27 to over 60. What is known is that Petiot killed for years, luring victims to his home with promises of escape. His victims were Jews, resistance fighters, criminals, and ordinary people desperate to escape the war. They were people who had fallen on hard times, who had few choices, who were willing to trust a man who offered them hope. The victims included the Lota family, a Jewish family who came to Petiot seeking escape. They were never seen again. The Wadzinski family, a Jewish family from Poland who had escaped the Nazis only to fall into Petiot's trap. Maurice Couanon, a man who was trying to flee the country. Petiot killed him and took his money, and dozens of others whose names have been lost to history. Petiot's victims were not just Jews. He killed anyone who had money and was desperate enough to trust him. He was an equal opportunity murderer. The robbery. After murdering his victims, Petiot would take their valuables. He would take their money, their jewelry, their gold, their belongings. He would sell them on the black market. Petiot was not just a killer, he was also a thief. He was motivated by greed, not ideology. He killed for money, not for politics. Part 3. The Investigation. The Complaints. The investigation into Marcel Petiot began in 1943, when the Paris police received a complaint from the father of a young woman who had disappeared. The father was a French resistance fighter named Yvon Dreyfus. His daughter, Yvonne, had been a patient of Petiot's. She had visited him on November 20th, 1942, and had never been seen again. Dreyfus suspected that his daughter had been murdered. He had done his own investigation. He had visited Petiot's office and found bloodstains. He had reported his suspicions to the police, but the police were reluctant to act. Petiot was a respected doctor. He was a member of the resistance. He was above suspicion. Then came the complaints about the smoke. The neighbors had been complaining for weeks. The odor was terrible. The smoke was thick and greasy. Something was wrong at 21 Rue Le Sueur. The raid. On March 11th, 1944, the police finally acted. They obtained a search warrant and raided Petiot's home. The building was a charnel house. The police found body parts in the furnace. They found human remains in the basement. They found acid vats filled with dissolving flesh. They found a hidden room with a trap door. The scene was horrific. The smell was indescribable. The police were overwhelmed by the scale of the horror. But Petiot was nowhere to be found. He had fled. The manhunt Petiot went into hiding, but the police were determined to find him. The French press was full of stories about the Doctor of Death. The public was outraged. The authorities were under immense pressure to capture the killer. On October 31st, 1944, Petiot was arrested at a metro station in Paris. He was recognized by a police officer who had seen his photograph in the newspaper. Petiot was finally in custody. Part 4. The Trial. The Sensation. The trial of Marcel Petiot began on March 19, 1946, at the Palais de Justice in Paris. It was one of the most sensational trials in French history. The courtroom was packed with journalists, spectators, and the families of the victims. Petiot was charged with 27 counts of murder, but the prosecution believed he had killed many more. He was also charged with theft, fraud, and being a Nazi collaborator. The trial exposed the full extent of Petiot's crimes. The prosecution presented evidence of his murders, his thefts, and his lies. The defense argued that Petiot had been a member of the resistance, and that his actions were justified. The defense Petiot was a remarkable performer in the courtroom. He was charming, articulate, and utterly unrepentant. He took the stand and delivered a rambling, incoherent testimony that lasted for days. Petiot claimed that he had been working for the French resistance. He said that the victims were not victims at all. They were German collaborators, traitors, and Gestapo agents. He said he had killed them in self-defense. The defense also argued that Petiot was insane. They presented psychiatric evidence suggesting that he was suffering from paranoid delusions. But the jury was not convinced. Petiot was not insane. He was not a patriot. He was a killer. The verdict. On May the 25th, 1946, Petiot was found guilty of all 27 counts of murder. He was also found guilty of theft and fraud. He was sentenced to death by guillotine. Petiot showed no remorse. He remained calm and collected throughout the proceedings, as if he had accepted his fate. The execution on May the 25th, 1946, just hours after the verdict was announced, Marcel Petiot was executed by guillotine at La Sainte prison in Paris. He faced his death with composure, walking calmly to the guillotine without hesitation. One witness described the scene. He was placed on the plank of the guillotine, and the blade fell. It was all over in seconds. He died well, like a man without fear. It was a swift end for a man who had killed so many people in agony. Part 5. The Aftermath. The body. Count Petiot's exact body count is unknown. The authorities found the remains of 27 people in his home, but they believed he had killed many more. Some estimates put the number at 63. Others suggest that he may have killed as many as 100. In 1946, a French court declared him to be the author of 27 murders committed with premeditation. But that number is likely an underestimation. Petiot's victims were people who had trusted him. They had come to him seeking help. They had brought their money, their jewelry, their hopes for a better life. And they had died in agony at the hands of a man who pretended to be their savior. The legacy, Marcel Petiot's legacy, is one of infamy. He is remembered as one of the most monstrous serial killers in history, a man who used the chaos of war to cover his crimes. But his case also highlights the importance of vigilance. Petiot was able to kill for years because no one suspected him. He was a respected doctor, a member of the resistance. He was above suspicion. His case also highlights the importance of investigation. Petiot was caught because a father refused to accept his daughter's disappearance. He was caught because neighbors complained about the smoke. He was caught because the police finally acted. The case also raises uncomfortable questions about human nature. How could a man who had sworn to heal kill so many people? How could a man who had taken the Hippocratic Oath become a monster? The answers are complex. Petiot was a psychopath, a narcissist, and a sadist. He was driven by greed, power, and the thrill of killing. He was a man who had abandoned all moral scruples. Part 6. The Psychology of Petiot. What drove him to kill? Marcel Petiot was a man driven by greed, narcissism, and a complete lack of moral scruples. He was a psychopath who saw his victims as objects to be exploited. Greed. Petiot was motivated by money. He killed for his victims' valuables. He sold their belongings on the black market. He was a thief who used murder to enrich himself. Narcissism. Petiot was a narcissist. He believed he was above the law, that he was entitled to take whatever he wanted. He was charming and persuasive, and he used his charm to deceive his victims. Psychopathy. Petiot was a classic psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his victims as objects, not people. Sadism. Petiot may have derived pleasure from killing. He killed his victims in ways that caused them pain and terror. He was a sadist who enjoyed the suffering of others. The question of insanity. Throughout his trial, Petiot's lawyers argued that he was insane, but the evidence suggests otherwise. Petiot was not insane. He was a psychopath, a man who knew the difference between right and wrong, but simply didn't care. Petiot was able to hold down a job. He was able to maintain relationships. He was able to plan and execute complex schemes. He was fully aware of what he was doing. He was not insane. He was evil. Part 7. The Forensic Lessons. The importance of investigation. The Petiot case highlights the importance of investigation. Petiot was able to kill for years because no one investigated him thoroughly. His criminal record was ignored. His suspicious behavior was overlooked. He was a respected doctor, and no one wanted to believe he could be a killer. His case also highlights the importance of persistence. The police investigation was slow and plagued by a lack of rigor. The investigation involved 100 officers and 20,000 witnesses. But it was the persistence of one father, Yvonne Dreyfus, that eventually led to Petitot's downfall. The role of forensics. The Petitot case also highlights the importance of forensic science. The authorities used forensic techniques to identify the remains of Petitot's victims. They used dental records to identify the victims. They used chemical analysis to identify the poisons. Forensic science was essential in the investigation. It provided the evidence that was needed to convict Petitot. The danger of trust. The Petitot case is a stark reminder of the danger of blind trust. Petitot was able to kill because his victims trusted him. They trusted him because he was a doctor, a respected professional, a member of the resistance. They trusted him because they had no other choice. But that trust was misplaced. Petitot was not their savior, he was their murderer. Chapter summary. Marcel Petitot was a French doctor who murdered at least 27 people during World War II, possibly as many as 63. He claimed to be part of the French resistance, helping Jews escape Nazi-occupied France. In reality, he lured victims to his home, murdered them, and took their valuables. His home was equipped with a secret room, trapdoors, acid vats, and a furnace for disposing of bodies. He was arrested in 1944, tried in 1946, and executed by guillotine on May 25, 1946. His victims were Jews, resistance fighters, and anyone desperate enough to trust him. He was a psychopath motivated by greed, narcissism, and the thrill of killing. The case highlights the importance of investigation, forensic science, and vigilance. Chapter 5. H. Holmes, America's First Serial Killer. Prologue, The Castle of Horrors. The building at 63rd and Wallace Streets in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood was an imposing sight. 3 stories tall, it stretched along the block, its ground floor filled with shops, a drugstore, a jewelry store, a barber shop. Above there were apartments, rented to tenants who came and went. From the outside, it looked like any other respectable commercial building in the growing city. But inside, it was something else entirely. There were rooms without doors, doors that opened onto brick walls, corridors that led nowhere, staircases that ended in ceilings, trapdoors that opened into dark chutes, secret passages hidden behind sliding panels, rooms with gas pipes that could be controlled from a single office, allowing the occupant to be asphyxiated at will. In the basement there were acid vats, pits of quicklime, and a crematorium. There were operating tables and surgical instruments. There were the remains of human beings, flesh dissolved in acid, bones bleached and sold to medical schools. This was the murder castle of H. Holmes, a man who would become known as America's first serial killer. Over the decades, his legend has grown into a monstrous myth. He is said to have killed 200 people during the 1893 World's Fair. He is said to have built a labyrinth of death designed specifically to torture and murder unsuspecting tourists. He is said to have been the devil incarnate, a man so evil that even the devil himself would have been impressed. But much of what we think we know about H. Holmes is myth. Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The early years. Herman Webster Mudgett was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, the third child of Levi Horton Mudgett and Theodate Page Price. His family was devoutly Methodist, and his father was reportedly a heavy drinker who cruelly mistreated his family. As a child, Mudgett was intelligent and academically gifted, graduating from high school with honors at the age of 16. But he was also a victim of bullying. In one incident, classmates forced him to stand in front of a human skeleton and put its hands on his face, hoping to frighten him. The experience had the opposite effect. Mudgett was intrigued rather than terrified. He developed an obsession with death and began dissecting animals. The medical student. In 1879, Mudgett enrolled at the University of Vermont, but he left after 1 year. In 1882, he transferred to the University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery. Despite mediocre academic performance, Mudgett graduated in June 1884, but he was already honing a skill that would serve him well in his criminal career: fraud. While at Michigan, Mudgett worked in the anatomy lab under Professor William James Herdman. The two were said to have been engaged in facilitating grave robbing to supply medical cadavers. But Mudgett was also involved in a more sophisticated scam. He would take out life insurance policies on accomplices, acquire cadavers from the school, disfigure them to prevent identification, and collect the insurance money. A classmate remembered Mudgett as a liar and a sneak with an unnatural liking for dissection, who once obtained permission to take a body home with him to cut up over spring vacation. The birth of H. Holmes. After graduation, Mudgett moved to Illinois. He abandoned his first wife, Clara Lovering, and their child, and began using the name Henry Howard Holmes, reportedly an homage to the fictional detective Sherlock Holmes. In 1886, Holmes arrived in Chicago and took a job at a pharmacy on the corner of 63rd and Wallace Streets. The pharmacy was owned by Dr. E.S. Holton, a woman, not a man, as was often mistakenly reported. Dr. Holton and her husband William actually outlived Holmes by several years. But this detail was lost to history as the legend grew. Holmes eventually took over the pharmacy. He purchased the empty lot across the street and began construction on what would become his castle. Part 2: The Murder Castle. The construction between 1889 and 1891, Holmes constructed a 3-story commercial building that would become infamous as the Murder Castle. The first floor held storefronts, a drugstore, a jewelry store, a barber shop. The second and third floors were supposed to be apartments and, reportedly, a hotel. But there was a problem. The top floor was never finished or furnished for public use. The truth is that the building was never a hotel. As author Adam Selzer, who wrote H. Holmes, The True History of the White City Devil, explains, when he added a third floor onto his building in 1892, he told people it was going to be a hotel space, but it was never finished or furnished or open to the public. The whole idea was just a vehicle to swindle suppliers and investors and insurers. Holmes hired and fired numerous construction crews during the building process, allegedly so that no one would understand the true layout of the building. And it was a strange layout indeed. The interior. Inside the castle was a labyrinth of rooms and passages. There were corridors that led nowhere. There were hidden partitions and sliding panels. There were trapdoors that opened onto chutes. There were rooms with gas lines that could be controlled from Holmes's office, allowing him to asphyxiate his victims. The basement was the most macabre section. According to the Harper's Magazine report of 1943, it was fitted with operating tables, a crematory, pits containing quicklime and acids, surgical instruments, and various pieces of apparatus which, resembling medieval torture racks, never were satisfactorily explained. Holmes could, from the comfort of his office, monitor movements in the building through electrical switches embedded in the floorboards that communicated to an indicator in his office. But did Holmes actually use this elaborate apparatus to murder dozens of tourists? Modern historians are skeptical. Part 3: The Victims. Separating fact from fiction. The legend of H. Holmes says he killed as many as 200 people, mostly women who came to Chicago for the World's Fair. The number appears to have originated with a line in a 1940 pulp book called Gem of the Prairie by Herbert Asbury, which casually suggested that Holmes might have killed 200 people. There is no evidence to support this number. The true figure is closer to 9, says Selzer. He confessed to 27 at one point, but several of them were still alive at the time. Holmes's actual victims appear to have been people he knew, not strangers lured to his hotel. The likely victims. Julia Connor and her 6-year-old daughter, Pearl, disappeared around Christmas 1891. Holmes had been having an affair with Julia and involving her in his business schemes. Holmes alternately denied killing her and confessed to accidentally killing her while performing an abortion. Emmeline Sigrand, a stenographer from Indiana, disappeared in 1892. She had worked for Holmes and was reported to be engaged to him. Minnie William and her sister, Nanny Williams, also disappeared around this time. Minnie had been Holmes's private secretary and was romantically involved with him. Benjamin Pitesel was Holmes's associate in a fraudulent insurance scheme. Holmes killed him in September 1894. 3 of Pitesel's children, Howard, Alice, and Nellie, were also killed by Holmes in an attempt to cover up his crimes. These are the victims that historians can confirm with reasonable certainty. The World's Fair myth. The idea that Holmes preyed on innocent tourists visiting the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition is one of the most persistent myths about him. As Selzer notes, only one of Holmes's victims was known to be a tourist visiting the World's Fair. The myth was perpetuated by sensationalist newspapers of the era, what was then called yellow journalism. Harold Schechter, author of Depraved, The Definitive True Story of H. Holmes, explains, "By the time I reached the end of my book, I kind of realized even a lot of the stuff that I had written was probably exaggerated." The tabloids of the 1890s were not concerned with accuracy. They were concerned with selling newspapers. And the story of a doctor who had built a torture castle was far more compelling than the story of a swindler who had killed a handful of people. Part 4. The Pitesel Case. The scheme. In 1893, Holmes concocted a scheme with an associate, Ben Pitesel, to defraud an insurance company by faking Pitesel's death. Pitesel purchased a $10,000 life insurance policy, and the two men began traveling across the United States, committing other acts of fraud along the way. In St. Louis, Holmes was arrested for fraud and briefly jailed. While in jail, he met a career criminal named Marion Hedgepeth, who agreed to help him in the insurance scheme. After his release, Holmes traveled to Philadelphia and killed Pitesel. The children Holmes then convinced Pitesel's widow that her husband was still alive. He gave her $500 of the insurance money he had collected, but he was worried that some of Pitesel's 5 children might alert the authorities. Holmes killed 3 of Pitesel's children, Howard, Alice, and Nellie. The bodies of Alice and Nellie were found buried in Toronto. The body of Howard was found in Indianapolis, where Holmes had cut up and burned the remains in a stove. The arrest. Holmes was arrested in Boston in November 1894. Insurance investigators had been alerted to the fraud by Hedgepeth, who was looking to make a deal for his own release. Holmes was tried in Philadelphia for the murder of Benjamin Pitesel. He was convicted and sentenced to death. Part 5. The Trial. The sensation. The trial of H. Holmes was one of the most sensational criminal proceedings of the 19th century. The public was fascinated by the story of the doctor who had built a torture castle and murdered dozens of people. Holmes was tried for the murder of Benjamin P. Tetzel. The prosecution presented evidence of his fraud schemes, his lies, and his murders. The defense argued that Holmes was innocent, that Tetzel had died of natural causes. But the jury was not convinced. On October 28, 1895, Holmes was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death by hanging. The confessions. While awaiting his execution, Holmes gave a series of confessions, none of which were reliable. He confessed to 27 murders, but it soon became clear that some of the victims he named were still alive. A contemporary newspaper reported his recent confession, wherein he claimed to have killed 27 persons, was disproved, partly at least, by the appearance of several of the so-called victims. Holmes was using the confessions as a tool. He sold his story to the Hearst Corporation for $10,000, a staggering sum at the time. The execution. On May 7, 1896, Holmes was hanged at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia. The execution was a grisly affair. Holmes's neck did not snap when the trapdoor opened. Instead, he slowly strangled for 15 to 20 minutes. Holmes's final words were a denial of all crimes except the deaths of 2 women through malpractice. He proclaimed his innocence of any murder, including that for which he was convicted and hanged, reported a contemporary newspaper. Holmes maintained his composure to the end. A newspaper account described him as probably the coolest person in the solemn assemblage. The legacy. Holmes's body was buried in a concrete-filled coffin, buried 10 feet deep, a precaution against his body being stolen and sold to medical schools. His legacy lived on. His effigy stood in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussauds. His story was told in countless books and films, and in 2003, Erik Larson's best-selling The Devil in the White City cemented Holmes's place in the public imagination. Part 6. The Psychology of Holmes. What drove him to kill? H. Holmes was a classic psychopath, charming, intelligent, manipulative, and utterly without remorse. Psychopathy. Holmes lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his victims as objects to be used and discarded. His memoir's opening line, "I could not help the fact that I was a murderer, no more than the poet can help the inspiration to song," is a classic psychopathic rationalization. Narcissism. Holmes was a narcissist. He believed he was above the law, that he was entitled to take whatever he wanted. He used multiple aliases, married at least 4 times, and was a serial con artist. Greed. Holmes was motivated by money. He killed for insurance money, for his victim's property, and to avoid detection. His crimes were not acts of passion. They were calculated schemes. The thrill. Holmes may have been driven by the thrill of killing. He killed for pleasure, deriving satisfaction from the act of taking a life. The question of insanity. Holmes's lawyers argued that he was insane. The evidence suggests otherwise. Holmes was a clever, calculating man who was fully aware of what he was doing. He planned his crimes meticulously and took steps to avoid detection. Holmes was not insane. He was evil. Part 7. The Myth of the Murder Castle. The sensationalist press. The legend of H. Holmes was largely created by the yellow journalism of the 1890s. Newspapers, eager to sell copies, printed lurid stories about Holmes's murder castle, describing trapdoors, gas chambers, torture racks, and acid vats. Newspapers claimed Holmes used his building's chute to transport bodies to the basement. The fact that he had a chute was not unusual, since many buildings had laundry chutes connected to the basement. They claimed he had gas pipes to asphyxiate victims and soundproofed rooms to hide their screams. But there is little evidence for these claims. The real building. The building at 63rd and Wallace was a commercial building with storefronts on the ground floor and apartments above. It was not a hotel. The hidden chambers and secret passages may have been used for more mundane purposes, hiding stolen furniture, perhaps, or conducting insurance fraud. The building was damaged by a fire in 1895, but was repaired and remained standing until 1938, when it was torn down to make way for a post office. The enduring legend. Despite the debunking of many of the myths, the legend of H. Holmes endures. He remains America's first serial killer, a figure of horror and fascination. The murder castle remains a cultural touchstone, a symbol of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of American life. Part 8. The Forensic Lessons. The importance of investigation. Holmes was not caught by brilliant detective work. He was caught because he was a fraudster who finally overreached. But the investigation that followed revealed the extent of his crimes. The role of forensics. The Holmes case highlighted the importance of forensic science. The bodies of Pittel's children were found through careful investigation. The acid vats and crematorium in the castle were discovered through physical examination. The danger of myth. The Holmes case is a cautionary tale about the power of myth. The legend of the murder castle has obscured the real story of a serial killer and his victims. Chapter Summary. H. Holmes, born Herman Webster Mudgett, is America's first documented serial killer. He constructed the Murder Castle in Chicago, a building equipped with secret passages, trapdoors, and acid vats. The legend that he killed 200 people during the World's Fair is a myth. The real number is likely closer to 9. His actual victims included his lovers, employees, and Benjamin Pittel and his children. He was convicted of the murder of Benjamin Pittel and hanged in 1896. The murder castle was torn down in 1938, and a post office now stands on the site. The myths surrounding Holmes were largely created by sensationalist newspapers. The story of H. Holmes is a cautionary tale about the power of myth and the dangers of unchecked power. Chapter 6. Michael Swango, the doctor who killed for thrills. Prologue. The smile of death. The nurse could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was the summer of 1985, and she was working at the Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. A new doctor had joined the team, a young man named Michael Swango. He was bright, ambitious, and charming. He was also, she would later recall, a man who seemed to smile at the worst possible moments. She had seen him emerge from a patient's room moments after a sudden death. There was something unsettling about his expression, not grief, not concern, but something closer to satisfaction. It was as if he had been waiting for the moment. The nurse reported her suspicions. She was not the only one. Other nurses had noticed the same thing. Patients under Swango's care were dying at an alarming rate. When he was on duty, the death rate spiked. When he was off duty, it dropped. But nothing was done. Swango was a doctor, a respected professional. The nurses were just gossiping. The administration dismissed their concerns as overreaction. Swango continued to kill. Years later, after he had been convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life in prison, investigators would learn the truth. Michael Swango was a psychopath who killed for the sheer thrill of it. He was obsessed with death, fascinated by Nazism and serial killers. He kept scrapbooks of gory car crashes and collected an arsenal of weapons and an assortment of poisons. He was a man who had found the perfect cover. The White Coat of a Doctor. Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The early years. Michael Joseph Swango was born on October the 21st, 1954, in Tacoma, Washington. He was the son of a military officer, and he grew up in a strict, disciplined household. His father was a demanding man who expected perfection from his children, and Swango struggled to meet those expectations. Swango was a bright student, excelling in science and mathematics. He was also a former Marine, having served in the military before pursuing a medical career. But beneath the surface of the successful student and former Marine was a deeply troubled individual. Swango developed an obsession with death at an early age. He was fascinated by violence, by gore, by the macabre. He kept scrapbooks of pictures of gory car crashes. He was fascinated by Nazism, the Holocaust, and serial killers, such as Jim Jones. He collected an arsenal of weapons and an assortment of poisons in his apartments. Medical school. Swango attended the Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. He was a gifted student, but he was also a man with a dark side. His fellow medical students noticed something unsettling about him. He showed a fascination with dying patients and preferred working as an ambulance attendant instead of studying. He also developed a reputation for being present when patients died. During his time as a medical student, 5 patients under his care died mysteriously. His fellow students dubbed him 00 Swango, License to Kill, a play on the James Bond code number. Yet Swango graduated, albeit behind schedule. He had found his calling, medicine, and he had found his perfect cover. Part 2. The Murders Begin. Ohio State University. After medical school, Swango moved to Ohio State University Medical Center for his residency. The pattern continued. His patients, many of whom were considered stable, began to mysteriously die. Nurses reported seeing Swango enter patients' rooms with a syringe shortly before the deaths. One of the victims was Cynthia McGee, a 19-year-old gymnast. Swango would later admit to murdering her. The concerns were reported to the administration, but the administration dismissed the concerns as gossip and overreaction. Fearful of the public relations damage and possible loss of funding, they closed ranks and refused to cooperate with investigators. Swango's residency was cancelled, but he was not prosecuted. He moved on. The ambulance poisoning Swango returned to his hometown of Quincy, Illinois, and took a job as an emergency medical technician on an ambulance crew. It was here that he notoriously poisoned his colleagues. Swango placed arsenic in the food and drink of 5 ambulance workers. The workers became violently ill, but survived. Swango was arrested and convicted of aggravated battery. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, though he served only 2 years. His license to practice medicine was suspended in 1986. A pattern of deception. Despite his conviction, Swango was determined to continue practicing medicine. He used every trick in the book to keep access to the medical field. When he was released from prison in 1989, he found work in Virginia and then in South Dakota. He falsified his criminal record, changing his aggravated battery conviction into a misdemeanor for getting into a fight with co-workers. He even faked a letter from the governor of Virginia that stated his right to vote and serve on a jury had been restored. Background screenings were not as rigorous in those days, and Swango was able to deceive the system. He was hired by what is now Sanford Health in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. During his time in South Dakota, there were no notable suspicious activities. It is possible he was trying to lie low, or perhaps he just kept his crimes better hidden. Part 3. A Hospital Murders. the Northport Veterans Affairs Medical Center. In 1993, Swango secured a position at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northport, New York. It was here that he would commit his most brazen murders. Swango would inject patients with lethal doses of drugs that had not been prescribed. He also falsified "do not resuscitate" orders for his helpless victims. The victims included Thomas Samarco, 73 years old, was killed by Swango in 1993. George Ciano, 60 years old, a construction worker from Shirley, Long Island, was killed by Swango. Aldo Serini, 62 years old, a disabled Korean War veteran from Port Washington, was killed by Swango. Baron Harris Sr., 60 years old, survived an injection with a paralyzing drug, but later fell into a coma and died. Swango also administered fatal doses of drugs to 5 patients at a mission hospital in Zimbabwe. Toxicological tests performed after the victims' bodies were exhumed revealed fatal levels of hospital drugs that had not been prescribed for them. Part 4. The International Killer. Zimbabwe. By 1994, Swango had fled overseas. He arrived in Zimbabwe, where he again established himself as a doctor, this time at Mnene Mission Hospital in Mberengwa. In Zimbabwe, Swango continued his killing spree. His reign of terror at Mnene Mission Hospital left a trail of victims that local villagers still remember decades later. Philemon Moyo was one of the victims. According to his son, Tendukai Moyo, Philemon had undergone an operation to amputate his leg and was transferred to Mnene Mission Hospital for monitoring. On the night of his murder, his mother fell asleep while Swango was in the room. She woke to hear the door slam shut, and when nurses checked on Philemon, he was dead. Margaret Jo succumbed to poisoning before she was due to have a minor operation. Edith Ngwenya, Swango's house help, was also killed. Katazo Shava had just had a leg operation when Swango found him, with friends who had come to visit. Swango asked them to leave to allow his patient to rest. They heard Shava scream and ran back to find him frenzied, yelling that Swango had given him something bad. Shava died that afternoon of paralysis. The medical staff at Mnene Hospital grew suspicious. They realized that something was wrong and tried to charge him, but he beat the charges and fled. Mrs. Irene Chinyeri survived Swango's poisoning. She recalled being injected on her shoulder. She fell unconscious and was resuscitated by nurses. When Swango tried to inject her again, she refused. Kineas Insezua also survived. He woke one night to sense Swango's needle in his arm. Swango waved goodbye as he walked away, a gesture Mrs. Awa did not understand until his temperature shot up and his body became paralyzed. He managed to scream, and nuns revived him. Police were called in to investigate. They found 55 different types of drugs brought into the country illegally in Swango's fridge. Swango was dismissed and moved to Bulawayo. He hired prominent lawyer David Coulthard to defend him and was allowed to practice at Mpilo Hospital while he waited for the investigation to conclude. The flight with a hearing due in August 1996, Swango realized the net was closing. He fled to Zambia and then to Namibia, where he found temporary medical work. He continued to practice poisoning patients in Zambia, where he was suspected and fired once again. In March 1997, he applied for a job at the Royal Hospital in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, using a false resume. The arrest. On June 23, 1997, Swango was arrested by Immigration and Naturalization Service agents at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. He was on a layover heading to Saudi Arabia. Swango was initially arrested for lying to government investigators, not murder. He had lied on his applications and he had lied to investigators. That gave investigators the window they needed to start a full investigation. Part 5. The Investigation. The FBI and Bruce Sackman. The investigation was led by Special Agent Bruce Sackman of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Sackman was serving as a special agent in charge for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs out of New York. Sackman had first become aware of Swango after a television program about the killer doctor caught the attention of a doctor at the Northport Veterans Affairs Medical Center. Sackman was called and he began his investigation. I received the phone call that changed my life, literally. I almost didn't believe this call. Is this April 1st? Sackman later recalled. The investigation was exhaustive. Sackman and his team traced Swango's path from medical school to Zimbabwe. They found that he had left a trail of suspicious deaths wherever he went. These cases are extraordinarily hard to prove. The victims many times are very ill, and many times they could have expired from the natural disease process, Sackman said. The evidence. The evidence against Swango was overwhelming. Toxicological tests on exhumed bodies revealed fatal levels of drugs that had not been prescribed. Swango's diary contained eerie passages about serial killers that he had copied by hand. According to the New York Daily News, prosecutors read excerpts from Swango's diary during his trial. He could feel that he was a god in disguise, read one excerpt. I love it, sweet husky close smell of an indoor homicide, read another. Swango was described as a fully fledged psychopath who killed for the sheer thrill of it. His motivation was not money or ideology, it was the thrill of the kill. Part 6. The Trial. The charges Swango was indicted on July 17, 2000. He was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and multiple counts of fraud. The indictment came 4 days before Swango was to be released from federal prison after serving time for lying about his criminal record. Swango pleaded not guilty initially, but later changed his plea. The guilty plea. On September 6, 19, 2000, Swango pleaded guilty to the 3 murder counts as well as counts of wire fraud and mail fraud. Speaking in a loud, clear voice, Swango admitted that he had intentionally murdered George Ciano, Aldo Serini, and Thomas Samarco while they were patients at Northport Veterans Affairs Medical Center in 1993. I did this by administering a toxic substance which I knew was likely to cause death. I knew that what I did was wrong, Swango said, describing each of the murders. At his sentencing hearing, Swango admitted to causing 3 murders, lying about his role in causing a 4th death, and lying about his 1985 conviction. He also admitted to murdering Cynthia McGee in Ohio in 1984 and to poisoning 2 patients at a mission hospital in Zimbabwe in 1995. The sentenced Swango was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He was also sentenced to 20 years to life in Ohio for aggravated murder. The families of several of Swango's victims were present in the packed courtroom. They had finally received some measure of justice. Swango showed no remorse. He offered not a word of apology. Part 7. The Aftermath. ADX Florence Swango is currently serving his sentence at ADX Florence, the federal supermax prison in Colorado. He requested to be placed there. ADX Florence is one of the most secure prisons in the world. It houses some of the most dangerous criminals in the United States, including terrorists, organized crime figures, and serial killers. Swango is incarcerated there at his own request. The victim Count Swango himself admitted to 4 deaths, but investigators believe the number is far higher. Estimates range from 35 to 60 victims. Swango is suspected in 35 lethal injection murders, according to Blind Eye, the book by James B. Stewart. Other sources estimate as many as 60 fatal poisonings. As Bruce Sackman noted, medical serial killers kill so many people that even when they cooperate, they can't even remember. Can you imagine? Part 8. The Psychology of Swango. What drove him to kill? Michael Swango was a classic psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his patients as objects, not people. As James Stewart wrote in Blind Eye, Swango was a fully fledged psychopath who killed for the sheer thrill of it. Swango was motivated by the thrill. Swango derived pleasure from killing. He described a major fatal accident as an ultimate fantasy. He admitted how much he loved coming out of the ER with an erection, knowing he was about to tell parents that their child was dead. He enjoyed the power he had over his patients. Narcissism. Swango had a grandiose sense of self-worth. He saw himself as a god in disguise. He believed he was above the law. Psychopathy. Swango was a psychopath. He lacked empathy, remorse, and the ability to connect with others. He saw his victims as objects, not people. Bloodlust. Swango was driven by a bloodlust. He derived satisfaction from the act of taking a life. As author James Stewart noted, the easy answer is he's a psychopath. He did it for the thrill, the sense of omnipotence, the godlike power of making decisions of life and death over unsuspecting victims. The question of insanity, Swango was not insane. He was fully aware of what he was doing. He took steps to cover his tracks. He falsified documents. He lied to investigators. He fled the country when the net began to close. Swango was not insane. He was evil. Part 9. The Forensic Lessons. The medical establishment's failure. The Swango case is a damning indictment of the medical establishment. Swango was able to kill for years because no one stopped him. At each hospital, the huge cloud of suspicion that enveloped Swango was wafted away by physicians and administrators, fearful of litigation and sullied reputations. Instead of investigating the suspicious deaths, the administration dismissed concerns as gossip and overreaction. The cover-up was worst at Ohio State University, noted a review of Blind Eye. Despite a number of suspicious deaths reported by nurses who had seen Swango enter the patient's rooms with a syringe, the administration dismissed the concerns as gossip and overreaction. Fearful of the public relations damage and possible loss of funding, they closed ranks and later refused any cooperation with Pulitzer Prize-winning author Stewart. The importance of background checks. Swango was able to continue practicing medicine because background checks were not rigorous enough. He was able to falsify his criminal record and deceive employers. As Bruce Sackman noted, medical credentialing is 100 times more restrictive now than it was back then. In fact, one of the good things to come about from the case is how medical credentialing has improved dramatically, because nobody wanted to hire a guy like this ever again. The role of whistleblowers. The Swango case highlighted the importance of whistleblowers. Nurses and other medical professionals who reported their suspicions were often dismissed. Management more often than not supports the accused and not the whistleblower. That's true the world over, Sackman said. The continuing problem. The Swango case is a cautionary tale calling for urgent and stringent legislation and improved reporting mechanisms so that checks on rogue physicians won't continue to be thwarted by fear of litigation and bad press, and by a closing of ranks and a suspension of belief by fellow doctors. Part 10. The Legacy. The victims. Michael Swango's victims were not just numbers. They were human beings. Thomas Samarco, George Ciano, Aldo Serini, and Baron Harris Sr. were veterans who had served their country. They trusted their doctors. Cynthia McGee was a 19-year-old gymnast with her whole life ahead of her. Philemon Moyo, Margaret Jo, Edith Ngwenya, and Katazo Shava were people trying to live their lives in Zimbabwe. And there were others, dozens of others whose names have been lost to history, whose deaths were attributed to natural causes. The medical profession, the Swango case, is a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power. Swango was a doctor, a respected professional. He used his medical knowledge to kill, and he was able to escape detection for years because his status protected him. The case highlights the importance of accountability. Doctors must be held to the highest standards of ethical conduct. When they fail, they must be held responsible. The continuing fascination. Michael Swango remains a figure of fascination more than 2 decades after his conviction. His story has been told in numerous books, articles, and documentaries. James B. Stewart's book, Blind Eye, remains one of the most comprehensive accounts of Swango's crimes. Dr. Jian Jun Chen also wrote a memoir, a physician's memoir. My Days with Dr. Death, Michael Swango and the FBI, about his experiences working alongside Swango. Swango's story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of blind trust, the importance of vigilance, and the power of the medical establishment to protect its own. Chapter Summary. Michael Swango was an American physician who killed dozens of patients in the United States and Zimbabwe. He was a psychopath who killed for the sheer thrill of it. He was estimated to have been involved in as many as 60 fatal poisonings of patients and colleagues. He admitted to causing 4 deaths. He was convicted in 2000 of 3 counts of first-degree murder. He is serving 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole at ADX Florence Federal Prison in Colorado. The case highlights the failure of the medical establishment to police itself. The case led to improved medical credentialing. He was motivated by the thrill, narcissism, and psychopathy. Chapter 8. Shiro Ishii, Japan's Doctor of Biological Warfare. Prologue, The Funeral That Wasn't. In the autumn of 1945, a funeral procession wound through the streets of a small village outside Tokyo. Mourners dressed in black followed a hearse carrying the body of Lieutenant General Shiro Ishii, one of the most powerful medical officers in the Imperial Japanese Army. Incense burned, priests chanted, the family wept. But the body in the coffin was not Shiro Ishii. Ishii was very much alive. He had staged his own funeral to throw American war crimes investigators off his trail. With approximately $1 million in cash at his disposal, he had arranged an elaborate deception, complete with mourners, priests, and a coffin filled with someone else's remains. Ishii had good reason to fake his death. He was the commander of Unit 731, a covert biological warfare research unit that had conducted some of the most horrific human experiments in history. He had overseen the deaths of thousands of prisoners, Chinese, Korean, Russian, and others, who had been subjected to vivisection, disease infection, poisoning, and other atrocities. But Ishii's deception would not last. The Americans knew he was alive, and they were determined to find him. When they did, they would make him an offer that would shock the world: immunity from prosecution in exchange for his research data. This is the story of Shiro Ishii, a doctor who abandoned the Hippocratic Oath and became one of history's most monstrous war criminals. And it is the story of the Faustian bargain that allowed him to escape justice. Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The early years. Shiro Ishii was born on June 25, 1892, in Shibayama Village, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. He was the fourth son of Katsuya Ishii, a prosperous sake brewer and landowner. The Ishii family was wealthy and respected, and young Shiro grew up in comfortable circumstances. Ishii was a brilliant student. He attended the Chiba Imperial School and the Fourth High School in Kanazawa before studying medicine at Kyoto Imperial University. He graduated in 1920 and was commissioned into the Imperial Japanese Army as a military surgeon. Ishii quickly made a name for himself. He had a booming voice, almost superhuman energy, and a relentless drive to succeed. He was also a relentless womanizer who often went on all-night drinking binges and prowled local geisha houses. His colleagues found him thoughtless and arrogant, but he was obsequious to his superiors, a trait that served him well. During his studies at Kyoto Imperial University, Ishii developed a peculiar habit. He would grow bacteria pets in multiple petri dishes. His odd practice of raising bacteria as companions rather than as researcher subjects made him notable to the staff. He was fascinated by disease, not as something to be cured, but as something to be controlled and weaponized. The conversion. In 1925, the Geneva Protocol banned the use of bacteriological and chemical weapons in war. For most people, this was a humanitarian achievement. For Ishii, it was an opportunity. He reasoned that biological weapons must be extraordinarily effective, otherwise they wouldn't have been prohibited. He began advocating for the creation of a Japanese biological weapons program. Ishii received a powerful patron in Sadao Araki, the minister of the army. Araki was a nationalist who believed that Japan needed to develop every possible weapon to achieve its imperial ambitions. He supported Ishii's vision. Between 1928 and 1930, Ishii traveled through Europe and the United States, researching biological and chemical warfare developments from World War I. His mission was highly successful and helped him win the patronage he needed. Upon his return, he was appointed professor of immunology at the Tokyo Army Medical School and promoted to major. Ishii also invented a water purification filter that he allegedly demonstrated before the emperor. The invention brought him fame and fortune, but it was not enough. Ishii wanted more. He wanted to build biological weapons. Part 2, The Birth of Unit 7.3.1. The Manchurian Laboratory. In 1932, the Japanese government put Ishii in charge of a biological weapons testing and production facility in Manchuria, which Japan had invaded the previous year. The facility was initially located in the city of Harbin, but the need for secrecy made it necessary to relocate. The new facility, known as the Zhongma Fortress, was built in Beiyine, outside Harbin, but security breaches, including an escape by prisoners who blew up the camp, forced Ishii to relocate again. In 1936, Ishii began construction of a massive facility at Pingfan, approximately 14 miles south of Harbin. When completed in 1940, what became known as Unit 7.3.1 housed approximately 3,000 personnel over 6 square kilometers, with more than 150 buildings. The facility was officially named the Anti-Epidemic Water Supply and Purification Bureau, a euphemism designed to conceal its true purpose. The cover story was that Unit 7.3.1 was engaged in water purification research. But everyone who worked there knew the truth. At a ceremony honoring the completion of the facility, Ishii made the purpose crystal clear. A doctor's God-given mission, he said, was to block and treat disease. But the work upon which we are now about to embark is the complete opposite of these principles. The experiments begin. Unit 731 was staffed by the elites of the Japanese medical community, including more than 200 doctors and scientists from top universities. They had one purpose: to develop biological weapons. Ishii and his staff spent the next 5 years mixing witches' brews of pathogens that caused some of the world's most horrific diseases: anthrax, plague, gas gangrene, smallpox, and botulism, among others. They used Chinese prisoners as guinea pigs, forcing them to breathe, eat, and receive injections of deadly pathogens. The prisoners, referred to by the Japanese scientists as logs or marutas, were held in heavily guarded, enclosed special prisons. They were provided with adequate nutrition because unhealthy individuals could not be used as experimental subjects. They were kept alive until they were needed. The experiments included vivisection. Prisoners were cut open without anesthesia to study the effects of diseases on human organs. An anonymous medical assistant described his first vivisection. The fellow knew that it was over for him, and so he didn't struggle when they led him into the room and tied him down. But when I picked up the scalpel, that's when he began screaming. I cut him open from the chest to the stomach, and he screamed terribly, and his face was all twisted in agony. Disease, infection. Prisoners were infected with plague, anthrax, cholera, typhus, and other diseases to test their lethality and to develop weapons. One former member of the unit's plague research squad later testified that his primary role was verifying the lethal dose and mortality rates of plague bacteria. Pressure chamber experiments. Prisoners were locked inside pressure chambers to test how much the body could take before their eyes popped out. Frostbite. Experiments. Prisoners were taken outside during the harsh Manchurian winter until their limbs froze off, so doctors could experiment on how best to treat frostbite. Poison gas experiments. Prisoners were subjected to poison gas to test its effects and to develop more potent versions. Weapon testing. Prisoners were tied to stakes outside, and the Japanese would test new biological weapons, such as plague-infested fleas or bacteria bombs, on them. Massive dosage experiments. Records discovered in 1984 described the effects of massive dosages of tetanus vaccine on prisoners, including tables of how long it took victims to die and the muscle spasms in their bodies. The horrors were systematic and relentless. No prisoner came out of Unit 731 alive. The scale of the atrocities. At least 3,000 people died directly from the experiments performed by Unit 731 between 1939 and 1945. These victims were not just Chinese, but also Russians, Mongolians, and Koreans. But the deaths from direct experiments were just the beginning. During the war, the Japanese Imperial Army used biological weapons developed and manufactured by Unit 731 throughout China, killing or injuring an estimated 300,000 people. The biological attacks included Battle of Changde, 1941. Japanese forces dropped plague-infested fleas on the Chinese city of Changde, causing a devastating outbreak that killed thousands. Kaiming-Germ weapon attack, 1940. Japanese forces used biological weapons against Chinese troops and civilians. Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night. Ishii planned a biological attack against the United States, which intended to spread weaponized bubonic plague. The attack was never carried out. Japanese bacteria forces, including Unit 731, started biological warfare in more than 20 provinces and cities of China on 161 occasions, claiming more than 270,000 lives and causing more than 2.37 million people to be infected by plague. Part 3. The End of the War. The Destruction. In 1945, as defeat became inevitable, Japanese troops attempted to destroy all evidence of Unit 731's crimes. As part of this effort, Ishii ordered the remaining 150 prisoners killed. The facility was destroyed, and many of its records were burned. Ishii and his colleagues coordinated the destruction of documentation and agreed on cover stories to limit information if any of them were interrogated. They knew that their activities constituted war crimes of the highest order. The fake funeral Ishii went into hiding in the Kanazawa area. In possession of around $1 million in cash, he arranged a fake funeral for himself in his native Chiyoda. The funeral was elaborate, complete with mourners, priests, burnt incense, and a coffin filled with someone else's remains. But the Americans were tipped off to Ishii's deception and continued the search. They knew he was alive, and they were determined to find him. The arrest. In November 1945, the American occupational authorities began a search for Ishii, whom they considered a high priority. On January 9, 1946, the U.S. demanded that the Japanese government produce Ishii. 8 days later, he was handed over to American forces. Ishii was arrested by United States authorities during the occupation of Japan. He was supposed to be thoroughly interrogated by Soviet authorities as well, but the Americans had other plans. Part 4. The Faustian Bargain. The interrogations American investigators from Camp Detrick, now Fort Detrick, home of the U.S. Biological Weapons Program, began interrogating Ishii in January 1946. At first, Ishii denied that any human testing had taken place. But the Americans knew the truth. They had evidence of Ishii's crimes, and they were prepared to use it. They also knew that the Soviets wanted to talk to Ishii, and their methods might not be so mild. Ishii began to realize that his only hope was to cooperate. On May 8, 1946, Ishii told Lieutenant Colonel Arvo Thompson, a Camp Detrick operative, that he was willing to share what he knew, including details of his human experiments, in exchange for immunity from prosecution. The Americans agreed. Hopeful of gathering useful information, the Americans even coached Ishii on how to avoid questioning by the Soviets. On May 6, 1947, General Douglas MacArthur sent a request to Washington, urging documentary immunity for Ishii and his colleagues. He wrote, "Additional data, possibly some statements from Ishii, probably can be obtained by informing Japanese involved that information will be retained in intelligence channels and will not be employed as war crimes evidence." The rationale. The Americans had several reasons for granting Ishii immunity. First, they wanted access to the results of experiments that they themselves had been unable to perform due to ethical scruples. A team of military microbiologists, headed by Lieutenant Colonel Maury Sanders, stated that the information was absolutely invaluable and could never have been obtained in the United States because of scruples attached to experiments on humans. Second, they wanted to keep the information out of Soviet hands. The Cold War was beginning, and the Americans were worried that the Soviets would gain an advantage in biological warfare if they got access to Ishii's data. Third, they wanted to avoid a public trial that would have revealed the details of Japanese germ experiments to the world. Such a trial would have been politically embarrassing. But there was a problem. Ishii's information was eventually judged to be of little worth. The U.S. Biological Weapons Program was far more advanced than the Japanese program. As one historian noted, the data Ishii and the others furnished the United States with were, at best, of minor significance. The cover-up. The United States kept its end of the Faustian bargain. Biological weapons were never mentioned in the Japanese war crimes trials. Ishii was never prosecuted for war crimes or crimes against humanity. The cover-up was successful for decades. The American public did not learn of the deal until the 1980s and 1990s, when historians and journalists began to uncover the truth. Even today, the U.S. government continues to withhold some information about the deal. Meanwhile, the Japanese government has never officially acknowledged the atrocities committed by Unit 731. Part 5. The Aftermath. Ishii's later life. After being granted immunity, Ishii was hired by the U.S. government to lecture American officers at Fort Detrick on the uses of bioweapons and the findings made by Unit 731. He received a pension from the Japanese government. During the Korean War, Ishii reportedly traveled to Korea to take part in the U.S. Army's alleged biological warfare activities. On February 22, 1952, Ishii was explicitly named by North Korean Foreign Minister Park Hon-young, who claimed that he had been involved in systematically spreading large quantities of bacteria-carrying insects by aircraft. Whether the U.S. Army actually used biological weapons against Chinese or North Korean forces is disputed by historians. Ishii died of throat cancer in Tokyo, Japan, on October 9, 1959. He never had to answer for his war crimes. The legacy of Unit 731. Unit 731's legacy is one of horror and injustice. The victims, at least 3,000 people who died in direct experiments, and up to 300,000 who died from biological weapons, never received justice. Their killers were never punished. The facility at Pingfan was eventually abandoned. Today, the exhibition hall of evidences of crime committed by Unit 731 in Harbin preserves the memory of the atrocities. The museum has released video testimony from former members of the unit, including Hideo Sato, who described his role in cultivating plague bacteria and conducting animal dissections. But the full truth of Unit 731 may never be known. Many documents were destroyed. Many survivors died without telling their stories, and the governments that could have exposed the truth, the United States and Japan, chose to remain silent. Part 6. The Psychology of Ishii. What drove him? Shiro Ishii was not insane. He was a brilliant scientist, a skilled administrator, and a ruthless opportunist. He was driven by ambition. Ishii wanted power, fame, and recognition. He was willing to do anything to achieve his goals, including committing atrocities. Nationalism. Ishii believed in Japanese imperial expansion. He believed that biological weapons would give Japan a decisive advantage in war. Narcissism. Ishii had a grandiose sense of self-worth. He believed that he was above the law, that his work justified any means. Lack of empathy. Ishii lacked empathy for his victims. He saw them as objects, not people. He referred to them as logs and marutas, dehumanizing terms that made it easier to justify their suffering. The question of evil. Some historians have tried to explain Ishii's actions as a product of his culture or his times, but this is a false explanation. Ishii knew that what he was doing was wrong. He hid his activities from the public. He destroyed evidence of his crimes. He faked his own death to avoid prosecution. Ishii was not a product of his culture. He was a psychopath who chose evil. Part 7. The Forensic Lessons. The failure of justice. The Ishii case is a stark reminder of the failure of international justice. Ishii was a war criminal who was granted immunity in exchange for information. He never faced trial. He never faced punishment. The contrast with the Nazi doctors is striking. The Nazis were tried at Nuremberg and convicted of war crimes. The Nuremberg Code was established as a direct result of their trial. But the Japanese doctors were never tried. The United States chose to protect them. This double standard has haunted international justice ever since. The dangers of biological warfare. The Ishii case highlights the dangers of biological warfare. Biological weapons are difficult to control, and they can cause devastating consequences. The experiments conducted by Unit 731 were a reminder of the horrors that can result when science is used for destructive purposes. The importance of accountability. The Ishii case highlights the importance of accountability. When war criminals are allowed to escape justice, it sends a message that such crimes will be tolerated. It undermines the rule of law and encourages future atrocities. Chapter Summary. Shiro Ishii was a Japanese Army medical officer who commanded Unit 731, a biological warfare research unit. Unit 731 conducted horrific experiments on prisoners, including vivisection, disease infection, and biological weapons testing. At least 3,000 people died directly from experiments, and up to 300,000 died from biological weapons deployed in China. After the war, Ishii was granted immunity by the United States in exchange for his research data. He was never prosecuted for war crimes or crimes against humanity. He died in 1959, never having to answer for his crimes. The case highlights the failure of international justice and the dangers of biological warfare. Chapter 9. Linda Burfield, Hazard. The Starvation Doctor. Oh, Prologue. The Trees of Death. In the quiet woods of Olalla, Washington, there stands a row of towering evergreen trees. They are perfectly spaced, lined up in a neat row along what was once the driveway to a sanitarium called Wilderness Heights. The locals have a name for those trees. They call them the Trees of Death. According to legend, Dr. Linda Burfield Hazard planted a tree for each of her victims. The exact number is unknown, but there are dozens of trees. Some say 40, some say more. The sanitarium that Hazard built is long gone. It burned to the ground in 1935, possibly set on fire by her husband for insurance money. But the trees remain. They stand as silent witnesses to one of the most disturbing chapters in American medical history, the story of a woman who convinced her patients to starve themselves to death. Linda Burfield Hazard was a woman of contradictions. To her followers, she was a gifted and intelligent healer, a pioneer who had discovered the secret to perfect health. To her critics, she was a sadistic, greedy quack who starved her patients to death for financial gain. She was both. Hazard genuinely believed in her methods. She believed that fasting could cure all disease, that the body could heal itself if given the chance. But she was also a manipulator, a fraud, and a thief. She took her patients' money, their property, their jewelry, and sometimes their lives. By the time she was finally brought to justice, at least 15 people had died under her care, and the true number may have been much higher. Part 1. The Making of a Monster. The Minnesota Years. Linda Laura Burfield was born on December 18, 1867, in Carver, Minnesota, the oldest of 7 children. Her father was a Civil War veteran, a former corporal in the 9th Minnesota Infantry. The family later moved to Otter Tail County, where they homesteaded and ran a log mill. As a child, Linda was described as different from other children, haughty, high-strung, and visionary. She spent hours communing with herself instead of playing with other children. She was her father's favorite, and she had no shortage of confidence. The family had an unusual dietary practice for the time, and they were mostly vegetarian, at a time when the standard Midwestern fare was meat and potatoes. Perhaps this early exposure to alternative health practices planted the seeds of her later beliefs. When Linda was 18, she married Irwin Perry, a man 14 years her senior, who owned a livery business in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. They had 2 children. But Linda was not content with domestic life. She was ambitious, socially climbing, and determined to make something of herself. The marriage failed, and Linda left her husband and children to pursue her career. The discovery of fasting. In 1898, Linda discovered the work of Dr. Edward Hooker Dewey, a physician who had written a book called The No Breakfast Plan and Fasting Cure. Dewey believed that fasting was the key to health, that most diseases were caused by overeating, and that the body could heal itself if given a chance to rest the digestive system. Linda was captivated. She had suffered from digestive problems as a child, and she believed that fasting had restored her health. She became a true believer, convinced that she had found the secret to curing all disease. She began studying osteopathy, a branch of medicine that emphasized manipulation of the body rather than drugs. She had no formal medical degree, but she called herself Dr. Linda Burfield and set up a practice in Minneapolis. In 1902, Linda's first patient died. Gertrude Young, a 41-year-old woman who had suffered a stroke, came to Linda seeking help. She began a 40-day fast under Linda's supervision. On the 39th day, she died. An autopsy was performed, and the coroner ruled that Young had died of starvation. The death certificate listed the cause as paralysis, but the coroner was suspicious. He demanded an investigation, but the county attorney found no grounds for criminal prosecution. There was no law against advising a person not to eat, and Young's fast had been voluntary. The death did not discourage Linda. She continued her practice, claiming that Young had died of an underlying disease, not starvation. The case established a pattern that would define Linda's career. When a patient died, she would blame it on an undisclosed illness or a condition that had been too far advanced for fasting to cure, and the authorities were powerless to stop her. The marriage to Sam Hazard. In 1903, Linda married Samuel Chrisman Hazard, a handsome West Point graduate with a dashing mustache and a ramrod straight posture. But Sam was not the gentleman he appeared to be. He had been dishonorably discharged from the army for misappropriating funds. He was also already married to another woman. The bigamy trial that followed sent Sam to prison for 2 years. Linda waited for him. She was a true believer in her methods, and she needed a partner. Sam was charming, persuasive, and willing to do whatever it took to get money. He was the perfect companion in crime. In 1906, after Sam's release, the couple moved to Washington State, where Linda opened a practice in Seattle. She was soon licensed to practice medicine through a legal loophole that grandfathered in practitioners of alternative medicine without medical degrees. She proudly called herself Dr. Hazard and demanded that everyone address her as such. Part 2. The Starvation Heights. Wilderness Heights. In 1908, Hazard opened a sanitarium in Olalla, Washington, a small town across Puget Sound from Seattle. She called it Wilderness Heights. The locals called it something else, Starvation Heights. The sanitarium was a primitive facility set in the woods. Patients were housed in small cabins and fed a diet of thin vegetable broth, tomato juice, asparagus juice, and occasionally a teaspoon of orange juice. They were not allowed solid food. They fasted for days, weeks, or even months at a time, but the fasting was only part of the treatment. Hazard also prescribed hours-long enemas, scalding baths, and brutal massages that patients described as pummeling or beatings. She believed that these treatments were necessary to rid the body of toxins. Some patients praised Hazard's methods. They claimed that fasting had cured them of their ailments. They became true believers. spreading the word about the miracle cure they had found. But dozens of patients died. They died of starvation, their bodies wasting away to skeletal remains. Hazard claimed that they had died of cancer or cirrhosis. The locals knew the truth. They saw skeletal patients staggering down the road, begging for food. Hazard's methods were sadistic, but they were also financially motivated. She and her husband, Sam, systematically defrauded their patients. They took their money, their property, their jewelry. They forged wills and obtained power of attorney. They were not just killing their patients, they were robbing them. The victims. Between 1908 and 1913, at least 15 patients died under Hazard's care. The true number may have been much higher. Some sources claim as many as 40. The known victims include Daisy Maud Haglund, 1908, a wealthy Norwegian immigrant who died at age 38 following a 50-day fast. Her husband, John Ivar Haglund, continued to defend Hazard even after his wife's death, taking his young son Ivar, the future founder of Seattle's famous Ivar's Restaurants, to her for treatments 3 times a week. Mrs. Elgin Cox, 1908, another victim of Hazard's fasting regimen. Ida Wilcox, 1908, a patient who died under Hazard's care. Blanche B. Tyndall, 1909, a patient who succumbed to starvation. Viola Heaton, 1909, another victim. Eugene Stanley Wakelin, 1909, the son of a British lord who died of a gunshot wound on Hazard's property. The death was ruled a suicide, but suspicions lingered. Hazard had power of attorney over his estate. Maud Whitney, 1910, died of starvation. Earl Edward Erdman, 1910, an engineer who died 3 weeks into the fasting regimen. The Seattle Daily Times headline read, "Woman MD kills another patient." Frank Stewart Southard, 1911, a prominent attorney who died under Hazard's care. Edward S. Harrison, 1911, publisher of Alaska Yukon magazine, who had also published Hazard's book. John Ivan Flux, 1911, died after 53 days of fasting. Hazard gained control of his property and cash. Lewis Ellsworth Rader, 1911, a Washington state legislator who granted Hazard the land for her sanitarium. Claire Williamson, 1911, a wealthy British heiress who weighed less than 50 pounds at death. Ida Julia Anderson, 1913, died under Hazard's care. Mary T. Bailey, 1913, another victim. Leonard Ritter, 1925, died after Hazard's release from prison. These are just the known victims. The true number may never be known. Part 3. The Williamson Sisters. The Arrival. In February 1911, 2 wealthy British heiresses, Claire and Dorothea Williamson, arrived in Seattle. They were in their early 30s and they were looking for a cure. Claire had various health complaints, and both sisters were interested in natural healing methods. They had read Hazard's book, Fasting for the Cure of Disease, and they were captivated. They contacted Hazard and arranged to undergo her treatment. Hazard was delighted. The Williamson sisters were wealthy and they were alone, far from their family and their friends. They were perfect victims. Hazard told the sisters that her sanitarium in Olalla was not yet ready for patients, so she would treat them in a Seattle apartment. They moved into the Buena Vista apartment building in February 1911. The treatment began. The sisters were put on a diet of weak vegetable broth. They received hours-long enemas. They were subjected to Hazard's brutal massage treatments. Their bodies began to waste away. Hazard also took an interest in the sisters' financial affairs. She offered to store their diamond rings in her office safe for safekeeping. She asked about their estate, their property, their money. The transfer to Olalla. By April 1911, Claire and Dorothea were too weak to walk. They were transferred on stretchers to an ambulance, then by boat to Olalla. They were placed in an attic room in Hazard's own house. Claire's condition deteriorated rapidly. Hazard convinced her to modify her will, leaving a monthly stipend to Hazard's institute. She also instructed that Claire's body be cremated under Hazard's supervision, a convenient way to destroy the evidence. On May 19, 1911, Claire Williamson died. She weighed less than 50 pounds. Hazard performed the autopsy herself. She did not list starvation as the cause of death. She claimed that Claire had died of cirrhosis of the liver. Meanwhile, Dorothea was also wasting away. She weighed less than 60 pounds. She was too weak to leave on her own. The rescue. In June 1911, a cryptic telegram arrived in Sydney, Australia. It was addressed to Margaret Conway, the sisters' childhood nurse. Conway had raised Claire and Dorothea. She had not seen them in years, but the telegram was urgent. She set sail for Seattle, arriving in June 1911. Sam Hazard met Conway at the dock. He hustled her to Hazard's office in Seattle, where she was told that Claire had died and Dorothea had gone mad. Conway was shown a body at a mortuary, but she did not recognize it as Claire. Conway was taken to Olalla to see Dorothea. She was horrified. Dorothea was a skeleton, barely alive. Dorothea pleaded with Conway to take her away, but Hazard had obtained legal guardianship of Dorothea, claiming that she was mentally incompetent. Conway was powerless. Hazard demanded $2,000 in unpaid medical bills before she would release Dorothea. Conway wired Dorothea's uncle in Portland, Oregon. The uncle arrived and managed to leave with Dorothea after paying a fee for her treatments. Dorothea weighed 60 pounds at the time of her release. Part 4. The Trial. The arrest. The British vice-consul in Tacoma took an interest in the case. He pressured Kitsap County to prosecute Hazard. When the county said they couldn't afford it, Dorothea Williamson offered to pay for the prosecution. In August 1911, Linda Hazard was arrested. The Tacoma Daily News headline read, "Officials expect to expose starvation atrocities. Dr. Hazard depicted as fiend." Hazard was defiant. She said she was being persecuted because she was a successful woman, and that a cabal of traditional doctors resented her success. She told reporters, "I intend to get on the stand and show up that bunch. They've been playing checkers, but it's my move. I'll show them a thing or two when I get on the stand." The trial, Hazard's trial, began in January 1912. She was charged with murder in the death of Claire Williamson. The prosecution presented a compelling case. The sisters had been healthy when they arrived. Their diets had been restricted to the point of starvation. Claire had weighed less than 50 pounds at death. Hazard had forged documents to steal their money. The prosecution also presented evidence of Hazard's fraudulent activities. Hazard and her husband Sam had a history of stealing from their patients. They had forged wills, obtained power of attorney, and taken jewelry and property. The defense argued that Claire had died of an undisclosed illness, not starvation. They called witnesses who testified that Hazard's methods were effective. Even John Ivar Hogland, whose wife had died under Hazard's care, testified that he believed in Hazard's methods. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated and returned a verdict of manslaughter, not murder. The press theorized that if Hazard had been a man, the verdict would have been murder. Hazard was sentenced to 2 to 20 years in prison at hard labor in the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. The pardon Hazard's appeals kept her out of prison for nearly 2 years. She finally surrendered herself to the penitentiary in December 1913. But she served only 2 years. On December 26, 1915, she was released on parole. The following year, Governor Ernest Lister gave her a full pardon on the condition that she leave the United States and move to New Zealand. Hazard and Sam moved to New Zealand, where she practiced as a dietitian and osteopath until 1920. While there, she published another book, Diet in Disease and Systemic Cleansing. But Hazard could not stay away from Olalla. In 1920, she returned to Washington and rebuilt her sanitarium. Since her medical license had been revoked, she called it a school of health, and her patients were called students. The sanitarium burned to the ground in 1935. Locals suspected it was arson. Sam Hazard had set it on fire for insurance money. It was never rebuilt. Part 5. The Death of the Starvation Doctor. The final fast on June 24, 1938. Linda Burfield Hazard died. She was 70 years old. The cause of death was starvation. She had been attempting a fasting cure on herself. There is a dark irony in her death. The woman who had starved so many of her patients to death had finally starved herself to death. She had become a victim of her own methods. Hazard would have disagreed with the assessment. In her book, Fasting for the Cure of Disease, she had written that it is questionable whether, in a conscious being, death has ever resulted from starvation. But the evidence was clear. Hazard had starved to death. She had become what she had created. Part 6. The Forensic Lessons. The Dangers of Pseudoscience. The Hazard case is a textbook example of the dangers of pseudoscience. Hazard's fasting methods were not based on sound medical principles. They were based on a false belief that the body could heal itself without nutrition. But Hazard was not just a quack. She was also a fraud and a thief. She used her pseudoscience as a cover for her crimes. She starved her patients to death and stole their money. The case is a reminder of the importance of scientific skepticism. We must be willing to question the claims of alternative health practitioners. We must be willing to demand evidence. The failure of regulation. The Hazard case also highlights the failure of medical regulation. Hazard was able to practice medicine in Washington state because of a loophole that grandfathered in alternative practitioners without medical degrees. The loophole allowed Hazard to claim the title of doctor and to present herself as a legitimate medical professional. It gave her credibility in the eyes of her patients. The case is a reminder of the importance of strict medical licensing requirements. Doctors must be properly trained and qualified. They must be subject to oversight and accountability. The role of whistleblowers. The Hazard case also highlights the importance of whistleblowers. It was the British Vice Consul and Dorothea Williamson who pressured the authorities to prosecute Hazard. Without their persistence, Hazard might never have been brought to justice. The case is a reminder that we must speak up when we see injustice. We must be willing to report suspicious behavior, even when the perpetrators are powerful or respected. The power of belief. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Hazard case is the power of belief. Hazard's patients believed in her methods. They believed so strongly that they were willing to starve themselves to death. Even when their bodies were wasting away, they continued to believe. Even when their friends and family begged them to stop, they continued to fast. Even when they were dying, they continued to trust Hazard. This is a reminder of the power of persuasion. Hazard was a charismatic, forceful woman who commanded attention. She convinced her patients that she had the answers. She convinced them that they could trust her, and they did. They trusted her to their deaths. Part 7. The Legacy. The victims. Linda Hazard's victims were not just numbers. They were human beings. They included Daisy Haglund, a wealthy Norwegian immigrant who died following a 50-day fast. They included Eugene Stanley Wakelin, the son of a British lord. They included Claire Williamson, a wealthy heiress who weighed less than 50 pounds at death. And there were dozens more. Some had turned over their property to Hazard. Some had given her power of attorney. Some had entrusted her with their lives. All of them had trusted her. The legend of Starvation Heights continues to fascinate. Greg Olson wrote a best-selling book about the case, and tours of the site are still conducted. The story has been covered in countless articles and documentaries. The site of the sanitarium is still there, a stone and concrete foundation, the remains of the incinerator, and the row of trees that legend says Hazard planted for her victims. The legend endures because the story is so disturbing. A doctor who starved her patients to death, a woman who used pseudoscience as a cover for fraud, a killer who was pardoned after serving only 2 years. It is a story that continues to shock and fascinate more than a century later. The lesson of Starvation Heights is a cautionary tale. It is a reminder of the dangers of pseudoscience, the importance of regulation, and the power of belief. It is also a reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the human heart. Hazard was not just a quack, she was a sadist, a fraud, and a killer. She used her position of trust to exploit the vulnerable, and she escaped justice. She served only 2 years in prison for her crimes. She died of starvation while attempting a fast. There is a dark justice in her death. She died as she had caused so many others to die. She became a victim of her own methods. But the true victims were the ones who died at Starvation Heights. They were the ones who trusted a doctor and were betrayed. We must never forget them. Chapter Summary. Linda Burfield Hazard was an American quack, swindler, and convicted serial killer who operated a sanitarium in Olalla, Washington, in the early 20th century. She had no medical degree but was licensed to practice medicine through a legal loophole. She promoted fasting as a cure for all ailments, prescribing a diet of thin vegetable broth. At least 15 patients died under her care from starvation. The true number may be much higher. She and her husband Sam defrauded patients of their money, property, and jewelry. She was convicted of manslaughter in 1912 for the death of Claire Williamson. She served only 2 years in prison before being pardoned. She died of starvation in 1938 while attempting a fasting cure on herself. Her sanitarium was nicknamed Starvation Heights by locals. The case highlights the dangers of pseudoscience and the failure of medical regulation. Chapter 10. Nazi Doctors, the Medical Experiments Prologue, the Trial That Changed Medicine. The courtroom in Nuremberg was packed. It was December 9, 1946, and the world was about to witness something unprecedented. 23 German physicians and administrators sat in the dock, accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity. They were not soldiers. They were not politicians. They were doctors. Brigadier General Telford Taylor, Chief of Counsel for the prosecution, rose to address the tribunal. His opening words would echo through history. The defendants in this case are charged with murders, tortures, and other atrocities committed in the name of medical science. The victims of these crimes are numbered in the hundreds of thousands. A handful only are still alive. A few of the survivors will appear in this courtroom. But most of these miserable victims were slaughtered outright or died in the course of the tortures to which they were subjected. For the most part, they are nameless dead. To their murderers, these wretched people were not individuals at all. They came in wholesale lots and were treated worse than animals. The doctor's trial, as it came to be known, would last almost 140 days. It would hear the testimony of 85 witnesses and review nearly 1,500 documents. It would expose the darkest chapter in the history of medicine, a chapter in which healers became killers and science became a tool of genocide. When the verdict was read on August 20th, 1947, 16 of the doctors were found guilty. 7 were sentenced to death by hanging. They were executed on June 2nd, 1948. But the trial's most lasting legacy was not the verdict. It was the Nuremberg Code, a set of ethical principles for human experimentation that would forever change the practice of medicine. Part 1. The Road to Atrocity. Medicine under the Nazis. How did doctors, men and women who had sworn the Hippocratic Oath, who had dedicated their lives to healing, become perpetrators of genocide? The answer lies in the slow erosion of medical ethics that began long before the Nazis came to power. In the early 20th century, the eugenics movement gained traction in Germany and elsewhere. Eugenics promoted the idea that some people were genetically superior and others inferior. It sought to prevent inferior individuals from having children, often through forced sterilization. The Nazis absorbed these ideas into their racist platform. From 1933 to 1945, they carried out a campaign to cleanse German society of individuals viewed as biological threats to the nation's health. The Nazis enlisted the help of physicians and medically trained geneticists, psychiatrists, and anthropologists to develop racial health policies. These policies began with mass sterilization. In July 1933, the Nazis passed the law for the prevention of offspring with hereditary diseases. This law imposed sterilization on people deemed to have hereditary illnesses or disabilities. Those with schizophrenia, Huntington's chorea, epilepsy, mental defectives, chronic alcoholics, and the blind and deaf. The law also targeted for sterilization groups of mixed race, Roma and Sinti, Gypsies, and those showing antisocial behavior. By the time the war ended, more than 200,000 Germans had been sterilized. The euthanasia program. From 1939 to 1945, medical staff murdered about 10,000 children in special wards created at hospitals and clinics. These children were the first victims of the Nazis' mercy-killing program, targeting infants and children with birth defects. After the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Hitler ordered the euthanasia, or T4, program for the incurably ill. Medical staff selected adult victims whom they transferred to designated killing centers. There they were gassed. The euthanasia program brought new opportunities for research. After medical staff killed the victims, physicians investigated their brains and neural tissue. They wanted to prove links between brain abnormalities and clinical forms of illness. One survivor of the Spiegelgrund Clinic in Vienna, where children were murdered for research, recalled, "One was really on one's own and totally alone with one's fears. For any child, this is horrible, and the term unworthy of life is still ringing in my ears. There is still a sign above my life that says, strictly speaking, you have no right to live." Part 2. The Medical Experiments. The categories. Unethical medical experimentation carried out during the Third Reich may be divided into 3 broad categories: experiments dealing with the survival of military personnel, experiments to test drugs and treatments, and experiments to advance Nazi racial and ideological goals. The Lancet Commission on Medicine, Nazism, and the Holocaust found that doctors, nurses, and medical institutions were actively involved in forced sterilization, human experimentation, and killing programs. and that these acts were supported by broad scientific and social consensus. The experiments were not conducted by rogue individuals operating outside the medical establishment. They were supported by leading research institutions, pharmaceutical companies, and funding agencies. The Reich Research Council and the German Research Fund approved and financed medical research and experiments. Experiments for military survival. Many experiments in the camps intended to facilitate the survival of Axis military personnel in the field. High-altitude experiments. At Dachau, physicians from the German Air Force and the German Experimental Institution for Aviation conducted high-altitude experiments on prisoners to determine the maximum altitude from which crews of damaged aircraft could parachute to safety. Prisoners were placed in pressure chambers without oxygen. Some died. Many suffered. Freezing experiments. Scientists at Dachau also carried out so-called freezing experiments on prisoners to find an effective treatment for hypothermia. Prisoners were put into tanks of ice water for an hour or more, and various methods of warming up their bodies were tried. No painkillers were used. Others were placed in the snow for hours. Sigmund Rascher, an ambitious SS doctor, conducted these experiments. He killed at least 80 inmates during the freezing experiments. One survivor, Iwan Agiu, described the experience. 2 warders pushed me to a bathroom. 3 doctors and about 10 students were already gathered there. After a heart examination, I was injected with some red stuff and put into a bathtub with a thermometer. They switched on a ventilator. I was covered in water, all but head and hands. 2 of the physicians took my wrists, controlling my pulse and making notes. I was able to describe the agony I felt being completely helpless in the hands of the so unscrupulous tormentors, to whom the life of a concentration camp inmate meant less than nothing. The last thing I remember before I lost consciousness was that a slight ice covering began to appear on the surface of the water. Seawater experiments. Prisoners were also used to test various methods of making seawater drinkable. Experiments to test drugs and treatments. Other experiments aimed to develop and test drugs and treatment methods for injuries and illnesses which German military and occupation personnel encountered in the field. Malaria experiments. At Dachau, prisoners were infected with malaria to test treatments. One survivor, Heinz Reimer, recalled, "This inhuman Nazi shut me inside a glass cage for 2 hours daily, and I had to bear thousands of Anopheles mosquitoes on my body. When I could bear the pain no longer, I tried to drive the blood-poisoned mosquitoes off. But the doctor had in a mirror seen my efforts. For that I was put under strict arrest for 7 days. Before I was taken away to serve the 7 days, I received 25 strokes with a blood-stained bull pizzle covered with leather. Typhus experiments. At Buchenwald, prisoners were infected with typhus to test vaccines and treatments. Many died. Sulfanilamide experiments. At Ravensbrück, physicians conducted experiments in bone grafting and tested newly developed sulfanilamide drugs. The rabbits of Ravensbrück. The rabbits were 74 female inmates of Ravensbrück concentration camp. The women, all Polish political prisoners, endured severe wound experiments between 1942 and 1943. Ordered by Heinrich Himmler, the experiments formed part of SS surgeon Dr. Karl Gebhardt's research on treating infected war wounds. The physicians used surgery to inflict injuries rather than as a treatment. Gas experiments. At Natzweiler and Sachsenhausen, prisoners were exposed to phosgene and mustard gas in order to test possible antidotes. Experiments to advance Nazi racial goals. A third category of medical experimentation sought to advance the racial and ideological tenets of the Nazi worldview. Sterilization experiments. Scientists tested a number of methods in an effort to develop an efficient and inexpensive procedure for the mass sterilization of Jews, Roma, and other groups Nazi leaders considered to be racially or genetically undesirable. Karl Klauberg experimented with sterilization at Auschwitz. He developed a method of non-surgical mass sterilization that consisted of introducing into the female reproductive organs a specially prepared chemical irritant that produced severe inflammation. Within several weeks, the fallopian tubes grew shut and were blocked. His experiments killed some of his subjects, and others were put to death so that autopsies could be performed. In June 1943, Klauberg wrote to Heinrich Himmler, "The non-surgical method of sterilizing women that I have invented is now almost perfected. As for the questions that you have directed to me, sir, I can today answer them in the way that I had anticipated. If the research that I am carrying out continues to yield the sort of results that it has produced so far, and there is no reason to suppose that this shall not be the case, then I shall be able to report in the foreseeable future that one experienced physician, with an appropriately equipped office and the aid of 10 auxiliary personnel, will be able to carry out in the course of a single day the sterilization of hundreds or even 1,000 women." Horst Schumann conducted X-ray sterilization experiments at Auschwitz. Prisoners were exposed to radiation on their ovaries or testes. The exposure produced severe burns on the belly, groin, and buttocks areas of the subjects, and festering sores that were resistant to healing. Many subjects died from complications. Twin experiments. The most infamous experiments were those of Josef Mengele on twins of all ages at Auschwitz. He also directed experiments on Roma, or gypsies, to determine how different races withstood various contagious diseases. Mengele held a Ph.D. and a medical doctorate. In close collaboration with the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Anthropology, Genetics, and Eugenics, he studied the phenomena of twins, as well as the physiology and pathology of dwarfism. He was also interested in people with different colored irises. Mengele's first experimental subjects were Roma children. On his orders, children were put to death so that pathology investigations could be carried out. Organs and even complete heads of children were preserved and sent in jars to institutions, including the Medical Academy in Graz, Austria. Mengele's twin experiments were particularly brutal. In the first phase, he subjected pairs of twins to special medical examinations. Usually painful and exhausting, these examinations lasted for hours. The subjects were photographed, plaster casts were made of their teeth and jaws, and their fingerprints and toe prints were taken. As soon as the examinations of a given pair of twins were finished, Mengele ordered them killed by phenol injection so that he could go on to the next phase of his experiments, the comparative analysis of internal organs at autopsy. Ruth Elias was pregnant when she was transferred from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz. She said, "I delivered a beautiful big blonde girl, but Mengele ordered that my breast be bound so that, as he said, we can see how long a newborn baby can survive without food." After watching her baby suffer for several days, a female Czech doctor gave Elias a syringe with an overdose of morphine to end the child's agony. Skeleton collections. In 1942, SS Hauptsturmführer, Professor Dr. August Hyde, chairman of the anatomy department at the Reich University in Strasbourg, set about assembling a collection of Jewish skeletons under the auspices of the Ahnenerbe Foundation. He received permission from Himmler to select the required number of prisoners at Auschwitz. The selection of 115 persons, 79 Jewish men, 30 Jewish women, 2 Poles, and 4 Asians, probably Soviet POWs, was carried out by Hirt's collaborator, SS Hauptsturmführer Dr. Bruno Beger. After going through quarantine, the prisoners were sent to Natzweiler Struthof concentration camp, where they were killed in the gas chamber. The victims' corpses were sent to Hurt as material for his skeleton collection, which was intended for use in anthropological studies that would demonstrate the superiority of the Nordic race. Pharmaceutical company involvement. From 1941 to 1944, SS camp physicians Friedrich Entrus, Helmut Vetter, and Eduard Wirths carried out clinical trials of new medications on Auschwitz prisoners. They did so on commission from IG Farben Industry, and particularly from the Bayer firm, which was part of that cartel. These preparations were given to prisoners suffering from contagious diseases, who had in many cases been deliberately infected. The patients forced to take them suffered from disturbances of the digestive tract, including bloody vomiting, painful bloody diarrhea, and impairment of the circulatory system. Many died. The shoe testing track. The longest-running coerced experiments were carried out from June 1940 to February 1945 on a shoe testing track in the Sachsenhausen concentration camp. The victims were political prisoners, British prisoners of war, and one Irish prisoner of war. Inmates had to run up to 40 kilometers per day on the track, often carrying heavy rucksacks. Physicians tested performance-enhancing drugs and stimulants, such as cocaine, on the victims. The research aimed to benefit civilian and military needs. The Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Leather Research and shoe factories, such as Salamander, commissioned the tests. Temler Werke, a pharmaceutical company, tested the amphetamine Pervitin on the inmates. Part 3. The victims. The numbers. Human experiments under National Socialism were more extensive than often assumed, with a minimum of 15,754 documented victims. Experiments rapidly increased from 1942, reaching a high point in 1943, and sustained until the end of the war. There were more victims who survived than were killed as part of or as a result of the experiments. Many survived with severe injuries. Victims came from diverse nationalities, with Poles, Jews, and Roman Catholics as the largest national cohort. There were also high numbers of German and Austrian victims, in part as a result of the experiments and dissections that accompanied the killing of psychiatric patients. Victims included a Swiss conscientious objector used for malaria experiments at Dachau, and British commandos captured in Norway, used for amphetamine and high-performance experiments on the shoe track at Sachsenhausen, and subsequently executed. The suffering. The suffering of the victims is almost beyond comprehension. They were subjected to torture, disease, mutilation, and death, all in the name of science. The experiments were conducted without consent, without anesthesia, without any regard for the victims' well-being. Prisoners were treated as disposable objects to be used and discarded. One survivor of the Ravensbrück experiments recalled, "We, the undersigned Polish political prisoners, ask." The letter smuggled out of the camp in Urin reached the Polish underground and the Polish government in exile in London, which published information about the experiments. Part 4. The Doctor's Trial. The defendants. On December 9, 1946, an American military tribunal opened criminal proceedings against 23 leading German physicians and administrators for their willing participation in war crimes and crimes against humanity. The defendants included Karl Brandt, Hitler's personal physician. He was responsible for the euthanasia program. He was sentenced to death and executed on June 2, 1948. Herta Oberheiser, a woman physician at Ravensbrück camp. She was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison, later commuted to 10 years. She was released in 1952. Waldemar Hoven, chief physician at Buchenwald. He conducted experiments on prisoners, injecting them with typhus. He was sentenced to death and executed on June 2nd, 1948. Siegfried Handlöser, medical chief of the German armed forces. He was sentenced to life in prison, later commuted to 20 years. Paul Rostock, a surgeon and consultant to the German military. He was acquitted due to lack of evidence. After almost 140 days of proceedings, including the testimony of 85 witnesses and the submission of almost 1,500 documents, the American judges pronounced their verdict on August 20th, 1947. 16 of the doctors were found guilty. 7 were sentenced to death. They were executed on June 2nd, 1948. The verdict. On August 20th, 1947, presiding Judge Walter B. Beals sentenced Carl Brandt to death by hanging. He had lost 25 pounds during the trial, enduring ill health and much pain. Just 3 weeks after issuing the sentences, he resumed his seat on the Washington State Supreme Court. Of the 23 people tried during the doctor's trial, 7 were convicted, sentenced to death by hanging, and executed on June 2nd, 1948, in Landsberg Prison in Bavaria. 9 other defendants were convicted and sentenced to terms ranging from 10 years to life in prison, all of which were reduced in the appeal process. The remaining 7 were acquitted. Part 5. The Nuremberg Code. The Legacy. On August 19, 1947, the judges confronted the difficult question of medical experimentation on human beings. Several German doctors had argued in their own defense that their experiments differed little from previous American or German ones. They showed that no international law or informal statement differentiated between legal and illegal human experimentation. Dr. Alexander, a physician who had worked with the prosecution, submitted a memorandum on April 17, 1947, which outlined 6 points defining legitimate research. The verdict of August 19th reiterated almost all of these points in a section entitled Permissible Medical Experiments. Subsequently, the 10 points became known as the Nuremberg Code. The Nuremberg Code included the principle of informed consent and required standards for research. The 10 principles. The judges found that certain basic principles must be observed in order to satisfy moral, ethical, and legal concepts. Voluntary consent. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. The duty and responsibility for ascertaining the quality of the consent rests upon each individual who initiates, directs, or engages in the experiment. Fruitful results. The experiment should be such as to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study. Animal experimentation. The experiment should be so designed and based on the results of animal experimentation and knowledge of the natural history of the disease. Avoid unnecessary suffering. The experiment should be so conducted to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. No anticipated death. No experiment should be conducted where there is an a priori reason to believe that death or disabling injury will occur. Proportional risk. The degree of risk to be taken should never exceed that determined by the humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved. Proper preparations. Proper preparations should be made and adequate facilities provided to protect the experimental subject against even remote possibilities of injury, disability, or death. Qualified persons. The experiment should be conducted only by scientifically qualified persons. Right to withdraw. The human subject should be at liberty to bring the experiment to an end if he has reached the physical or mental state where continuation of the experiment seems to him to be impossible. Duty to terminate. The scientist in charge must be prepared to terminate the experiment at any stage if a continuation of the experiment is likely to result in injury, disability, or death. The continuing relevance. The Nuremberg Code has been supplemented by the Declaration of Helsinki, which demands the freely given informed consent of the subject of any biomedical research. This declaration is an official policy document of the World Medical Association. It was first adopted in 1964 in Helsinki and has been revised or clarified several times since. The code remains a landmark document on medical ethics and one of the most lasting products of the doctor's trial. Part 6. The Forensic Lessons. The failure of the medical profession. The Nazi doctor's case is a stark reminder of the failure of the medical profession to police itself. German physicians and scientists supported racial hygiene ideas before the Nazi rise to power. From 1933 on, they embraced the new regime's emphasis on biology and heredity, the new career opportunities, and the additional funding for research. After the war, only a few of the biomedical experts who helped to implement and to legitimize Nazi racial hygiene policies were ever indicted or disciplined professionally. Many continued their careers. The importance of ethics. The Nazi doctor's case highlighted the importance of ethics in medical research. The experiments conducted at Auschwitz were a violation of every ethical principle. They were a reminder of what happens when doctors abandon their ethical obligations. The Lancet Commission concluded that medicine played an important and sinister role in National Socialism. The Holocaust and other mass crimes of the regime would have been hardly conceivable without the involvement of medical professionals. The lesson to be learned is that medical practice without reflective ethical responsibility and critical awareness of social and political influences can promote inhumane developments, and that confronting this legacy forms the basis for a humane medicine of the future. The dangers of pseudoscience. The Nazi doctor's experiments were not based on sound scientific principles. They were based on racist ideology and a desire to prove the superiority of the Aryan race. The research of August Hirt at Strasbourg University intended to establish Jewish racial inferiority. The experiments were pseudo-medical and pseudo-scientific. They were not science, they were torture dressed up in a white coat. The importance of accountability. The Nazi doctor's case highlighted the importance of accountability. The doctors were held accountable for their crimes at Nuremberg. The trial established a precedent for prosecuting war criminals, but the trial was imperfect, as the medical case, also known as the doctor's trial, was prosecuted in 1946 to 47 against 23 doctors and administrators accused of organizing and participating in war crimes and crimes against humanity. It necessarily was selective as to who was available for prosecution. Many doctors who participated in the experiments escaped justice. Chapter Summary. Nazi doctors conducted horrific experiments on concentration camp prisoners during World War II. The experiments included sterilization, hypothermia, high-altitude malaria, typhus, mustard gas, sulfanilamide, and twin experimentation. The experiments were conducted without consent, without anesthesia, and without any regard for the victim's well-being. At least 15,754 documented victims were subjected to these experiments. The doctor's trial, case number 1 of the subsequent Nuremberg proceedings, prosecuted 23 leading German physicians and administrators. 16 were found guilty. 7 were sentenced to death and executed on June 2, 1948. The Nuremberg Code established ethical principles for human experimentation, including informed consent. The case highlights the dangers of pseudoscience, the importance of ethics, and the failure of the medical profession to police itself. The lesson is that medical practice without reflective ethical responsibility can promote inhumane developments. Chapter 11. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, America's Shame. Prologue, the letter that changed everything. The letter arrived at the Associated Press offices in Washington, D.C. in the summer of 1972. It was from a man named Peter Buxton, a former venereal disease investigator for the U.S. Public Health Service. Buxton had been trying for years to get someone to listen. He had written to his superiors. He had written to the Centers for Disease Control. He had written to anyone who might care. No one did. So he went to the press. The story that broke on July 25, 1972, shocked the nation. For 40 years, the U.S. government had conducted a medical experiment on hundreds of poor, uneducated African-American men in Macon County, Alabama. The men had been told they were being treated for bad blood, a local term that encompassed a range of ailments. In reality, they were being observed as their syphilis progressed untreated. They had never been given a diagnosis. They had never been asked for their consent. And even after penicillin became the standard cure for syphilis in the 1940s, they were denied treatment so the researchers could continue to study the natural progression of the disease. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, as it came to be known, would become one of the most infamous episodes in American medical history. It exposed the deep rot of racism in the medical establishment. It shattered the trust that African Americans had placed in public health institutions, and it led to sweeping changes in the way medical research is conducted in the United States. The men who participated in the study, 399 with syphilis and 201 without, were not given a choice. They were not told the truth. They were not treated with dignity. They were used as guinea pigs in an experiment that would last 40 years and claim dozens of lives. This is their story. Part 1. The Beginning. The setting Macon County, Alabama, in 1932, was a place of grinding poverty. The county was overwhelmingly rural and overwhelmingly African American. Most of its black residents worked as sharecroppers, living in ramshackle cabins without electricity or running water. They were poor, uneducated, and largely invisible to the outside world. They were also, by the standards of the time, undesirable and disposable. Syphilis was rampant in the county. The disease, a sexually transmitted infection that could lead to blindness, deafness, madness, and death, was often referred to by black residents as bad blood. It was a term that covered a multitude of ailments, but it was also a polite way of talking about a disease that carried a heavy social stigma. The U.S. Public Health Service, PHS, had been conducting syphilis screening programs in the area since the late 1920s. The programs were part of a larger effort to combat the disease in the rural South, but they were also driven by a belief, common among white medical professionals at the time, that syphilis was a black disease and that African Americans were genetically predisposed to it. In 1929, the Rosenwald Fund, a philanthropic organization, provided funding for a syphilis treatment program in Macon County. The program was supposed to provide treatment to infected individuals, but the stock market crash of 1929 and the onset of the Great Depression caused the fund to withdraw its support. The treatment program was abandoned. But the researchers had a different idea. What if, instead of treating the men, they studied them? What if they used the opportunity to observe the natural progression of syphilis in African American men? The Oslo Study. The researchers were inspired by a study conducted in Oslo, Norway, between 1891 and 1910. The Oslo Study had followed several hundred white men with untreated syphilis to document the long-term effects of the disease. It was a retrospective study, meaning that researchers had pieced together information from patients who had already contracted syphilis and remained untreated for some time. The Oslo study had been controversial, but it had also been influential. It had shown that untreated syphilis could have devastating consequences, and it had provided a baseline for understanding the disease. The Tuskegee researchers decided to build on the Oslo work by conducting a prospective study of their own. They would follow a group of African American men from the moment they contracted syphilis and document the disease's progression in real time. The study begins. In 1932, the PHS, working with the Tuskegee Institute, launched the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male. The study was supposed to last only 6 to 8 months. The men would be examined, treated with the existing therapies of the time, and then the study would conclude. But the funding for treatment never materialized. The Rosenwald Fund had withdrawn its support, and the PHS did not have the resources to provide treatment. So the researchers made a decision. They would continue the study without treatment. They would simply observe the men as their disease progressed. The men were not told they had syphilis. They were not asked for their consent. They were told they had bad blood and that the government was providing them with free medical care. They were given aspirin, iron tonics, and vitamins, placebos that did nothing to treat the disease. They were also given spinal taps, which were billed as special free treatment, but which were actually diagnostic procedures that could be painful and dangerous. The men were also told that they would receive free medical care, free meals, and burial insurance. For men who had never had access to a doctor, this was a powerful incentive. Many of them signed up eagerly, grateful for the attention from the government. They had no idea that they had been conscripted into an experiment that would last 40 years. Part 2. The Betrayal. The Deception. The Tuskegee study was built on a foundation of lies. The men were lied to about their diagnosis. They were lied to about the purpose of the study. They were lied to about the treatment they were receiving. The men were told they were being treated for bad blood. The term was used because it was vague enough to cover a range of ailments, including syphilis, anemia, and fatigue. But it was also a convenient way to avoid telling the men the truth. The researchers knew that if the men knew they had syphilis, they might seek treatment elsewhere and leave the study. The men were also lied to about the spinal taps. The procedures were painful and could cause serious complications, including paralysis and death. But the men were told the spinal taps were a special free treatment for their condition. They were told it was just another part of the medical care they were receiving. One of the most egregious deceptions involved the letters the researchers sent to the men. In the middle of the study, the doctors sent a letter to the participants titled, "Last Chance for Special Free Treatment." The letter was designed to ensure that the men would show up for a spinal tap, a procedure that was diagnostic, not therapeutic. The men believed they were receiving treatment. They were actually being used for research. The wives and children. The lies had consequences beyond the men themselves. Because the men were not told they had syphilis, they continued to have sexual relations with their wives and partners. The disease was transmitted to their spouses, and in some cases, to their children. By the end of the study, 40 of the men's wives had been infected with syphilis, and 19 children had been born with congenital syphilis. These women and children were unwitting participants in the experiment, their lives forever altered by a disease they had not asked for and had not been warned about. The penicillin. In 1943, a miracle arrived. Penicillin, the first truly effective treatment for syphilis, became widely available. The drug was a game changer. It could cure the disease with a single course of treatment. But the researchers in Tuskegee did not offer penicillin to the men in the study. Instead, they continued to withhold treatment. They wanted to study the natural history of untreated syphilis, and they were determined to do so, even if it meant letting men die. The decision to withhold penicillin was not an oversight. It was a deliberate choice. The researchers actively prevented the men from receiving treatment elsewhere. When several of the men were drafted during World War II and diagnosed with syphilis, the PHS intervened to ensure that they were exempted from treatment. A PHS representative wrote, "So far, we are keeping the known positive patients from getting treatment." The researchers knew that penicillin could save these men's lives. They chose not to offer it. They chose to let them suffer and die for the sake of science. Part 3. The Complicity. The participants. The Tuskegee study was not just the work of a few rogue researchers. It was a project that involved numerous institutions and individuals. The U.S. Public Health Service was the primary sponsor. The Tuskegee Institute, a historically black college, provided facilities and support. Local black doctors participated in the study. The Macon County Health Department was aware of the study. The study was also written up in mainstream medical journals. Between 1936 and 1972, at least 13 articles were published in medical journals about the study. These articles reported on the findings of the study, but did not discuss the ethical issues involved. The researchers involved in the study included Dr. Talia Farrow Clark, the Public Health Service doctor who initially conceived of the study. He was the first director of the study, but he retired in 1933. Dr. Raymond H. Vonderlehr, the second director of the study. Vonderlehr was responsible for many of the study's most unethical practices, including the use of deceptive letters to induce the men to undergo spinal taps. He developed the policies that shaped the next stage of the project. For example, he decided to gain the consent of the subjects for spinal taps by depicting the diagnostic tests as a special free treatment. Dr. Wenger subsequently congratulated him for his flair for framing letters to Negroes. Dr. Oliver C. Wenger, a PHS official who supported the study and its policies. He consistently supported a policy of concealing the aims of the study from the subjects, as he feared that full disclosure would lead to their non-cooperation. Dr. John R. Heller, the director of the venereal disease section of the PHS. Heller defended the study and its ethics, even after it was exposed in 1972. Nurse Eunice Rivers, an African-American nurse who worked with the study for its entire 40-year duration. Nurse Rivers was the only staff member to work with the study for all 40 years of its existence. She was a trusted figure in the black community and was instrumental in maintaining the men's participation in the study. By the 1950s, Nurse Rivers had become pivotal to the study. Her personal knowledge of all the subjects allowed the very long follow-up to be maintained. The institutional support. The study also had the support of the American Medical Association and the National Medical Association, the Organization of African American Physicians. In 1966, when the CDC reaffirmed its commitment to continuing the study, it sought and gained support for the continuation of the study from the local chapters of the National Medical Association and the American Medical Association. The complicity was not limited to researchers and institutions. The study was funded by the U.S. government. It was conducted on government property. It was part of a broader effort by the PHS to combat syphilis. The study was not a secret. It was a government program that was widely known in the medical establishment. The fact that it was allowed to continue for 40 years is a testament to the deep-seated racism and institutional failure that characterized the American medical system. The role of the Tuskegee Institute. The Tuskegee Institute, a historically black college founded by Booker T. Washington, was a key partner in the study. The institute provided medical facilities and staff for the study. It also provided legitimacy. The involvement of a black institution helped the PHS claim that the study was not racist. But the Tuskegee Institute was not a neutral actor in the study. Its involvement allowed the PHS to reach the black community more effectively. It also allowed the PHS to claim that the study was supported by the black community. There is debate about the extent of the Tuskegee Institute's knowledge of the study's unethical practices. Some scholars argue that the Institute's leaders were aware of the deception. Others argue that they were misled by the PHS. Regardless, the Tuskegee Institute's involvement in the study has been a source of ongoing controversy. It has cast a shadow over the Institute's legacy and has complicated its role in the history of black higher education. Part 4. The Whistleblower. Peter Buxton, the man who finally brought the study to an end, was not a journalist or a politician. He was a young public health service investigator named Peter Buxton. Buxton had been assigned to the Tuskegee study in the 1960s. He was appalled by what he found. He began asking questions. He wrote to his superiors. He wrote to the CDC. He wrote to anyone who might care. He argued that the study was unethical and that it should be stopped. But his concerns were rebuffed. The CDC reaffirmed its commitment to continuing the study. Buxton was told that the study was important and that it would continue until all the men had died and been autopsied. Buxton did not give up. He continued to press the issue, but he was frustrated by the indifference of the authorities. The leak. In 1972, Buxton decided to go to the press. He contacted the Associated Press and told them the story of the Tuskegee study. The AP story broke on July 25, 1972. It was a bombshell. The story described how the government had deceived and exploited hundreds of African American men. It detailed how the men had been denied treatment. It exposed the racism and cruelty at the heart of the study. The next day, the New York Times ran the story on its front page. The public was outraged. The study was immediately halted. The investigation and ad hoc advisory panel was appointed by the Assistant Secretary for Health and Scientific Affairs to review the study. The panel concluded that the study was ethically unjustified and that the results were disproportionately meager compared with known risks to human subjects involved. The panel recommended that the study be terminated. In October 1972, the panel advised stopping the study. A month later, the Assistant Secretary for Health and Scientific Affairs announced the end of the study. Part 5. The Aftermath. The settlement. A class action lawsuit was filed on behalf of the study participants and their families. The lawsuit, filed by attorney Fred Gray, resulted in a $10 million out-of-court settlement in 1974. The settlement was divided into 4 categories. Living syphilitic group participants received $37,500. Heirs of deceased syphilitic group participants received $15,000. Living control group participants received $16,000. Heirs of deceased control group participants received $5,000. The settlement was a significant victory for the families, but it could not undo the harm that had been done. The men who had died from syphilis and the wives and children who had been infected had already suffered tremendously. The apology. On May 16, 1997, President Bill Clinton formally apologized on behalf of the United States to the victims of the study. The apology was delivered at the White House in the presence of 5 of the 8 remaining survivors. Clinton's words were poignant and powerful. What was done cannot be undone, but we can end the silence. We can stop turning our heads away. We can look at you in the eye and finally say, On behalf of the American people, what the United States government did was shameful, and I am sorry. The apology was an acknowledgement of the government's wrongdoing, but it was also a recognition of the pain and suffering that the study had caused. The legacy. The Tuskegee syphilis study led to sweeping changes in the regulation of medical research. In 1974, the National Research Act became law, creating a commission to study and write regulations governing studies involving human participants. The Belmont Report, published in 1979, established three fundamental ethical principles for research with human subjects: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice. Institutional Review Boards, IRBs, were established to review research proposals and ensure that they are ethical. The study also had a profound impact on the relationship between African Americans and the medical establishment. Many African Americans continue to distrust medical and public health authorities as a result of the study. The study has been cited as arguably the most infamous biomedical research study in U.S. history. The last survivors. By the end of the study in 1972, only 74 of the test subjects were alive. Of the original 399 men, 28 had died directly of syphilis, 100 were dead of related complications, 40 of their wives had been infected, and 19 of their children had been born with congenital syphilis. The last study participant died in January 2004. The last widow receiving benefits died in January 2009. Today, the legacy of the study lives on. Voices of Our Father's Legacy Foundation, a non-profit organization formed by the men's relatives in 2014, continues to tell the story of the victims and to push for justice. Part 6. The Forensic Lessons. The failure of institutional oversight. The Tuskegee syphilis study is a stark reminder of the failure of institutional oversight. The study was allowed to continue for 40 years because no one in a position of authority was willing to stop it. The researchers who ran the study were respected professionals. They published their findings in medical journals. They were supported by their institutions and by the government. They were not challenged until the 1970s, when a whistleblower went to the press. The study highlights the importance of oversight and accountability in medical research. It also highlights the dangers of unchecked authority. The role of racism. The Tuskegee syphilis study was a manifestation of racism. The researchers who conducted the study believed that the men were undesirable and disposable. They believed that the study was justified because the men were poor and uneducated. They believed that the ends justified the means. The study also reflected the racism of the broader medical establishment. In the early 20th century, many doctors believed that African Americans were biologically inferior and that diseases affected them differently. The Tuskegee study was, in part, designed to prove this racist theory. The legacy of racism is one of the most enduring aspects of the study. It has contributed to the distrust that African Americans continue to feel toward the medical establishment. The dangers of paternalism. The Tuskegee syphilis study is also a cautionary tale about the dangers of paternalism in medicine. The researchers believed that they knew what was best for the men in the study. They did not ask for their consent. They did not inform them of the risks. They treated them as children, not as autonomous adults. This paternalism was rooted in racism, but it was also part of a broader pattern in medical practice. Doctors often assumed that they knew what was best for patients, even when patients disagreed. The Tuskegee study shows where such assumptions can lead. The need for informed consent. The Tuskegee syphilis study led to the establishment of the principle of informed consent in medical research. This principle requires that participants in clinical trials be given full information about the nature and risks of the research, and that they be given the opportunity to refuse to participate. Informed consent is now a fundamental requirement for medical research, but its importance goes beyond medical research. It is a principle that applies to all aspects of healthcare. Patients have the right to know what is happening to them and to refuse treatment that they do not want. The importance of whistleblowers. The Tuskegee syphilis study was exposed by a whistleblower, Peter Buxton. Without his persistence, the study might have continued for many more years. Buxton's story is a reminder of the importance of whistleblowers. They are often the only people who are willing to expose wrongdoing. They take significant personal risks to do so. They deserve our gratitude and support. Chapter Summary. The Tuskegee syphilis study was conducted between 1932 and 1972 by the U.S. Public Health Service. The study followed 399 African American men with syphilis and 201 controls without syphilis. The men were not told they had syphilis and were not asked for their consent. They were told they were being treated for bad blood and given placebos. Even after penicillin became the standard cure in 1943, treatment was withheld. 40 wives were infected and 19 children were born with congenital syphilis. The study was exposed in 1972 by whistleblower Peter Buxton. The study was terminated and led to a $10 million settlement. President Clinton apologized in 1997. The study led to major changes in research ethics, including informed consent. The legacy of the study includes ongoing distrust of the medical establishment by African Americans. Chapter 12. Jack Kevorkian, Dr. Death and Assisted Suicide. Prologue. The Van in the Park. The 1968 Volkswagen van was hardly the setting for a historic event. It was rusted, battered, and parked in a county park near Flint, Michigan. The June day was warm, and the park was quiet, the kind of place where families came to picnic, not where a revolution in medical ethics was about to unfold. But inside that van, on June 4th, 1990, history was being made. Janet Atkins, a 54-year-old English teacher from Portland, Oregon, lay on a mattress in the back of the van. She was dressed in a tracksuit, her graying hair pulled back. She was a vibrant woman, a lover of hang gliding, backpacking, and classical music. But she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she had decided she would not let the disease take her dignity. Beside her sat Dr. Jack Kevorkian, a 62-year-old pathologist who had been advertising his services as a death counselor in Detroit newspapers. He was an odd, eccentric man with a shock of white hair and a relentless obsession with death. He had built a machine, a contraption of metal poles, bottles, and IV tubes that he called the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the machine. He started the saline solution flowing into her veins. Then, at her request, he handed her a small button. Atkins pressed the button. Within seconds, sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic, began flowing into her bloodstream. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. A minute later, potassium chloride, a lethal compound that stops the heart, was delivered. Within 5 minutes, the monitors confirmed what everyone in the van already knew. Janet Atkins was dead. Kevorkian unhooked her from the machine, called the police, and waited. The arrest that followed would launch one of the most controversial careers in American medicine. Over the next 8 years, Kevorkian would assist in the deaths of 130 people, some terminally ill, some not. He would be tried 4 times, acquitted 3 times, and finally convicted of second-degree murder in 1999. He would be called Dr. Death by his critics and a hero by his supporters. He would inspire legislation, spark a national debate, and leave a legacy that continues to shape the right to die movement to this day. This is the story of Jack Kevorkian, a man who believed that dying was not a crime. Part 1. The Making of Dr. Death. The early years. Murad Jacob Kevorkian was born on May 26, 1928, in Pontiac, Michigan, to Armenian immigrant parents who had fled the Armenian genocide. His father, Levon, left Ottoman Armenia in 1912 and found work at an automobile foundry. His mother, Satanig, escaped the genocide of 1915, finding refuge in Paris before eventually reuniting with her brother in Pontiac. Kevorkian was a child prodigy. He taught himself multiple languages, including German, Russian, Greek, and Japanese, a skill that often alienated him from his peers. He stopped attending church at the age of 12, having concluded that an all-knowing God would have prevented the genocide of his extended family. He graduated from Pontiac Central High School with honors at the age of 17 and enrolled at the University of Michigan Medical School, graduating in 1952. He completed his residency training in anatomical and clinical pathology and briefly conducted research on blood transfusion. The birth of Dr. Death Kevorkian earned his nickname early. As a pathology resident, he proposed a radical idea that death row inmates should be allowed to choose to die by medical experimentation under anesthesia, with their organs donated to science. His 1959 paper, titled Capital Punishment or Capital Gain, outlined his proposal in chilling detail. I propose that a prisoner condemned to death by due process of law be allowed to submit, by his own free choice, to medical experimentation under complete anesthesia at the time appointed for administering the penalty, as a form of execution in lieu of conventional methods prescribed by law. Senior doctors at the University of Michigan opposed his proposal. Kevorkian chose to leave the university rather than stop advocating his ideas, but the nickname stuck. In the 1960s and 1970s, Kevorkian worked as a staff pathologist at hospitals in Michigan and Southern California. In 1982, he retired from practice and began to devote himself full-time to his mission, helping patients end their lives. Part 2. The Thanatron and the Mercitron. The Death Machine. In the summer of 1989, Kevorkian built a machine that would assist ill patients in ending their lives. He called it the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. The Thanatron was a simple but effective device. It consisted of 3 bottles suspended from a metal frame. One bottle contained saline solution. The second contained sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic that would put the patient into a coma. The third contained potassium chloride, a lethal compound that would stop the heart. When a patient pressed a button, the saline was replaced by the thiopental. Within 25 seconds, the patient would lose consciousness. Within a minute, the thiopental was replaced by the potassium chloride. Within 5 minutes, the patient would be dead. Kevorkian tried to advertise his invention in medical journals, but was turned away. Frustrated, he sold his story to local newspapers. The publicity landed him a guest appearance on the Donahue talk show in April 1990. One person who watched that show was Ronald Atkins of Portland, Oregon. His wife, Janet, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she wanted to end her life while she still had her faculties. The Mercitron. After Kevorkian's medical license was revoked in 1991, he could no longer legally obtain the drugs needed for the Thanatron, so he designed a new device, the Mercitron, from mercy. The Mercitron used a canister of carbon monoxide attached to a face mask with a tube. The patient would open a valve to start the gas flowing. Depending on the patient's disability, a makeshift handle could be attached to the valve to make it easier to turn. According to Kevorkian, this method took 10 minutes or longer. He sometimes encouraged patients to take sedatives or muscle relaxants to keep them calm as they breathed deeply of the gas. Part 3. The First Assisted Suicide. Janet Adkins. Janet Adkins was a 54-year-old professor of English from Portland, Oregon. She was an active, vibrant woman who enjoyed hang gliding, backpacking, world travel, and music. In 1987, she began experiencing slips in memory, along with difficulties in reading music and spelling. In 1989, an Oregon doctor diagnosed the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Adkins was horrified by the prospect of losing her mental faculties. She told her husband, "Right then," Janet said, "I want to exit." Both Atkinses were longtime members of the Hemlock Society, which supported doctor-assisted suicide. When Ronald Atkins saw Kevorkian on Donahue, he called the doctor for a consultation. Over a luncheon meeting, Kevorkian confirmed the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, judged Atkins lucid enough to make her fateful decision, and agreed to help her. The execution Kevorkian searched for an appropriate place to initiate the suicide machine. He first called the Paramed Ambulance Service of Pontiac, requesting the use of one of their vehicles, which he wanted to park outside the Oakland County Medical Examiner's office. Shocked, they refused. He then began approaching hospitals, churches, hotels, funeral homes, and vacant office buildings. All refused. Finally, he loaded his suicide device into his Volkswagen van and drove to Groveland Oaks County Park. On June 4, 1990, Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the Thanatron. She pressed the button. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. Her heart stopped within 5 minutes. When the monitors confirmed her death, Kevorkian called the police. The aftermath. The authorities seized the van and the machine, but it was unclear what crime, if any, had been committed. Michigan law was vague on assisted suicide. Murder charges were dropped on December 13, 1990, as there were, at that time, no specific laws in Michigan regarding assisted suicide. But the case had already made Kevorkian a household name. Part 4. The Crusade. The campaign between 1990 and 1998, Kevorkian assisted in the deaths of 130 terminally ill people. He advertised his services in newspapers, distributed business cards, and appeared on television shows. He was a man on a mission to make euthanasia a positive experience and to force the medical profession to accept its responsibilities. "This is something I would want," he said of his work. "My ultimate aim is to make euthanasia a positive experience. I'm trying to knock the medical profession into accepting its responsibilities, and those responsibilities include assisting their patients with death." But Kevorkian's methods were controversial. He often met patients only briefly before assisting in their deaths. At least 19 patients died less than 24 hours after first meeting him. He failed to refer at least 17 patients to a pain specialist. And in at least 5 cases, autopsies showed that the person who committed suicide had no physical sign of disease. In 1991, the state of Michigan revoked Kevorkian's medical license. In April 1993, his California medical license was suspended. Kevorkian responded defiantly. He will go on assisting people commit suicide. He dares that California judge to come catch him. The legal battles. Kevorkian was tried 4 times for assisting suicides between 1994 and 1997. He was acquitted the first 3 times, and the fourth ended in a mistrial. His acquittals were largely due to a legal technicality. In each of these cases, it was the patient who pushed the button or took the final action that resulted in their death. Kevorkian had only attached the patient to the machine. In 1993, the Michigan legislature made it a felony to knowingly provide a person with the means to commit suicide or to physically assist in the act. Kevorkian served 2 jail sentences that year for violating the state's law against assisting in a suicide. During his first prison sentence, he threatened to starve himself to death to protest what he called this immoral law. Part 5. The Final Case. Thomas Uke. In September 1998, Kevorkian met Thomas Uke, a 52-year-old man suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Uke had been diagnosed with the progressive neurodegenerative disease, which had left him unable to walk, talk, or care for himself. Uke's family was supportive of his decision to end his life. His wife and brother would later stand by Kevorkian during the trial. On September 17, 1998, Kevorkian visited Uke at his home. This time, Kevorkian did not simply provide the means. He administered the lethal injection himself. He also videotaped the procedure. The broadcast Kevorkian had been struggling to get the attention of the national media. His earlier cases had been covered extensively, but he was determined to force the issue. He gave the videotape to CBS's 60 Minutes and challenged them to broadcast it. On November 22, 1998, the program aired the footage. The nation watched as Kevorkian injected Uke with the lethal drugs. On the tape, Kevorkian goaded prosecutors into coming after him, daring them to try him for murder so that the legality of assisted suicide and euthanasia could have a full airing in court. The conviction. Just 3 days after the broadcast, Kevorkian was charged with first-degree murder. The charge was later reduced to second-degree murder. He was also charged with the unlawful delivery of a controlled substance. Kevorkian acted as his own attorney. He rested his case without calling a single witness. The Uke family was willing to take the stand on his behalf, but the judge would not permit them to testify about Uke's suffering. On March 26, 1999, Kevorkian was convicted of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. The jury had found Kevorkian guilty of the lesser charge, sparing him a potential life sentence. But the verdict was a blow to the right to die movement. As Time magazine noted, it was an unusual murder trial, given that the victim's wife and relatives were the killer's staunchest defenders. Part 6. The Aftermath. The prison years. Kevorkian served 8 years of his sentence before being released on parole on June 1, 2007. He was released on compassionate grounds due to his deteriorating health. He was suffering from hepatitis B, contracted while performing transfusions in Korea. His parole conditions were strict. He could not offer advice about, participate in, or be present at any type of euthanasia, nor could he promote or talk about the procedure of assisted suicide. The later years. Following his release, Kevorkian became popular on the lecture circuit and television talk shows. He published a prison memoir, Glimmer IQs, which included nonsense rhymes and limericks, and a book about overpopulation called When the People Bubble Pops. He also continued his activism, and although by now his eccentric profile made him unwelcome in many sectors of the assisted suicide movement. In 2008, Kevorkian ran for Congress in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, as an independent candidate. He collected nearly 9,000 votes, or 2.6%. In 2010, Al Pacino won an Emmy for playing Kevorkian in the HBO television drama You Don't Know Jack. The death of Dr. Death. Jack Kevorkian died on June 3, 2011, at William Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan. He was 83 years old. The cause of death was a pulmonary thrombosis. He had been admitted the previous month, suffering from pneumonia and kidney problems. His death had a certain irony. After years of helping others to die, he had died of natural causes. Part 7. The Legacy. The right to die movement, Kevorkian's legacy, is deeply contested. To his critics, he was a dangerous zealot who used suffering patients to further his own agenda. To his supporters, he was a visionary who forced the medical profession and the public to confront the issue of physician-assisted suicide. Kevorkian didn't seek out history, but he made history, concluded his attorney, Jeffrey Feiger. Even the judge who put him behind bars acknowledged his impact. Jessica Cooper, who presided over his trial, said, "He brought to the forefront end-of-life issues. Those were not things that were discussed publicly before. That debate continues in medical schools and on Main Street." At the time of Kevorkian's death, physician-assisted suicide was legal in 4 American states: Oregon, Washington, Montana, and Vermont. Since then, New Mexico, California, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and several other states have followed suit. The critics point to the ethical and legal problems with Kevorkian's approach. Wesley J. Smith, a leading campaigner against assisted suicide, wrote, "I think his more important place in contemporary history was as a dark mirror that reflected how powerful the avoidance of suffering has become as a driving force in society, and indeed how that excuse seems to justify nearly any excess." Smith noted that at least 70% of his assisted suicides were not dying, and 5 weren't ill at all according to their autopsies. It didn't matter. In the end, Kevorkian remains a figure of profound controversy. His legacy is one of passion, defiance, and a willingness to break the law for what he believed was a moral imperative. Chapter Summary. Jack Kevorkian was an American pathologist who assisted in at least 130 suicides. He was known as Dr. Death. He designed 2 euthanasia devices, the Thanatron and the Mercitron. His first assisted suicide was Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old woman with Alzheimer's disease. In 1990, he was tried 4 times for assisting suicides and acquitted 3 times. The 4th ended in a mistrial. In 1998, he was charged with murder after administering a lethal injection to Thomas Uke. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. He served 8 years before being released on parole in 2007. He died of natural causes on June 3, 2011. His actions sparked a national debate about physician-assisted suicide. He inspired the legalization of assisted suicide in several states. Chapter 12. Jack Kevorkian, Dr. Death and Assisted Suicide. Prologue. The Van in the Park. The 1968 Volkswagen van was hardly the setting for a historic event. It was rusted, battered, and parked in a county park near Flint, Michigan. The June day was warm, and the park was quiet, the kind of place where families came to picnic, not where a revolution in medical ethics was about to unfold. But inside that van, on June 4, 1990, history was being made. Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old English teacher from Portland, Oregon, lay on a mattress in the back of the van. She was dressed in a tracksuit, her graying hair pulled back. She was a vibrant woman, a lover of hang gliding, backpacking, and classical music. But she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she had decided she would not let the disease take her dignity. Beside her sat Dr. Jack Kevorkian, a 62-year-old pathologist who had been advertising his services as a death counselor in Detroit newspapers. He was an odd, eccentric man with a shock of white hair and a relentless obsession with death. He had built a machine, a contraption of metal poles, bottles, and IV tubes that he called the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. Kevorkian hooked Adkins up to the machine. He started the saline solution flowing into her veins. Then, at her request, he handed her a small button. Adkins pressed the button. Within seconds, sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic, began flowing into her bloodstream. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. A minute later, potassium chloride, a lethal compound that stops the heart, was delivered. Within 5 minutes, the monitors confirmed what everyone in the van already knew. Janet Adkins was dead. Kevorkian unhooked her from the machine, called the police, and waited. The arrest that followed would launch one of the most controversial careers in American medicine. Over the next 8 years, Kevorkian would assist in the deaths of 130 people, some terminally ill, some not. He would be tried 4 times, acquitted 3 times, and finally convicted of second-degree murder in 1999. He would be called Dr. Death by his critics and a hero by his supporters. He would inspire legislation, spark a national debate, and leave a legacy that continues to shape the right to die movement to this day. This is the story of Jack Kevorkian, a man who believed that dying was not a crime. Part 1. The Making of Dr. Death. The early years. Murad Jacob Kevorkian was born on May 26, 1928, in Pontiac, Michigan, to Armenian immigrant parents who had fled the Armenian genocide. His father, Levon, left Ottoman Armenia in 1912 and found work at an automobile foundry. His mother, Satanig, escaped the genocide of 1915, finding refuge in Paris before eventually reuniting with her brother in Pontiac. Kevorkian was a child prodigy. He taught himself multiple languages, including German, Russian, Greek, and Japanese, a skill that often alienated him from his peers. He stopped attending church at the age of 12, having concluded that an all-knowing God would have prevented the genocide of his extended family. He graduated from Pontiac Central High School with honors at the age of 17 and enrolled at the University of Michigan Medical School, graduating in 1952. He completed his residency training in anatomical and clinical pathology and briefly conducted research on blood transfusion. The birth of Dr. Death Kevorkian earned his nickname early. As a pathology resident, he proposed a radical idea that death row inmates should be allowed to choose to die by medical experimentation under anesthesia, with their organs donated to science. His 1959 paper, titled Capital Punishment or Capital Gain, outlined his proposal in chilling detail. I propose that a prisoner condemned to death by due process of law be allowed to submit, by his own free choice, to medical experimentation under complete anesthesia at the time appointed for administering the penalty, as a form of execution in lieu of conventional methods prescribed by law. Senior doctors at the University of Michigan opposed his proposal. Kevorkian chose to leave the university rather than stop advocating his ideas, but the nickname stuck. In the 1960s and 1970s, Kevorkian worked as a staff pathologist at hospitals in Michigan and Southern California. In 1982, he retired from practice and began to devote himself full-time to his mission, helping patients end their lives. Part 2. The Thanatron and the Mercitron. The Death Machine. In the summer of 1989, Kevorkian built a machine that would assist ill patients in ending their lives. He called it the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. The thanatron was a simple but effective device. It consisted of 3 bottles suspended from a metal frame. One bottle contained saline solution. The second contained sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic that would put the patient into a coma. The third contained potassium chloride, a lethal compound that would stop the heart. When a patient pressed a button, the saline was replaced by the thiopental. Within 25 seconds, the patient would lose consciousness. Within a minute, the thiopental was replaced by the potassium chloride. Within 5 minutes, the patient would be dead. Kevorkian tried to advertise his invention in medical journals, but was turned away. Frustrated, he sold his story to local newspapers. The publicity landed him a guest appearance on the Donahue talk show in April 1990. One person who watched that show was Ronald Atkins of Portland, Oregon. His wife, Janet, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she wanted to end her life while she still had her faculties. The Mercitron. After Kevorkian's medical license was revoked in 1991, he could no longer legally obtain the drugs needed for the thanatron, so he designed a new device, the Mercitron, from Mercy. The Mercitron used a canister of carbon monoxide attached to a face mask with a tube. The patient would open a valve to start the gas flowing. Depending on the patient's disability, a makeshift handle could be attached to the valve to make it easier to turn. According to Kevorkian, this method took 10 minutes or longer. He sometimes encouraged patients to take sedatives or muscle relaxants to keep them calm as they breathed deeply of the gas. Part 3. The First Assisted Suicide. Janet Atkins. Janet Atkins was a 54-year-old professor of English from Portland, Oregon. She was an active, vibrant woman who enjoyed hang gliding, backpacking, world travel, and music. In 1987, she began experiencing slips in memory, along with difficulties in reading music and spelling. In 1989, an Oregon doctor diagnosed the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Atkins was horrified by the prospect of losing her mental faculties. She told her husband, "Right then," Janet said, "I want to exit." Both Atkinses were longtime members of the Hemlock Society, which supported doctor-assisted suicide. When Ronald Atkins saw Kevorkian on Donahue, he called the doctor for a consultation. Over a luncheon meeting, Kevorkian confirmed the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, judged Atkins lucid enough to make her fateful decision, and agreed to help her. The execution Kevorkian searched for an appropriate place to initiate the suicide machine. He first called the Paramed Ambulance Service of Pontiac, requesting the use of one of their vehicles, which he wanted to park outside the Oakland County Medical Examiner's office. Shocked, they refused. He then began approaching hospitals, churches, hotels, funeral homes, and vacant office buildings. All refused. Finally, he loaded his suicide device into his Volkswagen van and drove to Groveland Oaks County Park. On June 4, 1990, Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the thanatron. She pressed the button. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. Her heart stopped within 5 minutes. When the monitors confirmed her death, Kevorkian called the police. The aftermath. The authorities seized the van and the machine, but it was unclear what crime, if any, had been committed. Michigan law was vague on assisted suicide. Murder charges were dropped on December 13, 1990, as there were, at that time, no specific laws in Michigan regarding assisted suicide. But the case had already made Kevorkian a household name. Part 4. The Crusade. The campaign between 1990 and 1998, Kevorkian assisted in the deaths of 130 terminally ill people. He advertised his services in newspapers, distributed business cards, and appeared on television shows. He was a man on a mission to make euthanasia a positive experience and to force the medical profession to accept its responsibilities. "This is something I would want," he said of his work. "My ultimate aim is to make euthanasia a positive experience. I'm trying to knock the medical profession into accepting its responsibilities, and those responsibilities include assisting their patients with death." But Kevorkian's methods were controversial. He often met patients only briefly before assisting in their deaths. At least 19 patients died less than 24 hours after first meeting him. He failed to refer at least 17 patients to a pain specialist. And in at least 5 cases, autopsies showed that the person who committed suicide had no physical sign of disease. In 1991, the state of Michigan revoked Kevorkian's medical license. In April 1993, his California medical license was suspended. Kevorkian responded defiantly. He will go on assisting people commit suicide. He dares that California judge to come catch him. The legal battles. Kevorkian was tried 4 times for assisting suicides between 1994 and 1997. He was acquitted the first 3 times, and the 4th ended in a mistrial. His acquittals were largely due to a legal technicality. In each of these cases, it was the patient who pushed the button or took the final action that resulted in their death. Kevorkian had only attached the patient to the machine. In 1993, the Michigan legislature made it a felony to knowingly provide a person with the means to commit suicide or to physically assist in the act. Kevorkian served 2 jail sentences that year for violating the state's law against assisting in a suicide. During his first prison sentence, he threatened to starve himself to death to protest what he called this immoral law. Part 5. The Final Case. Thomas Uke. In September 1998, Kevorkian met Thomas Uke, a 52-year-old man suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Uke had been diagnosed with the progressive neurodegenerative disease, which had left him unable to walk, talk, or care for himself. Uke's family was supportive of his decision to end his life. His wife and brother would later stand by Kevorkian during the trial. On September 17, 1998, Kevorkian visited Uke at his home. This time, Kevorkian did not simply provide the means. He administered the lethal injection himself. He also videotaped the procedure. The broadcast. Kevorkian had been struggling to get the attention of the national media. His earlier cases had been covered extensively, but he was determined to force the issue. He gave the videotape to CBS's 60 Minutes and challenged them to broadcast it. On November 22, 1998, the program aired the footage. The nation watched as Kevorkian injected Uke with the lethal drugs. On the tape, Kevorkian goaded prosecutors into coming after him, daring them to try him for murder so that the legality of assisted suicide and euthanasia could have a full airing in court. The conviction. Just 3 days after the broadcast, Kevorkian was charged with first-degree murder. The charge was later reduced to second-degree murder. He was also charged with the unlawful delivery of a controlled substance. Kevorkian acted as his own attorney. He rested his case without calling a single witness. The Uke family was willing to take the stand on his behalf, but the judge would not permit them to testify about Uke's suffering. On March 26, 1999, Kevorkian was convicted of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. The jury had found Kevorkian guilty of the lesser charge, sparing him a potential life sentence. But the verdict was a blow to the right to die movement. As Time magazine noted, It was an unusual murder trial, given that the victim's wife and relatives were the killer's staunchest defenders. Part 6. The Aftermath. The prison years. Kevorkian served 8 years of his sentence before being released on parole on June 1, 2007. He was released on compassionate grounds due to his deteriorating health. He was suffering from hepatitis B, contracted while performing transfusions in Korea. His parole conditions were strict. He could not offer advice about, participate in, or be present at any type of euthanasia, nor could he promote or talk about the procedure of assisted suicide. The later years. Following his release, Kevorkian became popular on the lecture circuit and television talk shows. He published a prison memoir, Glimmer IQs, which included nonsense rhymes and limericks, and a book about overpopulation called When the People Bubble Pops. He also continued his activism, and although by now his eccentric profile made him unwelcome in many sectors of the assisted suicide movement. In 2008, Kevorkian ran for Congress in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, as an independent candidate. He collected nearly 9,000 votes, or 2.6%. In 2010, Al Pacino won an Emmy for playing Kevorkian in the HBO television drama You Don't Know Jack. The death of Dr. Death. Jack Kevorkian died on June 3, 2011, at William Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan. He was 83 years old. The cause of death was a pulmonary thrombosis. He had been admitted the previous month, suffering from pneumonia and kidney problems. His death had a certain irony. After years of helping others to die, he had died of natural causes. Part 7. The Legacy. The right to die movement, Kevorkian's legacy, is deeply contested. To his critics, he was a dangerous zealot who used suffering patients to further his own agenda. To his supporters, he was a visionary who forced the medical profession and the public to confront the issue of physician-assisted suicide. Kevorkian didn't seek out history, but he made history, concluded his attorney, Jeffrey Feiger. Even the judge who put him behind bars acknowledged his impact. Jessica Cooper, who presided over his trial, said, "He brought to the forefront end-of-life issues. Those were not things that were discussed publicly before. That debate continues in medical schools and on Main Street." At the time of Kevorkian's death, physician-assisted suicide was legal in 4 American states: Oregon, Washington, Montana, and Vermont. Since then, New Mexico, California, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and several other states have followed suit. The critics point to the ethical and legal problems with Kevorkian's approach. Wesley J. Smith, a leading campaigner against assisted suicide, wrote, "I think his more important place in contemporary history was as a dark mirror that reflected how powerful the avoidance of suffering has become as a driving force in society, and indeed how that excuse seems to justify nearly any excess." Smith noted that at least 70% of his assisted suicides were not dying, and 5 weren't ill at all according to their autopsies. It didn't matter. In the end, Kevorkian remains a figure of profound controversy. His legacy is one of passion, defiance, and a willingness to break the law for what he believed was a moral imperative. Chapter Summary. Jack Kevorkian was an American pathologist who assisted in at least 130 suicides. He was known as Dr. Death. He designed 2 euthanasia devices, the Thanatron and the Mercitron. His first assisted suicide was Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old woman with Alzheimer's disease. In 1990, he was tried 4 times for assisting suicides and acquitted 3 times. The 4th ended in a mistrial. In 1998, he was charged with murder after administering a lethal injection to Thomas Uke. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. He served 8 years before being released on parole in 2007. He died of natural causes on June 3, 2011. His actions sparked a national debate about physician-assisted suicide. He inspired the legalization of assisted suicide in several states. Chapter 12. Jack Kevorkian, Dr. Death and Assisted Suicide. Prologue: The Van in the Park. The 1968 Volkswagen van was hardly the setting for a historic event. It was rusted, battered, and parked in a county park near Flint, Michigan. The June day was warm, and the park was quiet, the kind of place where families came to picnic, not where a revolution in medical ethics was about to unfold. But inside that van on June 4th, 1990, history was being made. Janet Atkins, a 54-year-old English teacher from Portland, Oregon, lay on a mattress in the back of the van. She was dressed in a tracksuit, her graying hair pulled back. She was a vibrant woman, a lover of hang gliding, backpacking, and classical music. But she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she had decided she would not let the disease take her dignity. Beside her sat Dr. Jack Kevorkian, a 62-year-old pathologist who had been advertising his services as a death counselor in Detroit newspapers. He was an odd, eccentric man with a shock of white hair and a relentless obsession with death. He had built a machine, a contraption of metal poles, bottles, and IV tubes that he called the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the machine. He started the saline solution flowing into her veins. Then, at her request, he handed her a small button. Atkins pressed the button. Within seconds, sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic, began flowing into her bloodstream. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. A minute later, potassium chloride, a lethal compound that stops the heart, was delivered. Within 5 minutes, the monitors confirmed what everyone in the van already knew. Janet Atkins was dead. Kevorkian unhooked her from the machine, called the police, and waited. The arrest that followed would launch one of the most controversial careers in American medicine. Over the next 8 years, Kevorkian would assist in the deaths of 130 people, some terminally ill, some not. He would be tried 4 times, acquitted 3 times, and finally convicted of second-degree murder in 1999. He would be called Dr. Death by his critics and a hero by his supporters. He would inspire legislation, spark a national debate, and leave a legacy that continues to shape the right to die movement to this day. This is the story of Jack Kevorkian, a man who believed that dying was not a crime. Part 1. The Making of Dr. Death. The early years. Murad Jacob Kevorkian was born on May 26, 1928, in Pontiac, Michigan, to Armenian immigrant parents who had fled the Armenian genocide. His father, Levon, left Ottoman Armenia in 1912 and found work at an automobile foundry. His mother, Satanig, escaped the genocide of 1915, finding refuge in Paris before eventually reuniting with her brother in Pontiac. Kevorkian was a child prodigy. He taught himself multiple languages, including German, Russian, Greek, and Japanese, a skill that often alienated him from his peers. He stopped attending church at the age of 12, having concluded that an all-knowing God would have prevented the genocide of his extended family. He graduated from Pontiac Central High School with honors at the age of 17 and enrolled at the University of Michigan Medical School, graduating in 1952. He completed his residency training in anatomical and clinical pathology and briefly conducted research on blood transfusion. The birth of Dr. Death Kevorkian earned his nickname Early. As a pathology resident, he proposed a radical idea that death row inmates should be allowed to choose to die by medical experimentation under anesthesia, with their organs donated to science. His 1959 paper, titled Capital Punishment or Capital Gain, outlined his proposal in chilling detail. I propose that a prisoner condemned to death by due process of law be allowed to submit, by his own free choice, to medical experimentation under complete anesthesia at the time appointed for administering the penalty, as a form of execution in lieu of conventional methods prescribed by law. Senior doctors at the University of Michigan opposed his proposal. Kevorkian chose to leave the university rather than stop advocating his ideas, but the nickname stuck. In the 1960s and 1970s, Kevorkian worked as a staff pathologist at hospitals in Michigan and Southern California. In 1982, he retired from practice and began to devote himself full-time to his mission, helping patients end their lives. Part 2. The Thanatron and the Mercitron. The Death Machine. In the summer of 1989, Kevorkian built a machine that would assist ill patients in ending their lives. He called it the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. The Thanatron was a simple but effective device. It consisted of 3 bottles suspended from a metal frame. One bottle contained saline solution. The second contained sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic that would put the patient into a coma. The third contained potassium chloride, a lethal compound that would stop the heart. When a patient pressed a button, the saline was replaced by the thiopental. Within 25 seconds, the patient would lose consciousness. Within a minute, the thiopental was replaced by the potassium chloride. Within 5 minutes, the patient would be dead. Kevorkian tried to advertise his invention in medical journals, but was turned away. Frustrated, he sold his story to local newspapers. The publicity landed him a guest appearance on the Donahue talk show in April 1990. One person who watched that show was Ronald Atkins of Portland, Oregon. His wife, Janet, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she wanted to end her life while she still had her faculties. The Mercitron. After Kevorkian's medical license was revoked in 1991, he could no longer legally obtain the drugs needed for the Thanatron, so he designed a new device, the Mercitron, from Mercy. The Mercitron used a canister of carbon monoxide attached to a face mask with a tube. The patient would open a valve to start the gas flowing. Depending on the patient's disability, a makeshift handle could be attached to the valve to make it easier to turn. According to Kevorkian, this method took 10 minutes or longer. He sometimes encouraged patients to take sedatives or muscle relaxants to keep them calm as they breathed deeply of the gas. Part 3. The First Assisted Suicide. Janet Atkins. Janet Atkins was a 54-year-old professor of English from Portland, Oregon. She was an active, vibrant woman who enjoyed hang gliding, backpacking, world travel, and music. In 1987, she began experiencing slips in memory, along with difficulties in reading music and spelling. In 1989, an Oregon doctor diagnosed the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Atkins was horrified by the prospect of losing her mental faculties. She told her husband, "Right then," Janet said, "I want to exit." Both Atkinses were longtime members of the Hemlock Society, which supported doctor-assisted suicide. When Ronald Atkins saw Kevorkian on Donahue, he called the doctor for a consultation. Over a luncheon meeting, Kevorkian confirmed the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, judged Atkins lucid enough to make her fateful decision, and agreed to help her. The execution Kevorkian searched for an appropriate place to initiate the suicide machine. He first called the Paramed Ambulance Service of Pontiac, requesting the use of one of their vehicles, which he wanted to park outside the Oakland County Medical Examiner's office. Shocked, they refused. He then began approaching hospitals, churches, hotels, funeral homes, and vacant office buildings. All refused. Finally, he loaded his suicide device into his Volkswagen van and drove to Groveland Oaks County Park. On June 4, 1990, Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the Thanatron. She pressed the button. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. Her heart stopped within 5 minutes. When the monitors confirmed her death, Kevorkian called the police. The aftermath. The authorities seized the van and the machine, but it was unclear what crime, if any, had been committed. Michigan law was vague on assisted suicide. Murder charges were dropped on December 13, 1990, as there were, at that time, no specific laws in Michigan regarding assisted suicide. But the case had already made Kevorkian a household name. Part 4: The Crusade. The campaign between 1990 and 1998, Kevorkian assisted in the deaths of 130 terminally ill people. He advertised his services in newspapers, distributed business cards, and appeared on television shows. He was a man on a mission to make euthanasia a positive experience and to force the medical profession to accept its responsibilities. "This is something I would want," he said of his work. "My ultimate aim is to make euthanasia a positive experience. I'm trying to knock the medical profession into accepting its responsibilities, and those responsibilities include assisting their patients with death." But Kevorkian's methods were controversial. He often met patients only briefly before assisting in their deaths. At least 19 patients died less than 24 hours after first meeting him. He failed to refer at least 17 patients to a pain specialist. And in at least 5 cases, autopsies showed that the person who committed suicide had no physical sign of disease. In 1991, the state of Michigan revoked Kevorkian's medical license. In April 1993, his California medical license was suspended. Kevorkian responded defiantly. He will go on assisting people commit suicide. He dares that California judge to come catch him. The legal battles. Kevorkian was tried 4 times for assisting suicides between 1994 and 1997. He was acquitted the first 3 times, and the 4th ended in a mistrial. His acquittals were largely due to a legal technicality. In each of these cases, it was the patient who pushed the button or took the final action that resulted in their death. Kevorkian had only attached the patient to the machine. In 1993, the Michigan legislature made it a felony to knowingly provide a person with the means to commit suicide or to physically assist in the act. Kevorkian served 2 jail sentences that year for violating the state's law against assisting in a suicide. During his first prison sentence, he threatened to starve himself to death to protest what he called this immoral law. Part 5: The Final Case. Thomas Uke. In September 1998, Kevorkian met Thomas Uke, a 52-year-old man suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Uke had been diagnosed with the progressive neurodegenerative disease, which had left him unable to walk, talk, or care for himself. Uke's family was supportive of his decision to end his life. His wife and brother would later stand by Kevorkian during the trial. On September 17, 1998, Kevorkian visited Uke at his home. This time, Kevorkian did not simply provide the means. He administered the lethal injection himself. He also videotaped the procedure. The broadcast Kevorkian had been struggling to get the attention of the national media. His earlier cases had been covered extensively, but he was determined to force the issue. He gave the videotape to CBS's 60 Minutes and challenged them to broadcast it. On November 22, 1998, the program aired the footage. The nation watched as Kevorkian injected Uke with the lethal drugs. On the tape, Kevorkian goaded prosecutors into coming after him, daring them to try him for murder so that the legality of assisted suicide and euthanasia could have a full airing in court. The conviction. Just 3 days after the broadcast, Kevorkian was charged with first-degree murder. The charge was later reduced to second-degree murder. He was also charged with the unlawful delivery of a controlled substance. Kevorkian acted as his own attorney. He rested his case without calling a single witness. The Uke family was willing to take the stand on his behalf, but the judge would not permit them to testify about Uke's suffering. On March 26, 1999, Kevorkian was convicted of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. The jury had found Kevorkian guilty of the lesser charge, sparing him a potential life sentence. But the verdict was a blow to the right to die movement. As Time magazine noted, it was an unusual murder trial, given that the victim's wife and relatives were the killer's staunchest defenders. Part 6. The Aftermath. The prison years. Kevorkian served 8 years of his sentence before being released on parole on June 1, 2007. He was released on compassionate grounds due to his deteriorating health. He was suffering from hepatitis B, contracted while performing transfusions in Korea. His parole conditions were strict. He could not offer advice about, participate in, or be present at any type of euthanasia, nor could he promote or talk about the procedure of assisted suicide. The later years. Following his release, Kevorkian became popular on the lecture circuit and television talk shows. He published a prison memoir, Glimmer IQs, which included nonsense rhymes and limericks, and a book about overpopulation called When the People Bubble Pops. He also continued his activism, and although by now his eccentric profile made him unwelcome in many sectors of the assisted suicide movement. In 2008, Kevorkian ran for Congress in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, as an independent candidate. He collected nearly 9,000 votes, or 2.6%. In 2010, Al Pacino won an Emmy for playing Kevorkian in the HBO television drama You Don't Know Jack. The death of Dr. Death. Jack Kevorkian died on June 3, 2011, at William Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan. He was 83 years old. The cause of death was a pulmonary thrombosis. He had been admitted the previous month, suffering from pneumonia and kidney problems. His death had a certain irony. After years of helping others to die, he had died of natural causes. Part 7. The Legacy. The right to die movement, Kevorkian's legacy, is deeply contested. To his critics, he was a dangerous zealot who used suffering patients to further his own agenda. To his supporters, he was a visionary who forced the medical profession and the public to confront the issue of physician-assisted suicide. Kevorkian didn't seek out history, but he made history, concluded his attorney, Jeffrey Feiger. Even the judge who put him behind bars acknowledged his impact. Jessica Cooper, who presided over his trial, said, "He brought to the forefront end-of-life issues. Those were not things that were discussed publicly before. That debate continues in medical schools and on Main Street." At the time of Kevorkian's death, physician-assisted suicide was legal in 4 American states: Oregon, Washington, Montana, and Vermont. Since then, New Mexico, California, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and several other states have followed suit. The critics point to the ethical and legal problems with Kevorkian's approach. Wesley J. Smith, a leading campaigner against assisted suicide, wrote, "I think his more important place in contemporary history was as a dark mirror that reflected how powerful the avoidance of suffering has become as a driving force in society, and indeed how that excuse seems to justify nearly any excess." Smith noted that at least 70% of his assisted suicides were not dying, and 5 weren't ill at all according to their autopsies. It didn't matter. In the end, Kevorkian remains a figure of profound controversy. His legacy is one of passion, defiance, and a willingness to break the law for what he believed was a moral imperative. Chapter Summary. Jack Kevorkian was an American pathologist who assisted in at least 130 suicides. He was known as Dr. Death. He designed 2 euthanasia devices, the Thanatron and the Mercitron. His first assisted suicide was Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old woman with Alzheimer's disease. In 1990, he was tried 4 times for assisting suicides and acquitted 3 times. The 4th ended in a mistrial. In 1998, he was charged with murder after administering a lethal injection to Thomas Uke. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. He served 8 years before being released on parole in 2007. He died of natural causes on June 3, 2011. His actions sparked a national debate about physician-assisted suicide. He inspired the legalization of assisted suicide in several states. Chapter 12. Jack Kevorkian, Dr. Death and Assisted Suicide. Prologue: The Van in the Park. The 1968 Volkswagen van was hardly the setting for a historic event. It was rusted, battered, and parked in a county park near Flint, Michigan. The June day was warm, and the park was quiet, the kind of place where families came to picnic, not where a revolution in medical ethics was about to unfold. But inside that van on June 4th, 1990, history was being made. Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old English teacher from Portland, Oregon, lay on a mattress in the back of the van. She was dressed in a tracksuit, her graying hair pulled back. She was a vibrant woman, a lover of hang gliding, backpacking, and classical music. But she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she had decided she would not let the disease take her dignity. Beside her sat Dr. Jack Kevorkian, a 62-year-old pathologist who had been advertising his services as a death counselor in Detroit newspapers. He was an odd, eccentric man with a shock of white hair and a relentless obsession with death. He had built a machine, a contraption of metal poles, bottles, and IV tubes that he called the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. Kevorkian hooked Adkins up to the machine. He started the saline solution flowing into her veins. Then, at her request, he handed her a small button. Adkins pressed the button. Within seconds, sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic, began flowing into her bloodstream. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. A minute later, potassium chloride, a lethal compound that stops the heart, was delivered. Within 5 minutes, the monitors confirmed what everyone in the van already knew. Janet Adkins was dead. Kevorkian unhooked her from the machine, called the police, and waited. The arrest that followed would launch one of the most controversial careers in American medicine. Over the next 8 years, Kevorkian would assist in the deaths of 130 people, some terminally ill, some not. He would be tried 4 times, acquitted 3 times, and finally convicted of second-degree murder in 1999. He would be called Dr. Death by his critics and a hero by his supporters. He would inspire legislation, spark a national debate, and leave a legacy that continues to shape the Right to Die movement to this day. This is the story of Jack Kevorkian, a man who believed that dying was not a crime. Part 1. The Making of Dr. Death. The early years. Murad Jacob Kevorkian was born on May 26, 1928, in Pontiac, Michigan, to Armenian immigrant parents who had fled the Armenian genocide. His father, Levon, left Ottoman Armenia in 1912 and found work at an automobile foundry. His mother, Satanig, escaped the genocide of 1915, finding refuge in Paris before eventually reuniting with her brother in Pontiac. Kevorkian was a child prodigy. He taught himself multiple languages, including German, Russian, Greek, and Japanese, a skill that often alienated him from his peers. He stopped attending church at the age of 12, having concluded that an all-knowing God would have prevented the genocide of his extended family. He graduated from Pontiac Central High School with honors at the age of 17 and enrolled at the University of Michigan Medical School, graduating in 1952. He completed his residency training in anatomical and clinical pathology and briefly conducted research on blood transfusion. The birth of Dr. Death Kevorkian earned his nickname early. As a pathology resident, he proposed a radical idea that death row inmates should be allowed to choose to die by medical experimentation under anesthesia, with their organs donated to science. His 1959 paper, titled Capital Punishment or Capital Gain, outlined his proposal in chilling detail. I propose that a prisoner condemned to death by due process of law be allowed to submit, by his own free choice, to medical experimentation under complete anesthesia at the time appointed for administering the penalty, as a form of execution in lieu of conventional methods prescribed by law. Senior doctors at the University of Michigan opposed his proposal. Kevorkian chose to leave the university rather than stop advocating his ideas, but the nickname stuck. In the 1960s and 1970s, Kevorkian worked as a staff pathologist at hospitals in Michigan and Southern California. In 1982, he retired from practice and began to devote himself full-time to his mission, helping patients end their lives. Part 2. The Thanatron and the Mercitron. The Death Machine. In the summer of 1989, Kevorkian built a machine that would assist ill patients in ending their lives. He called it the Thanatron, from the Greek word for death. The Thanatron was a simple but effective device. It consisted of 3 bottles suspended from a metal frame. One bottle contained saline solution. The second contained sodium thiopental, a powerful anesthetic that would put the patient into a coma. The third contained potassium chloride, a lethal compound that would stop the heart. When a patient pressed a button, the saline was replaced by the thiopental. Within 25 seconds, the patient would lose consciousness. Within a minute, the thiopental was replaced by the potassium chloride. Within 5 minutes, the patient would be dead. Kevorkian tried to advertise his invention in medical journals, but was turned away. Frustrated, he sold his story to local newspapers. The publicity landed him a guest appearance on the Donahue talk show in April 1990. One person who watched that show was Ronald Atkins of Portland, Oregon. His wife, Janet, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and she wanted to end her life while she still had her faculties. The Mercitron. After Kevorkian's medical license was revoked in 1991, he could no longer legally obtain the drugs needed for the Thanatron, so he designed a new device, the Mercitron, from Mercy. The Mercitron used a canister of carbon monoxide attached to a face mask with a tube. The patient would open a valve to start the gas flowing. Depending on the patient's disability, a makeshift handle could be attached to the valve to make it easier to turn. According to Kevorkian, this method took 10 minutes or longer. He sometimes encouraged patients to take sedatives or muscle relaxants to keep them calm as they breathed deeply of the gas. Part 3. The First Assisted Suicide. Janet Adkins. Janet Adkins was a 54-year-old professor of English from Portland, Oregon. She was an active, vibrant woman who enjoyed hang gliding, backpacking, world travel, and music. In 1987, she began experiencing slips in memory, along with difficulties in reading music and spelling. In 1989, an Oregon doctor diagnosed the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Adkins was horrified by the prospect of losing her mental faculties. She told her husband, "Right then," Janet said, "I want to exit." Both Atkinses were longtime members of the Hemlock Society, which supported doctor-assisted suicide. When Ronald Atkins saw Kevorkian on Donahue, he called the doctor for a consultation. Over a luncheon meeting, Kevorkian confirmed the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, judged Atkins lucid enough to make her fateful decision, and agreed to help her. The execution Kevorkian searched for an appropriate place to initiate the suicide machine. He first called the Paramed Ambulance Service of Pontiac, requesting the use of one of their vehicles, which he wanted to park outside the Oakland County Medical Examiner's office. Shocked, they refused. He then began approaching hospitals, churches, hotels, funeral homes, and vacant office buildings. All refused. Finally, he loaded his suicide device into his Volkswagen van and drove to Groveland Oaks County Park. On June 4, 1990, Kevorkian hooked Atkins up to the Thanatron. She pressed the button. She lost consciousness within 25 seconds. Her heart stopped within 5 minutes. When the monitors confirmed her death, Kevorkian called the police. The aftermath. The authorities seized the van and the machine, but it was unclear what crime, if any, had been committed. Michigan law was vague on assisted suicide. Murder charges were dropped on December 13, 1990, as there were, at that time, no specific laws in Michigan regarding assisted suicide. But the case had already made Kevorkian a household name. Part 4. The Crusade. The campaign between 1990 and 1998, Kevorkian assisted in the deaths of 130 terminally ill people. He advertised his services in newspapers, distributed business cards, and appeared on television shows. He was a man on a mission to make euthanasia a positive experience and to force the medical profession to accept its responsibilities. "This is something I would want," he said of his work. "My ultimate aim is to make euthanasia a positive experience. I'm trying to knock the medical profession into accepting its responsibilities, and those responsibilities include assisting their patients with death." But Kevorkian's methods were controversial. He often met patients only briefly before assisting in their deaths. At least 19 patients died less than 24 hours after first meeting him. He failed to refer at least 17 patients to a pain specialist. And in at least 5 cases, autopsies showed that the person who committed suicide had no physical sign of disease. In 1991, the state of Michigan revoked Kevorkian's medical license. In April 1993, his California medical license was suspended. Kevorkian responded defiantly. He will go on assisting people commit suicide. He dares that California judge to come catch him. The legal battles. Kevorkian was tried 4 times for assisting suicides between 1994 and 1997. He was acquitted the first 3 times, and the 4th ended in a mistrial. His acquittals were largely due to a legal technicality. In each of these cases, it was the patient who pushed the button or took the final action that resulted in their death. Kevorkian had only attached the patient to the machine. In 1993, the Michigan legislature made it a felony to knowingly provide a person with the means to commit suicide or to physically assist in the act. Kevorkian served 2 jail sentences that year for violating the state's law against assisting in a suicide. During his first prison sentence, he threatened to starve himself to death to protest what he called this immoral law. Part 5. The Final Case. Thomas Uke. In September 1998, Kevorkian met Thomas Uke, a 52-year-old man suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Uke had been diagnosed with the progressive neurodegenerative disease, which had left him unable to walk, talk, or care for himself. Uke's family was supportive of his decision to end his life. His wife and brother would later stand by Kevorkian during the trial. On September 17, 1998, Kevorkian visited Uke at his home. This time, Kevorkian did not simply provide the means. He administered the lethal injection himself. He also videotaped the procedure. The broadcast Kevorkian had been struggling to get the attention of the national media. His earlier cases had been covered extensively, but he was determined to force the issue. He gave the videotape to CBS's 60 Minutes and challenged them to broadcast it. On November 22, 1998, the program aired the footage. The nation watched as Kevorkian injected Uke with the lethal drugs. On the tape, Kevorkian goaded prosecutors into coming after him, daring them to try him for murder so that the legality of assisted suicide and euthanasia could have a full airing in court. The conviction. Just 3 days after the broadcast, Kevorkian was charged with first-degree murder. The charge was later reduced to second-degree murder. He was also charged with the unlawful delivery of a controlled substance. Kevorkian acted as his own attorney. He rested his case without calling a single witness. The Uke family was willing to take the stand on his behalf, but the judge would not permit them to testify about Uke's suffering. On March 26, 1999, Kevorkian was convicted of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. The jury had found Kevorkian guilty of the lesser charge, sparing him a potential life sentence. But the verdict was a blow to the right to die movement. As Time magazine noted, it was an unusual murder trial, given that the victim's wife and relatives were the killer's staunchest defenders. Part 6. The Aftermath. The prison years. Kevorkian served 8 years of his sentence before being released on parole on June 1, 2007. He was released on compassionate grounds due to his deteriorating health. He was suffering from hepatitis B, contracted while performing transfusions in Korea. His parole conditions were strict. He could not offer advice about, participate in, or be present at any type of euthanasia, nor could he promote or talk about the procedure of assisted suicide. The later years. Following his release, Kevorkian became popular on the lecture circuit and television talk shows. He published a prison memoir, Glimmer IQs, which included nonsense rhymes and limericks, and a book about overpopulation called When the People Bubble Pops. He also continued his activism, and although by now his eccentric profile made him unwelcome in many sectors of the assisted suicide movement. In 2008, Kevorkian ran for Congress in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, as an independent candidate. He collected nearly 9,000 votes, or 2.6%. In 2010, Al Pacino won an Emmy for playing Kevorkian in the HBO television drama You Don't Know Jack. The Death of Dr. Death. Jack Kevorkian died on June 3, 2011, at William Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan. He was 83 years old. The cause of death was a pulmonary thrombosis. He had been admitted the previous month, suffering from pneumonia and kidney problems. His death had a certain irony. After years of helping others to die, he had died of natural causes. Part 7. The Legacy. The right to die movement, Kevorkian's legacy, is deeply contested. To his critics, he was a dangerous zealot who used suffering patients to further his own agenda. To his supporters, he was a visionary who forced the medical profession and the public to confront the issue of physician-assisted suicide. Kevorkian didn't seek out history, but he made history, concluded his attorney, Jeffrey Feiger. Even the judge who put him behind bars acknowledged his impact. Jessica Cooper, who presided over his trial, said, "He brought to the forefront end-of-life issues. Those were not things that were discussed publicly before. That debate continues in medical schools and on Main Street." At the time of Kevorkian's death, physician-assisted suicide was legal in 4 American states: Oregon, Washington, Montana, and Vermont. Since then, New Mexico, California, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and several other states have followed suit. The critics point to the ethical and legal problems with Kevorkian's approach. Wesley J. Smith, a leading campaigner against assisted suicide, wrote, "I think his more important place in contemporary history was as a dark mirror that reflected how powerful the avoidance of suffering has become as a driving force in society, and indeed how that excuse seems to justify nearly any excess." Smith noted that at least 70% of his assisted suicides were not dying, and 5 weren't ill at all according to their autopsies. It didn't matter. In the end, Kevorkian remains a figure of profound controversy. His legacy is one of passion, defiance, and a willingness to break the law for what he believed was a moral imperative. Chapter Summary. Jack Kevorkian was an American pathologist who assisted in at least 130 suicides. He was known as Dr. Death. He designed 2 euthanasia devices, the Thanatron and the Mercitron. His first assisted suicide was Janet Adkins, a 54-year-old woman with Alzheimer's disease. In 1990, he was tried 4 times for assisting suicides and acquitted 3 times. The 4th ended in a mistrial. In 1998, he was charged with murder after administering a lethal injection to Thomas Uke. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison. He served 8 years before being released on parole in 2007. He died of natural causes on June 3, 2011. His actions sparked a national debate about physician-assisted suicide. He inspired the legalization of assisted suicide in several states. Chapter 13. Nurses Who Kill Beverly, Allitt, and Lucy Letby. Prologue. The Wards of Death. 2 hospitals, 2 nurses 2 decades apart. In 1991, at Grantham and Kesteven Hospital in Lincolnshire, a nurse named Beverly Allitt embarked on a 59-day reign of terror that would leave 4 children dead and 9 others seriously injured. In 2015, at the Countess of Chester Hospital, another nurse, Lucy Letby, began a similar spree, ultimately murdering 7 babies and attempting to murder 7 others. The parallels are chilling. Both women were trusted caregivers, the kind of people parents never questioned. Both were present when children collapsed and died. Both used identical methods, injecting air into the bloodstream, administering lethal doses of insulin, and tampering with medical equipment. Both were described as quiet, unassuming, and utterly unremarkable, the monster no one sees coming. Anything like this inquiry stays with you through your life, said retired Detective Superintendent Stuart Clifton, who investigated Allet 3 decades ago. There are so many parallels between this and the Letby case. I have never been able to understand how someone in the caring profession could do this. To me, it beggars belief that there's more than one person that has committed these actions against babies. But there is more than one. There have been dozens, nurses who have killed patients often for years before anyone suspected. As Dr. Marissa Harrison, a professor of psychology and author of Just as Deadly, The Psychology of Female Serial Killers, noted, by analyzing cases in the U.S., we found that nearly 40% of female serial killers are nurses, nurses' aides, or other healthcare workers. The phenomenon is not new, and it is not rare. Part 1. Beverly Allet, the Angel of Death. The Making of a Killer. Beverly Allet was born on October 4, 1968, in Grantham, England. She was a quiet, shy child who struggled to make friends. As she grew older, she developed an obsession with nursing, determined to care for others. But Allet also had a dark side. She suffered from Munchausen syndrome, a condition in which a person feigns illness or induces symptoms in themselves to gain attention and sympathy. Later, she would also develop Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a form of abuse in which a caregiver fabricates or induces illness in someone under their care to attract attention to themselves. One former prison governor described Allet as one of the quietest, mouse-like people. She didn't look like she would say boo to a goose. She was very subdued, the kind of person you would instantly put onto suicide watch. The 59 Days of Terror. Allet's killing spree began on February 21, 1991, when 7-month-old Liam Taylor was admitted to Ward 4 with a chest infection. Allet reassured his parents that he was in capable hands and persuaded them to go home. When they returned, Liam had suffered a respiratory emergency. Allet volunteered for extra night duty so she could watch over him. Liam had another respiratory crisis just before midnight. Allet was left alone with him, and his condition worsened dramatically. He suffered a cardiac arrest and severe brain damage. His parents made the agonizing decision to remove him from life support. 2 weeks later, 11-year-old Timothy Hardwick, who had cerebral palsy, was admitted following an epileptic fit. Allet took over his care. After a period when she was alone with him, she summoned the emergency team. He was found without a pulse and turning blue. Despite the best efforts of the team, he could not be revived. Allet's attacks continued unchecked. She injected her victims with insulin, potassium, and air bubbles. She tampered with breathing machines and cut off oxygen supply. Some of her victims were revived. Others were not. One survivor was Paul Crampton, just 5 months old. He was admitted with a non-serious bronchial infection. Just prior to his discharge, Allet summoned help as Paul appeared to be suffering from insulin shock, going into a near coma on 3 separate occasions. Each time, doctors revived him but were unable to explain the fluctuation in his insulin levels. When he was transferred to another hospital, Allet rode with him, and he was again found to have too much insulin. Another victim, 2-month-old Becky Phillips, was admitted with gastroenteritis. Allet claimed Becky appeared hypoglycemic, but no ailment was found. Becky was sent home and died during the night. Her twin sister, Katie, was admitted to Grantham as a precaution. Allet was again in attendance. Katie stopped breathing and suffered a cardiac arrest. Although revived, she suffered severe brain damage, partial paralysis, and sight and hearing damage. In a supreme twist of irony, Katie's mother, Sue Phillips, was so grateful to Allet for saving her baby's life that she asked her to be Katie's godmother. Allet accepted willingly. The investigation. It was only after Alit's 13th victim, 15-month-old Claire Peck, that hospital staff finally became suspicious. Claire, an asthmatic, suffered 2 cardiac attacks in Alit's presence. The second was fatal. Although an autopsy indicated natural causes, consultant Dr. Nelson Porter initiated an inquiry. The high number of cardiac arrests on Ward 4 alarmed him. Tests revealed a high level of potassium in Claire's blood, a drug never given to a baby. Detective Superintendent Stuart Clifton was assigned to the investigation. He found inordinately high doses of insulin in most of the victims. He discovered that Alit had reported the key missing to the insulin refrigerator. When record checks revealed missing daily nursing logs, the only common factor in all 25 suspicious episodes was the presence of Beverly Alit. The trial Alit was arrested in November 1991. She showed calm under interrogation, denying any part in the attacks. She insisted she had merely been caring for the victims. Her trial began on February 15, 1993, at Nottingham Crown Court. Prosecutors demonstrated that Alit had been present at each suspicious episode, and that the high readings of insulin and potassium, drug injection marks, and puncture wounds were all linked to her. Evidence of her childhood behavior was brought to light, and Professor Roy Meadow explained Munchausen syndrome by proxy, pointing out how Alit demonstrated symptoms of both conditions. Alit was convicted on all counts: 4 murders, 3 attempted murders, and 6 counts of causing grievous bodily harm, and given 13 life sentences. Mr. Justice Latham said it was the harshest sentence ever delivered to a female, but it was commensurate with the horrific suffering of the victims and their families. The aftermath. Alit was incarcerated at Rampton Secure Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility in Nottinghamshire. Almost immediately, she began her attention-seeking behavior again, ingesting ground glass and pouring boiling water on her hand. Former prison officer Bev Butler recalled, "She went on hunger strike. She was in a cell with the door open, and we watched her 24/7. She was intimidating, very smarmy, wanting to be liked. Everyone was told, don't accept anything from her, don't take sweets from her, don't take anything she offers, because you just never knew what she was capable of." Alit remains at Rampton. She professes her innocence to this day. Part 2. Lucy Letby, the Neonatal Killer. The making of a monster. Lucy Letby was born on January 4, 1990, in Hereford, England. She was described as a bright, hard-working student who had a normal childhood. She graduated from the University of Chester in 2011 and began working at the Countess of Chester Hospital's neonatal unit. Letby was a doe-eyed young woman with a sweet and innocent appearance. Former prison governor Susie Diamond White described her as angelic-looking, the kind of person you would be happy to sit next to on a bus. She had teddy bears and fairy lights in her bedroom, took salsa lessons, and went on holidays with friends. But behind the innocent facade was a killer. The murders. Between June 2015 and June 2016, Lucy Letby systematically murdered 7 babies and attempted to murder 7 others. She used a variety of methods, injecting air into their bloodstreams, poisoning them with insulin, overfeeding them, and physically assaulting them. The timing of her crimes was alarming. A staffing rota showed Letby was on shift for every baby collapse or death examined in court. Despite concerns being raised by senior doctors, she was not removed from her duties until 2016, and even then she was only moved to an administrative role. One victim, Baby A, was murdered by injecting air into his bloodstream. Letby had been on duty when he collapsed, with doctors later finding a large air bubble in his body. Another victim was poisoned with insulin. Letby had taken extra shifts to be present when he died. In a chilling parallel to Alit, Letby kept souvenirs of her crimes. She kept patient records and a diary with victim initials and their death dates. On post-it notes she wrote, "I killed them because I'm not good enough to care for them," and "I am evil, I did this." The investigation police began investigating the deaths in May 2017, after hospital authorities finally raised concerns. Letby was arrested at her home in July 2018. The investigation spanned years. Letby was charged with 22 offenses in total. Her trial began in October 2022 and lasted 9 months, one of the longest in British history. The trial. On August 18, 2023, Letby was found guilty of 7 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. She was handed 14 whole life orders, meaning she has no chance of parole and will die in prison. High Court Judge James Goss said, "You acted in a way that was completely contrary to the normal human instincts of nurturing and caring for babies, and in gross breach of the trust that all citizens place in those who work in the medical and caring professions. There was a deep malevolence bordering on sadism in your actions." The aftermath. Letby is currently incarcerated at HMP Bronzefield, a women's prison in Surrey. She is believed to be very cocky and pretty controlling, according to prison officer Joe Taylor. The controversy continues. In May 2024, the Court of Appeal dismissed Letby's application to overturn her convictions. However, an international panel of experts has claimed that, in all cases, death or injury were due to natural causes or just bad medical care. These claims are disputed by the prosecution's expert witnesses, who maintain that Letby's guilt is established. Part 3. The Psychology of Killer Nurses. The monster no one sees coming. Dr. Marissa Harrison, a professor of psychology, has studied female serial killers extensively. Her research revealed that nearly 40% of female serial killers are nurses or other healthcare workers. A typical female serial killer, according to Harrison's analysis, is white, probably Christian, average-looking or attractive, and in her 20s or 30s when the crimes start. She has an elevated probability of being a healthcare worker, often in charge of caring for those who are helpless. These profiles apply remarkably well to both Alit and Letby. Both were white in their 20s when the crime started, and both were nurses caring for vulnerable patients. Both were described as quiet and unassuming, the kind of people you would never suspect. Why are nurses so overrepresented? There are several reasons why nurses are overrepresented among female serial killers. Access. Nurses have access to vulnerable patients and to drugs that can be used to kill. They can administer lethal doses of insulin, potassium, and other substances with impunity. Trust. Nurses are trusted by their patients and their families. No one suspects the person who is supposed to be caring for their loved one. Invisibility. Nurses are often overlooked. They are not the surgeons or the doctors. They are the background staff. This invisibility allows them to operate unchecked. Munchausen by proxy. Some killer nurses suffer from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychiatric disorder in which a caregiver induces illness in someone under their care to gain attention and sympathy. Both Alit and Letby exhibited signs of this disorder. The thrill. For some, killing is a thrill. They derive pleasure from the act of taking a life and from the attention that comes with saving victims. Kristen Gilbert, the American Angel of Death, induced cardiac arrest in patients so she could respond to the emergency and rescue them. The nurse schema Harrison argues that we have a cognitive framework, a schema, for what a nurse should be. A nurse is a skilled and compassionate caretaker, she writes. A nurse monitors, nourishes, and soothes. Killer does not fit into our nurse schema. This schema makes it difficult for people to believe that a nurse could be a killer. When suspicion arises, it is dismissed as impossible. This is why hospital administrators so often fail to act. The female schema. Similarly, we have a schema for women. Throughout history, women are typically perceived as nurturing, caring, and kind, Harrison notes. Most people are not ready to believe that a woman can kill. This gender schema explains why female serial killers are so often overlooked. They do not fit our preconceived notions of what a killer should look like. As District Judge Thomas Clee said, sentencing another killer nurse, "You are the monster no one sees coming." Part 4. The Continuing Threat. The prevalence of killer nurses Alit and Letby are not isolated cases. There have been many others. Kristen Gilbert, an American nurse who killed at least 4 patients at a Veterans Affairs medical center in Massachusetts by injecting their IV bags with lethal doses of epinephrine. She was convicted of murder in 2001 and is serving life in prison. Jane Toppin, Jolly Jane, confessed to killing 31 people in the early 20th century. She experimented with morphine and atropine, watching patients die with delight. Beverly Allitt, convicted of 4 murders and 7 attempted murders in 1993. Lucy Letby, convicted of 7 murders and 7 attempted murders in 2023. The problem is not going away. As Harrison notes, the profile of the female serial killer, white in her 20s or 30s, a nurse, is a starting point for identifying future killers. The failure of hospitals. Both Alit and Letby killed for months or years before anyone stopped them. The lesson is that hospitals need to be better at identifying patterns and acting on suspicions. In Letby's case, senior doctors raised concerns for months before she was finally removed. In Allit's case, the high number of cardiac arrests on Ward 4 was noticed but not acted upon. As David Crampton, whose son Paul was targeted by Allit, said, "My instincts tell me that because this seemed to go on so long then, the lesson learnt of understanding a developing pattern of unusual events clearly wasn't learnt." You'd have to conclude that joining these dots together and making the big decision, whatever that was, close the ward, put the staff on leave, didn't happen. Chapter Summary. Beverly Allitt was a British nurse who murdered 4 children and attempted to murder 7 others in 1991. She was known as the Angel of Death. She used insulin, potassium, and air bubbles to kill her victims. She was convicted of 13 life sentences in 1993 and is detained at Rampton Secure Hospital. Lucy Letby was a British neonatal nurse who murdered 7 babies and attempted to murder 7 others in 2015 to 2016. She used air injections, insulin, overfeeding, and physical assault to kill her victims. She was convicted in 2023 and is serving 14 whole life sentences. Both cases show chilling parallels, including similar methods and the failure of hospitals to act. Nearly 40% of female serial killers are nurses or healthcare workers. The phenomenon is not rare, and hospitals must improve their vigilance. Chapter 14. The Terrorist Doctors from Al-Zawahiri to Modern Threats. Prologue. The Paradox of the Murderous Healer. In July 2007, the world was stunned by a series of failed terrorist attacks in London and Glasgow. 2 car bombs were discovered in London's West End, and a burning jeep was crashed into Glasgow Airport. The attackers were not impoverished, uneducated fanatics. They were doctors and medical professionals. How could doctors pledge to heal, conspire to murder and maim? Asked a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. The paradox of the murderous healer is part of it. The physician's plot, as it came to be known, was not an isolated incident. Medical doctors have been involved in terrorist activities for decades. Osama bin Laden's deputy, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was a trained pediatrician and surgeon. George Habash, founder of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, was a physician. Hamas leaders Abdel Aziz al-Rantisi and Mahmoud al-Zahar were both medical doctors. The phenomenon is not limited to the Middle East. In November 2025, a car bomb exploded outside the Red Fort in New Delhi, killing 13 people. The attackers were Indian doctors who had been radicalized online and trained by the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror group. This white-collar terror ecosystem represents a new and troubling trend: the weaponization of medical professionals. This chapter explores the disturbing phenomenon of doctors who become terrorists. It examines the paradox of the murderous healer, the apparent contradiction between the healing profession and the violence of terrorism. It profiles the most prominent terrorist doctors, from al-Zawahiri to the modern Indian terror doctors. And it asks the question that haunts us all: why do some doctors choose death over life? Part 1. The Paradox of the Murderous Healer. A long tradition. The involvement of medical doctors in terrorism is not new. There's a long tradition of doctors in Muslim fundamentalist movements, especially among the leaders of groups supporting jihad against the West, observed Dr. Andrew Bostom, Associate Professor of Medicine at Brown University. Unfortunately, it's a rather respected tradition. Ayman al-Zawahiri came from a family of doctors and qualified as a surgeon in Cairo. George Habash, a Palestinian Christian, trained and practiced as a pediatrician before founding the PFLP. His deputy and the mastermind of the infamous 1970 hijackings, Wadi Haddad, studied medicine alongside Habash at the American University of Beirut. The pattern extends beyond the Middle East. In 2007, the foiled London and Glasgow bombings involved Dr. Bilal Abdullah, an Iraq-born physician, and Kafil Ahmed, an Indian PhD student. In 2025, the Red Fort car bomb was carried out by a cell of Indian doctors who had been radicalized online. Education does not prevent radicalization. The recurring involvement of medical doctors in terrorist acts challenges the conventional wisdom that education leads to de-radicalization. Numerous studies have concluded that Islamist terrorists tend to be relatively well-educated members of the middle and upper classes. The poverty theory of terrorism, the notion that terrorists must somehow be poor, is a myth. As one analyst noted, the fashionable notion that terrorists must somehow be poor is mistaken. Terrorists are often well-educated middle-class professionals, and doctors with their advanced education and social status are prime targets for recruitment. Part 2. The Profiles. Ayman al-Zawahiri, Al-Qaeda's Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri, was born on June 19, 1951, in Mahdi, Cairo, Egypt, to a prominent upper-middle-class family of doctors and scholars. His father was a pharmacologist and chemistry professor, and his mother came from a wealthy, politically active clan. Zawahiri excelled in school and loved poetry. He hated violent sports, which he thought were inhumane, and had a deep affection for his mother. But even at a young age, he was drawn to radical politics. At 14, he joined the Muslim Brotherhood. The following year, the Egyptian government executed Sayyid Qutb, the Brotherhood's leading ideologue. Zawahiri helped form an underground cell devoted to overthrowing the government and establishing an Islamist state. Zawahiri graduated from Cairo University in 1974 and served 3 years as a surgeon in the Egyptian army. He then established a clinic near his parents. In 1978, he earned a master's degree in surgery. By the late 1970s, he was regarded as the leader of Islamic Jihad, a group that sought to overthrow the Egyptian government. Zawahiri's first connection with Afghanistan came in 1980. While working at a clinic in Cairo run by the Muslim Brotherhood, he was invited to Pakistan to care for Afghan refugees fleeing the Soviet invasion. He later described the Afghan struggle against the Soviet Union as a training course of the utmost importance to prepare the Muslim Mujahideen to wage their awaited battle against the superpower that now has sole dominance over the globe, namely the United States. Zawahiri's path to global jihad was sealed by his imprisonment after the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in 1981. He was convicted of possessing weapons and jailed for 3 years. He has written several books, including Knights Under the Prophet's Banner, which he wrote in a cave in Afghanistan. In 1998, Zawahiri was the second signatory after Osama bin Laden to a fatwa declaring jihad against Jews and Crusaders, authorizing the killing of U.S. civilians. He also promoted the use of suicide attacks. "It is the love of death in the path of Allah that is the weapon that will annihilate this evil empire of America," he said in an interview in 2002. Zawahiri was killed in a U.S. drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan on July 31, 2022. George Habash, the founder of the PFLP. George Habash was a Palestinian politician and physician who founded the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, in 1967. Known as Al-Hakim, the wise man or the doctor, Habash became one of the most notorious Palestinian militant leaders. Habash was born in Lydda, Mandatory Palestine, in 1926. His family was Christian. In 1948, while he was a medical student at the American University of Beirut, he returned to his hometown during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. His family, along with other Arab Palestinians, was forcibly driven out in an event known as the Lydda Death March, which led to the death of his sister. After graduating first in his class from medical school in 1951, Habash worked in Palestinian refugee camps in Jordan and ran a clinic in Amman. But politics was his passion. "The only language which the enemy understands is that of revolutionary violence," he declared. The PFLP gained world notoriety for its airplane hijackings. In July 1968, the group hijacked an El Al plane en route from Rome to Tel Aviv. In September 1970, 4 Western jets were hijacked and forced to land in Jordan, triggering the Black September conflict. The group's ruthlessness was built on a strategy of well-publicized attacks on civilian targets. Habash remained opposed to a two-state solution even after the PLO signed the Oslo Peace Accords in 1993. He resigned as Secretary General of the PFLP due to ill health in 2000. He died of a heart attack in 2008. Mahmoud al-Zahar, the surgeon of Hamas. Mahmoud al-Zahar is a co-founder and senior member of Hamas. He is also a trained surgeon. Zahar graduated from the Cairo University Faculty of Medicine in 1971 and later earned a master's degree in general surgery from Ain Shams University in Cairo. He then became the advisor to the Palestinian health minister and helped create the Palestinian Medical Society. He was one of the primary founders of the Islamic University in Gaza in 1978. Zahar was instrumental in the founding of Hamas in 1987 and served as a senior official and spokesman of the organization. He has been vocal in his endorsement of violence against Jews and the destruction of Israel. In March 2006, following the Hamas victory in the Palestinian Authority elections, Zahar was appointed foreign minister. He held this position until March 2007, when Hamas wrested control of Gaza. Zahar has been the subject of a failed Israeli assassination attempt that killed his oldest son, Khaled. An Israeli raid in 2008 killed his other son, Hussam, a member of Hamas's armed wing. In November 2023, the U.S. Department of the Treasury designated Zahar as a specially designated global terrorist. Part 3: The Physician's Plot. The 2007 attacks. In June 2007, 2 car bombs were discovered in London's West End. The bombs, which contained gasoline, propane, and nails, were designed to cause massive casualties. They failed to detonate. The next day, a burning jeep was crashed into Glasgow Airport. The attackers were medical professionals. Dr. Bilal Abdullah, an Iraq-born physician, was arrested trying to blow up the jeep. Kafil Ahmed, an Indian PhD student, died from burns sustained in the attack. The plot was connected to a network of doctors and medical professionals. The reaction, the physician's plot, shocked the world. How could doctors who had sworn to heal conspire to murder and maim? The paradox of the murderous healer was part of the shock, but so was the conviction that terrorism stems from poverty. The attackers were not poor, they were educated professionals. The plot also highlighted a disturbing trend: the weaponization of medical knowledge. Among jihadists, doctors can transcend rivalries. The doctor can move more freely with less security. Doctors may also augment Islamist jihad with their knowledge of chemistry and perhaps pharmacology, noted an analyst. Part 4: The Indian Terror Doctors. The Red Fort Car Bomb. On November 10, 2025, a car bomb exploded outside the Red Fort in New Delhi, killing 13 people. The attackers were a cell of Indian doctors who had been radicalized online. The cell was led by a Kashmiri cleric named Maulvi Irfan Ahmed, who had links to the Pakistan-backed Jaish-e-Mohammed terror group. Ahmed met the doctors while accompanying a patient to a medical college in Srinagar. Over the next 2 years, he radicalized them through messages and calls using extremist ideology and material shared on Telegram. The doctors included Dr. Muzamil Shakil, worked at Al-Falah Hospital in Faridabad. Police found 2,950 kilograms of explosives, including ammonium nitrate, in his possession. Dr. Umar Unnabi drove the explosive-laden car into the Red Fort. Dr. Adil Rather, caught on CCTV putting up posters supporting Jaish in Kashmir. Dr. Shahina Saeed, codenamed Madam Surgeon, believed to be a senior leader of Jaish's women's wing. The radicalization began as early as 2019 on social media platforms. The doctors were initially identified by handlers on Facebook and X, then moved to private Telegram groups. They used YouTube to learn how to create improvised explosive devices. Their handlers, operating from Pakistan, initially directed them to join terror groups in Syria or Afghanistan, but later instructed them to carry out attacks in India. The white-collar terror ecosystem. The Red Fort bomb exposed a white-collar terror ecosystem, a network of highly educated professionals, radicalized and trained by handlers operating entirely through digital means. The investigation showed a concerning shift in cross-border terror strategy, where highly educated professionals were groomed entirely through digital means by handlers operating from Pakistan and other parts of the world. The doctors had expressed interest in joining terror groups in conflict zones, but their handlers instructed them to stay in India to carry out multiple blasts. The recruitment was conducted through encrypted apps like Telegram, using fabricated content and AI-generated videos to drive hate and recruitment. Part 5. The psychological question. Why do doctors become terrorists? Why do some doctors, people who have sworn to heal, who have dedicated their lives to saving others, become terrorists? The answer is complex. Ideology. Many terrorist doctors are driven by ideology. They believe in a cause, whether it is Palestinian liberation, the establishment of an Islamic State, or the destruction of the West. They see violence as a legitimate tool for achieving their goals. Identity. For some, terrorism is a way of reclaiming identity. Palestinian doctors like George Habash witnessed the displacement of their families and the destruction of their homeland. Their radicalism was a response to trauma. Social status. Doctors have social status and education. They can transcend rivalries, move more freely with less security, and communicate credibly with the educated middle class. They are effective recruiters and propagandists. Operational advantages. Doctors have knowledge of chemistry and pharmacology. They can purchase sensitive supplies, including volatile chemicals for explosives, without arousing suspicion. They are also less likely to be targeted by security services. The culture of Islamist medicine. The Islamic Code of Medical Ethics states that the physician should be in possession of a threshold knowledge of jurisprudence, worship, and essentials of fiqh, Islamic legal argument, enabling him to give counsel to patients seeking his guidance. The doctor has a big say and great weight in influencing his patients and in righteously guiding their orientation. In this worldview, medicine and religion are not separate. The doctor is not just a healer. He is a guide, a spiritual leader, a propagandist. The love of death. One of the most disturbing aspects of the terrorist doctor phenomenon is the embrace of death. Ayman al-Zawahiri promoted the use of suicide attacks, declaring, "It is the love of death in the path of Allah that is the weapon that will annihilate this evil empire of America." This embrace of death is antithetical to the medical profession. Doctors are trained to preserve life, not to destroy it. The terrorist doctor represents a fundamental betrayal of the Hippocratic Oath. Chapter Summary. Medical doctors have been involved in terrorist activities for decades. The Physician's Plot of 2007 revealed a network of doctors planning attacks in London and Glasgow. Ayman al-Zawahiri, Osama bin Laden's deputy, was a trained pediatrician and surgeon. George Habash, founder of the PFLP, was a physician. Mahmoud al-Zahar, a senior Hamas leader, is a trained surgeon. In 2025, Indian doctors carried out the Red Fort car bomb, exposing a white-collar terror ecosystem. Doctors are attractive recruits for terrorists due to their education, social status, operational advantages, and medical knowledge. The phenomenon challenges the myth that poverty drives terrorism. The doctor-terrorist represents a betrayal of the Hippocratic Oath. Chapter 15. Modern Medical Murderers, the Unseen Epidemic. Prologue. The doctor who killed 15 and suspected of 76 more. On July 7, 2026, a Berlin court sentenced a 41-year-old palliative care doctor to life in prison for murdering 15 of his patients. The doctor, identified only as Johannes M., in line with German privacy rules, had killed 12 women and 3 men between September 2021 and July 2024. The victims ranged in age from 25 to 94. They were all critically ill, but their deaths were not imminent. During home visits, the doctor administered a lethal combination of an anesthetic and a muscle relaxant that paralyzed the respiratory muscles, leading to respiratory arrest and death within minutes. On at least 5 occasions, he allegedly set fires to cover his tracks. In July 2024, shortly before his arrest, the doctor killed 2 patients in a single day, a 75-year-old man and, a few hours later, a 76-year-old woman. He tried to set fire to the woman's house but failed. The court ruled that the doctor had killed not out of compassion or a misguided sense of assisted dying, but by a drive for power over his victims. Prosecutors described him as having a lust for murder, with no other motive for killing these people than the act of killing itself. For much of the trial, the doctor said nothing, but last month he confessed to having killed people. He told the court, "I despair at myself." The authorities believe these killings could be just the tip of the iceberg. Prosecutors are currently investigating 76 other cases involving the doctor. If these cases are proven, it would be one of the largest incidents of serial murder in Germany's history. Part 1. The Unseen Epidemic. The scale of the problem. The case of Johannes M. is not an isolated incident. It is part of a disturbing pattern that has persisted for decades. The phenomenon of healthcare serial killing, HSK, defined as the intentional, individual, and sequential killing of helpless or dependent persons under their care by medical workers. The recent case of Lucy Letby in the UK shows that exposing a serial killer in healthcare is challenging, noted a 2024 study in Forensic Science International. Studies have shown that healthcare serial killers often operate for extended periods before detection. They kill fewer than 10 to hundreds of people, and they are often challenging to detect and stop due to job-related access to means of killing, responsibility for record-keeping, trusted roles, professional insularity, poor oversight, and victims whose deaths are less likely to attract suspicion. Criminal HSK appears globally. The offenders are often physicians and nurses. Their rationales or motives include perceiving vulnerable, elderly, sick, or disabled people as burdens or in need of death to relieve suffering, as well as the motives common to general serial killers, sadism and material or financial gain. The patterns research has identified several patterns common to healthcare serial killers. Access and opportunity. Healthcare serial killers are often looking for opportunities, times when they are working alone or in less supervised settings. This was reportedly the case for Charles Cullen, who worked night shifts. In 38% of cases assessed, researchers identified that healthcare serial killers may prefer night shifts when fewer colleagues are around. Working in less supervised times and settings may enable crimes to go undetected. Methods. Most healthcare serial killers use injection into intravenous lines to kill their patients. A recent analysis of 16 cases indicated that the substances most commonly used are insulin, muscle relaxants, sedatives, opiates, epinephrine, potassium, and anesthetics. Settings. Some research suggests most healthcare serial killers are employed in hospital settings, while other research questions whether deaths in other settings, such as long-term care and the community, are more likely to go unnoticed and are therefore underreported. These settings may have fewer resources and fewer checks and balances in place to detect suspicious circumstances surrounding a death. Detection. The literature provides some clues as to how healthcare serial killers are detected. Some are caught because an individual or a system detects increased cardiac events and or deaths in a setting. In a 2011 study of 200 serial killers, 71.5% were captured because of the direct observations, descriptions, and other information provided by surviving victims, direct witnesses, and other sources. Part 2. Cases from the past decade. The German palliative care nurse. In November 2025, a palliative care nurse was sentenced to life in jail for the murder of 10 patients and the attempted murder of 27 others with lethal injections. The case bore striking similarities to that of Johannes M., suggesting a pattern of behavior in the German healthcare system. Niels Hogel, Germany's worst serial killer. In 2019, a German nurse named Niels Hogel was given a life sentence for murdering 87 patients. Hogel had deliberately brought about cardiac arrests in his patients, then attempted to revive them. He killed for the thrill of the resuscitation effort. Hogel's case is one of the worst serial murder cases in Germany's history. It exposed the failures of the healthcare system to detect and stop a serial killer operating within its ranks. Elizabeth Wetlaufer, Canada's killer. Nurse. Canadian nurse Elizabeth Wetlaufer murdered 8 long-term care residents and attempted to kill others with lethal insulin injections. She acted out of anger and frustration with her job and life and felt euphoric doing so. She claimed her victims were sexual harassers or begged for death. Wetlaufer stole opioids, was subject to complaints, was suspended from work, and was nearly dismissed. However, confidentiality agreements prevented new employers from learning of her history, allowing her to murder a further resident. Wetlaufer is cited as an example of how Canada's fragmented and self-regulated healthcare delivery system inhibits identifying and stopping criminal clinicians. Other cases from the past decade. Several other cases have been documented in recent years. Name type, year convictions, country setting, method. Gary Stephen Davis, nurse. 2 murders, 1 attempted murder. Australia nursing home insulin injections. Hayato Imai, care worker, 3 murders. Japan nursing home throwing residents from veranda. Ivo Poppe, nurse, 5 murders. Belgium, clinic, injecting air into veins. Megan Haynes, nurse, 2 murders. Australia, nursing home insulin injections. Regina K., midwife, 7. Attempted murders, Germany. Gynecological clinic administering high doses of heparin. Victorino Chua, nurse, 2 murders. 22 GBH. England acute care ward, injecting insulin into saline bags. Part 3. The case of John Bodkin Adams, the doctor who got away. The suspected serial killer. Dr. John Bodkin Adams was a British general practitioner, convicted fraudster, and suspected serial killer. Between 1946 and 1956, more than 160 of his patients died in suspicious circumstances. Of these, 132 left him money or items in their wills. Adams was tried and acquitted for the murder of 1 patient in 1957. His case illustrates the difficulty of prosecuting healthcare serial killers and the ability of a skilled doctor to evade justice. The lessons. The Adams case taught us that healthcare serial killers can operate for years without detection. They can use their positions of trust to exploit vulnerable patients, and they can rely on professional insularity to avoid suspicion. The case also highlighted the importance of financial motives in healthcare serial killing. Adams was motivated by greed. He killed his patients for their money and property. Part 4. The Canadian MAID system, a new risk. The concerns Canada's medical assistance in dying, MAID system, has raised concerns among scholars and medical professionals. A 2024 study published in HEC Forum assessed the Canadian approach to assisted dying and its ability to protect patients from criminal healthcare serial killing. The study noted that clinicians involved in healthcare serial killing typically target patients with the same clinical features as MAID-eligible patients. They may draw on similar rationales, for example, to end perceived patient suffering and provide pleasure for the clinician. The Canadian MAID system has similar features to the conditions that enable healthcare serial killing, with added opportunities for killing afforded by clinicians' exemption from criminal culpability for homicide and assisted suicide offenses amid broad patient eligibility criteria. The parallels healthcare serial killing can remain undetected or unconfirmed for considerable periods due to a lack of staff background checks, poor surveillance and oversight, and a failure by authorities to act on concerns from colleagues, patients, or witnesses. The study concluded that better clinical safeguarding measures, standards, vetting and training of those involved in MAID, and a radical restructuring of its oversight and delivery can help mitigate the possibility of abuses in a system mandated to accommodate homicidal clinicians. Part 5. Preventing the Unseen Epidemic. Clues to detection. The literature provides some clues as to how healthcare serial killers are detected. Increased deaths. Some healthcare serial killers are caught because an individual or a system detects increased cardiac events and or deaths in a setting. Pattern recognition. Hospital administrators must be alert to patterns of unusual deaths and be willing to act on their suspicions. Whistleblowers. Many healthcare serial killers are caught because of direct observations, descriptions, and other information provided by surviving victims, direct witnesses, and other sources. Statistical analysis. Statistical methods for diagnostic accuracy may allow the targeting of the investigation when searching for a possible serial killer in a hospital. However, as one study noted, a statistical approach does not allow an unambiguous determination of a perpetrator, nor does it replace a thorough examination of the circumstances and cause of death. Recommendations. Experts have made several recommendations for preventing healthcare serial killing. Better background checks. Healthcare employers must conduct thorough background checks on new employees. Improved surveillance. Healthcare settings must have systems in place to monitor patient outcomes and detect unusual patterns. Better oversight. Healthcare regulators must provide effective oversight of medical professionals. Protecting whistleblowers. Healthcare employers must protect employees who report suspicious behavior. Radical restructuring. Some experts have called for a radical restructuring of systems like Canada's MAID to better safeguard patients. Chapter Summary. Healthcare serial killing is an unseen epidemic that has persisted for decades. The case of Johannes E.M. in Germany is just one of many examples. Healthcare serial killers often operate for extended periods before detection. They kill fewer than 10 to hundreds of people. Their rationales include perceived mercy, sadism, and material or financial gain. Most use injection into IV lines to kill their patients. They often work night shifts and in less supervised settings. Detection is often based on pattern recognition and whistleblowers. The Canadian MAID system has raised concerns about enabling HSKA. Better oversight, background checks, and protection for whistleblowers are needed